Volume 1, Chapter 26. The voyage of the Blue Marlin began with the loud ringing of a large bell mounted beside the ship's bow. At the captain's command, the anchor was hoisted, and the ship's three massive sails were unfurled. As they caught the wind and tightened, the sails began pulling the ship forward. While the crew busied themselves with their duties, Turon leisurely lay on the bed in his cabin, reading a book. The first book he read detailed the rules and regulations aboard the ship. Starting with the hierarchy of the crew, it explained the various positions on the ship, followed by unwritten rules and superstitions, of which there were quite a few peculiar ones. Not allowing women aboard, not looking down at the sea at night, not whistling. There were so many things that weren't allowed, it was almost ridiculous. Moreover, the punishments for breaking the rules were all rather severe. Most of them involved tying the offender to the mast and whipping them. Next, Turon picked up a book about mermaids. Perhaps because it had been written near a place where mermaids were said to live, it contained far more detailed and specific content than the one he had seen at the Orem City Library. It included tales of the magical mirror that connected the North Sea and South Sea, as well as stories of mermaid royalty who could transform into giant fish. For a book he had picked up on a whim, it turned out to be surprisingly interesting, allowing him to pass the time rather enjoyably. After about 2 hours of reading, Turon began to feel cramped in the small cabin. He closed his book and stepped out onto the deck. By then, the land had long disappeared beyond the horizon, leaving the vast expanse of blue ocean stretching in all directions. Because of this, even though the ship was cutting through the wind and moving forward, it didn't quite feel like it was progressing. "Oh my, Sir Knight has come out." As soon as Turon stepped onto the deck, the first mate, Ospen, greeted him warmly. Thanks to the book he had just read, which explained the ranks of the crew, Turon knew that Ospen held the second highest position on the ship after the captain. From being responsible for all the cargo to managing the ship in the captain's absence, his duties seemed extensive. However, his overly servile attitude made him seem somewhat lightweight and unimpressive for a man in such a position. "I just came out to get some fresh air. Staying inside feels too stifling." "The cabin is quite like that, isn't it?" "Haha, actually merchant ships aren't usually this cramped," Ospen said, laughing awkwardly. He explained that the shipowner, driven by greed, had excessively expanded the cargo hold, reducing the space for accommodations. Normally, even the senior crew would have slightly larger rooms than Turon's cabin, but on this ship, they had to share one slightly larger room. Hearing this, Turon decided to feel grateful that he at least had a room to himself. "I heard it takes 20 days to a month to reach the Emerald Desert." "Yes, but that's assuming favorable winds and calm waves. The North Sea is a notoriously rough place," Ospen replied. He shared that he had sailed in the South Sea during his younger days. The waves there were mild and the winds gentle, which made the ship slower but minimized the unpredictability of the voyage. In contrast, the North Sea was the exact opposite. While favorable winds could let a ship fly as fast as the wind itself, the risks of straying off course or sinking were significantly higher. And of course, pirates and creatures like mermaids swarmed wherever they could, leaving no place truly safe. "Still, with you on board, Sir Knight, I feel much more at ease." Even though he had never seen Turon's abilities, Ospen loudly boasted that no pirates or mermaids would dare approach the ship with Turon aboard. Turon, slightly embarrassed by the flattery, responded with a bitter smile but didn't stop him. After all, cutting him off might sour the atmosphere unnecessarily. More importantly, the lower-ranked sailors nearby seemed to take comfort in Ospen's words. It seemed likely that Ospen's exaggerated praise was a deliberate attempt to reassure his subordinates. Truthfully, regardless of the weak foundation of his claims, Ospen's belief wasn't entirely unfounded. There wouldn't be many enemies capable of attacking a trade ship guarded by someone of Turon's caliber, someone ranked in the upper middle tier among nobles. After listening to the ongoing conversation for a while, Turon asked Ospen a question that had been on his mind. "I don't really understand why the value of knights here is so high. Wouldn't it be more profitable for House Carmine to station knights on their trade ships at a reasonable price to prevent them from being plundered? After all, they'll be collecting taxes on every trade anyway. Even in House Arabian, weren't the knights from their vassal houses handling tasks as bodyguards? Although Turon hadn't looked into it deeply, surely their pay wasn't exorbitantly high to the point where trade ships couldn't afford them." "Well, that's—" Ospen hesitated, scratching his cheek. He then replied in a somewhat cautious tone. "With all due respect, this line of work, sailing I mean, puts us at constant risk of death, doesn't it? When we sailors lose contact with someone we knew for a few years, we don't think they must have gone somewhere far, but rather, they must have died. So you're saying that even knights are scared because in the end, if the ship sinks, they'll die too? And no, that's not quite what I meant. No, now that I think about it, you're right. Every situation has its own reasons. Thinking about it, even he wouldn't easily venture to return to land if the ship suddenly sank in the middle of the ocean. Sure, there'd be no shortage of water since seawater could be purified into drinking water with magic, and food could be managed by catching fish and cooking them. But swimming all the way to land, that would be a monumental task, not to mention figuring out where to sleep. If even someone like Turon felt that way, ordinary nights wouldn't last long. Once their magic power ran out, they'd be no different from regular humans and would eventually drown. Perhaps House Carmine had once actively deployed knights on trade ships in the past, but raised their fees later when the losses became unsustainable. It sounds like you're having an interesting discussion. At that moment, Captain Piers emerged from below deck, adjusting his eye patch, and spoke up. He first bowed his head slightly toward Turon. I've hosted a distinguished guest aboard, yet I haven't even greeted you properly for hours. I hope these idiots haven't caused you any discomfort. Not at all, I've been having some interesting conversations. That's a relief. Osmond, check the storage for the grain, it looks like there might be a leak. Rearrange things. Aye, sir, Osmond replied with a salute, pounding his chest with his fist before heading below deck. Watching this, Turon took the opportunity to ask Piers a question he had intended to ask earlier. Now that I think about it, what do you mainly trade in the Emerald Desert? I'm not very familiar with the region. A variety of goods. The desert is a true desert, nothing but sand as far as the eye can see. They can't grow cotton there, so cotton and muslin sell well. And ever since overland trade with Arabian was cut off, grains have also been in high demand. But honestly, the real profit is made on the return trip rather than the journey there. The return trip, yes, the goods needed in the Emerald Desert are all heavy and bulky compared to their price. But the items we bring back from there to Abacha are high in value and easy to store. Most are spices and gems, so we can sleep more comfortably on the return journey. It's a shame I won't be on board for the return trip. I would have liked to experience that. Piers chuckled at the remark and asked, are you planning to stay in the Emerald Desert for a long time? Yes, most likely. The truth was, Turon still hadn't figured out how to uncover his roots in the lands of Zahar. Storming into the main estate without knowing his father's identity was akin to blindly reaching into a box, not knowing whether it held treasure or a blade. If he ruled out that reckless approach, the only clues he had were a portrait of his mother and a few keepsakes. Using just those, finding anything might take years or even longer in the vast expanse of the desert. Turon's first voyage was fortunately smooth for the entire week. No storms, no tidal waves, no pirate or mermaid attacks. Which of course meant that it was a string of uneventful and boring days. Is this the fifth rope? Yes, when strong headwinds blow from the front, we need to loosen this and those two middle ropes over there to quickly gather the sails. If we don't, the ship will just spin in place. Oh, I see. Having finished all his books, Turon began satisfying his thirst for knowledge by approaching idle crew members one by one to learn various techniques, starting with how the ship was operated. At first, the sailors were flustered that a knight, someone akin to a god in their eyes, wanted to learn skills meant for lowly sailors. But after seeing how attentively he listened and how quickly he retained what he learned, they enthusiastically shared their tricks and techniques with him. In truth, given his youthful appearance, Turon seemed like one of the youngest among the sailors, which made teaching him feel less out of place. Time for a meal. All right, let's eat and get back to it. Everyone to the dining hall. Meals were served 3 times a day, and as expected, the quality and quantity were far inferior to meals on land. The ship's food storage had not been generously allocated, and most of the preserved food was of poor quality to begin with. Even the captain's cabin wasn't spacious, so Captain Piers and Turon also ate in the largest dining hall on board alongside the crew. At least they don't skip the pickled cabbage. Without it, we'd all have died from gum disease ages ago. Gum disease? Yes, sir, it's a disease where your gums bleed and you die from it. Eating sour foods cures it. Since fruits spoil too quickly, pickled cabbage is the best option. Though it tastes absolutely awful, ha ha ha, Renak the bosun said as he laughed while eating hardtack with salted meat and pickled cabbage. Over the past few days, as Turon learned the ropes of sailing and asked various questions, Renak had begun treating him less like a noble knight and more like one of the rookie sailors, though his words still carried a respectful tone. That's interesting, how did people find that out? Well, I suppose someone figured it out at some point and word spread. Before that was known, they used to eat mermaids raw, they say. Oh, the image of dark elf necromancers chewing on humans flashed through Turon's mind and he suddenly lost his appetite. He put down his food. At that moment, a loud shout came from the sailor observing from the masthead. Ship spotted, 2 o'clock direction, medium-sized vessel. What, is it pirates? One of the sailors who had been eating yelled, and after a moment the reply came. I can't tell, there's no noble house flag flying. Feels like pirates to me. I knew something was off, the weather's been too nice without any rain, prepare for battle. At the bosun's command, the sailors who had been eating jumped to their feet and hurriedly ran up to the deck or began distributing weapons without needing further instruction. First Mate Osmond turned the Blue Marlin to port, trying to avoid the approaching ship. Meanwhile, Captain Piers, though slightly tense, maintained a composed demeanor as he stayed seated at the table, observing his crew handle the situation. Turon slipped through the bustling sailors and stepped onto the deck. Using detection magic, he began identifying the approaching ship. At a glance, the approaching ship was slightly smaller than the Blue Marlin with 4 sails. Judging by its speed, it seemed to be a little faster than their own vessel. Moments later, the unidentified ship turned to the right, as if it were pursuing the Blue Marlin. "Damn it, they really are pirates. What should we do, Captain? Should we try to shake them off? They're a bit faster, so if the chase goes on for too long, they might catch us. If the wind is in our favor, we might be able to dock at a nearby island before that happens." Turon noticed Captain Piers' gaze sweep over him briefly. Though Turon had proven his abilities to some extent, Piers seemed a little uneasy, likely because he hadn't yet witnessed Turon's combat prowess in action. "Can you handle this? Unless there's a knight or noble on their side, it won't be a problem." "All right then. Turn the ship around, we'll face them head-on." "Long live Sir Knight, kill them all, sir." Turon's confident response seemed to reassure the Blue Marlin's crew, who, though slightly nervous, displayed a growing sense of trust. Shortly after, the Blue Marlin turned back toward the approaching ship, and the two vessels rapidly closed the distance between them. The sailors aboard what appeared to be a pirate ship seemed momentarily flustered by the Blue Marlin's sudden change in direction, but their aggressive demeanor didn't waver. "Hey there, stop your ship. If you do, we'll spare your lives." When the distance narrowed to about several hundred meters, a man standing at the bow shouted in a booming voice. Hearing this, Turon became curious and turned to the boatswain beside him. "If we surrender, do they really let us live? It depends on their mood from what I've heard." As I thought, it wasn't surprising. Expecting pirates who ignored the law to keep their promises would be absurd. That realization freed Turon of any moral hesitation. After all, humans who killed others for their own greed were no better than wolves that needed to be hunted. The two ships drew closer and closer. When the distance between them narrowed to around 30 or 40 meters, Turon leaped with superhuman strength and landed squarely on the pirate ship's deck. With a deafening crash, the deck splintered under his landing. The pirates, staring at the destruction, were left with dumbfounded expressions. Chapter 27. When Turon first landed on the deck, the pirates were so dumbfounded that they couldn't even speak for a few seconds. The sight of a human leaping tens of meters and crossing between ships was so surreal that their brains momentarily refused to comprehend it. But a few seconds later, some unknown pirate broke the silence by shouting in a loud voice, "Kai, kill him, fight!" 70 or so pirates approached, brandishing every kind of weapon that could harm a person, from swords and axes to any kind of weapon that could harm a person. Turon was inwardly baffled. When a wizard suddenly appears and demonstrates such overwhelming power, it would usually break the will to fight, leading to surrender. So why weren't they backing down? However, just because he was puzzled didn't mean it would bring any significant change to the battle. Even if a bear flinched when a mouse suddenly attacked, that wouldn't give the mouse a chance to win. As Turon stretched out his hand toward the other side of the deck, a blue wave responded to his will and surged up. In an instant, it released scorching heat and transformed into sharp ice spikes that seemed capable of piercing anything. That is, Rue, before the word run could even be completed, dozens of ice spikes rained down on the pirates gathered on the deck. The result was utterly gruesome. Some died instantly with their heads pierced, others choked and flailed with their necks impaled, and many collapsed with their chests or abdomens punctured. In an instant, more than 16 pirates lost their lives or were incapacitated. And this was after Turon deliberately restrained his power to a much weaker level than usual, all to maintain the act of being a knight. Humans who were not born with the power of magic were truly fragile. "Don't chicken out, you bastards. If we don't kill him, we're the ones who'll die." While the pirates at the front screamed in agony, skewered by ice spikes, someone in the back shouted this. Only then did Turon understand why the pirates were resisting so desperately. They too knew that Turon wouldn't spare their lives. As the pirates rushed in frantically, Turon gathered some of the water he had drawn from the sea and formed a long ice greatsword in his hand. He could have simply rained down more ice spikes and wiped them all out, but if he was going to pretend to be a knight, he needed to conserve his strength and engage in close combat to sell the act. A head was severed and the body collapsed limply to the ground. Flesh and bone were no obstacles against the strength imbued in the greatsword, which could crush even metal. After cutting down one pirate, Turon parried incoming attacks with practiced movements, slicing another's throat. He then took a large step back to create some distance before extending the greatsword to slash through 3 enemies simultaneously. Unlike his sparring sessions with Haram, there was no thrill of combat in this. The pirates' physical abilities were incomparable to Turon's, and their combat skills were even more crude. In the midst of this, a few of the pirates' attacks managed to reach Turon's body. After all, with only 2 hands and a single sword, it was impossible to block every attack flying at him from all directions while deliberately limiting his strength and speed to that of a knight. If he were a master like Haram, it might have been a different story. But these attacks weren't even worth trying to block. A particularly large pirate thrust his entire strength into a strike aimed at Turan's exposed neck, only for the blade to skid off, unable to even scratch his skin. Others slashed and stabbed at his shoulders, chest, and back, but none of their attacks had any real effect. A noble's body was not so weak that it could be pierced by a mere sharp piece of metal swung by a commoner. Even without the guardian magic artifact, the result likely wouldn't have been much different. After about 3 minutes, Turan realized that he was the only one still standing on the deck. The deck, now a sea of blood, was filled with nothing but groans and cries of pain. Arg, Mom, it's cold. Mom, please spare me. Looking down at the fallen pirates, Turan threw the ice greatsword onto the ground. At that moment, the sound of metal clinking echoed as a few grappling hooks latched onto the deck. Because the Blue Marlin had circled back around after Turan jumped ahead and the two ships had crossed paths, it had only now caught up with the pirate ship. Captain Piers, skillfully balancing as he walked along the ropes, surveyed the pirate ship's deck and clicked his tongue. "It's over, Captain, so it seems this is, well." Piers had a look on his face as if he wanted to say a lot but couldn't find the words. He was probably beginning to suspect that Turan wasn't just an ordinary knight, but unlike him, the crew members approaching from behind were brimming with excitement and shouting incoherently. This is amazing. Long live Sir Knight, those bastards, serves them right." Some of the sailors, unable to contain their joy, kicked at the sprawled corpses of pirates and ended up falling over. At that moment, one of the crew members, noticing Turan's state, spoke up. "But shouldn't you go see the ship's doctor first?" "That's right, actually it might be hard for you to move, let's call the ship's doctor here instead." The sailors were understandably fussing over him. After all, Turan's entire body was drenched in blood, and his clothes were torn all over, making him look like he had been gravely injured. Turan smiled and shook his head. "No need to worry, I'm not hurt anywhere. This is all the pirate's blood." "Is that really true? My goodness." As expected of a descendant of the gods. In truth, if he had been an ordinary knight, his bare skin would have been torn when pierced by spears and swords. And if it had been a vital area like the eyes, it could have been a fatal blow. Of course, the crew members didn't know all this, so they just concluded that knights were indeed amazing. "Then may I go in and rest first, Captain?" "Of course, bosun." "Yes, sir, listen up, you maggots, start by cleaning the deck. Whether they're alive or dead, throw them all overboard." Bosun Renak shouted with a red-faced grin. While the sailors handled the aftermath, Turan returned to the Blue Marlin and took off his tattered clothes to clean himself. The fact that it was a ship full of men made it convenient for him to wash on the deck without any concern for modesty. "Do you happen to have any spare clothes I could borrow?" "Here you go, although they might smell a bit. Is that all right with you?" "I don't mind." Turan had an exceptionally keen sense of smell due to his bloodline traits, but that didn't mean he was particularly sensitive to bad odors. After all, the human sense of smell quickly grows accustomed to new odors, so after the initial encounter, one barely notices them. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have been able to endure his ragged state when he first stayed in Orem City. After cleaning himself and changing into a sailor's sweaty clothes, Turan set aside his blood-soaked original clothes in his cabin. Thanks to the magic ashes had cast on them, his clothes would soon return to their original state. Judging by their current condition, it would likely only take a few hours. When Turan climbed back up to the deck, Captain Piers had already returned to the Blue Marlin. "We're still searching the ship, but it seems that vessel was a merchant ship that disappeared from Abacha a few years ago. The pirates must have seized it and put it to use." "I see. It would be better to sell it." Turan gave Piers a puzzled look, to which Piers smiled and explained. "Since you ended the battle single-handedly, the ownership of the ship belongs entirely to you." Come to think of it, such a ship wouldn't be cheap. Even though the battle wasn't much of a fight, the thought of claiming the ship had momentarily slipped his mind. What's usually done in these situations? You could sail back to Abacha and demand compensation from the original owners in exchange for returning the ship. Alternatively, you could sell it in the Emerald Desert. But I think selling it on one of the islands along our current route would be the most practical option. The northern archipelago always has a high demand for sailing ships. Goods usually fetch the highest prices where they're needed most. The North Sea Archipelago, as its name suggests, consisted of islands scattered across the middle of the North Sea and served as a trade hub connecting the northwest, central, and northeast regions of the world. The Blue Marlin was also scheduled to stop at one of the islands in the North Sea Archipelago soon to restock on food and water. Captain Piers spoke with a slightly troubled expression. "The thing is, to move a ship of that size, you need to mobilize quite a large crew. So you're saying transportation costs are needed. How much should I pay?" Piers widened his single eye in surprise. He hadn't expected Turon to agree so readily. There's no way I can haul that ship alone. If I use people, I should compensate them, shouldn't I? Over the past week, Turon had learned enough about handling a sailing ship to understand how difficult it was to operate one as large as the captured pirate ship. Of course, extra crew members were always assigned in case of fatalities during rough voyages, but operating an additional ship of similar size was no easy task. The workload and watch shifts would likely double. Exploiting people without compensation would hardly be acceptable. In that case, perhaps 1/10 of the profit. How about 2/10? Could I ask you to handle the sail as well? Of course. I know plenty of people in the area, so I'll make sure to get you a good price. Seeing the delighted expression on Captain Pierre's face, Turon suddenly realized a new problem. His backpack was already bulging with gold coins. Where would he store the money from selling an entire ship? It seemed he'd have to purchase something small yet valuable on the island where they would dock. Assuming such items were available for sale, of course. A short while later, Captain Pierre seemed to have said something to the crew, as they once again cheered and shouted praises at Turon. It was likely an encouragement to work hard, with the promise that a portion of the ship's sail would be shared with them. Although Turon was the only one who fought in the battle, the victory was celebrated with drinks shared among the crew. However, just as the merriment reached its peak, a sudden commotion erupted from the pirate ship tethered nearby by ropes. One of the sailors, looking utterly dazed, shouted in alarm, "Captain, a mermaid, it's a mermaid." "What? Even mermaids have come to attack us now? Where?" Captain Pierce exclaimed in shock. Having been unbothered for the past week, to now face both pirates and mermaids in quick succession felt too unfair. But the sailor's next words clarified the situation. "And no, that's not it. The pirates were keeping a mermaid captive." Underneath the ship, when Turon returned to the pirate ship, Bosun Renak was stripping and shaking down the crew members who had gone below deck. This was to ensure that those sent to search the pirate ship wouldn't pocket any valuable items they might find. Though it was already nearing early winter in the North Sea, making such an ordeal quite harsh, no one complained. After all, who would dare grumble when there was a chance that someone might try to steal from the knight who had just slaughtered 70 pirates? "So there's a mermaid on board." "Yes, I haven't gone down to see it myself, just received the report." "Good job, Turon, would you like to check it out?" "Of course." Naturally, if a mermaid did exist, its ownership would belong to Turon as well. As Turon entered the lower cabin of the ship, he asked Piers a question. "Are mermaids worth a lot of money? I hear that a beautiful female mermaid can sell for an astronomical price. Wealthy collectors of rare creatures go absolutely crazy for them." Turon recalled the characteristics of mermaids he had read about in books. They were said to sing among the reefs, luring ships in and sinking them to feast on the crew. Was their voice truly so enchanting, or did they possess some kind of special power to mesmerize humans? He would soon find out for himself. This way, clink. As Turon descended into the ship's hold, his eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. The mermaid the sailors spoke of turned out to be nothing more than a young boy, likely no older than 12 or 13. Beside him, Turon could hear Piers clicking his tongue. "A male, male mermaids probably won't fetch much. Unless he's some legendary royal capable of transforming into a fish." At that moment, the mermaid boy, having overheard Piers, shouted angrily, "How dare you, a male, you say? I am none other than Armenia, the 47th Prince of North Estadale. Show some respect, you land dwellers." Indeed, the voice of the mermaid boy was more beautiful than any human voice Turon had ever heard in his life. It was akin to the sound of instruments played in the background during a theater performance. But what was more surprising than the voice itself was the content of his words. "Is he saying he's royalty? Seems like it. Although he might just be bluffing in hopes that we won't kill him and will sell him alive instead." Piers replied with a skeptical expression. Still, considering that the pirates had bothered to capture a male mermaid, which wasn't worth much money, there was a chance he might be telling the truth. Piers added with a serious face, "Can you transform into a fish, mermaid prince?" I can't do that. Why not?" "Because I've been tied up out here on land. I need to be in the ocean in my full condition to transform." Turon and Piers exchanged a glance, their thoughts perfectly aligned without needing words. This little brat was clearly scheming to escape. "What do you want to do? Mermaids quite often eat people, right?" "Yes, then I'll kill him. If he's not worth any money, there's no point in keeping him. But if he's truly a prince, wouldn't it be a shame to waste him? We can't just release him to confirm whether he's telling the truth. If he can't transform, he won't even sell." Without hesitation, Turon reached out toward the mermaid boy. Even though he was planning to kill him, given that the boy looked like a child, he thought it best to ensure the death was swift and painless. Sensing the danger, the mermaid boy stepped back and screamed in panic. "I've never eaten a human before. I have no intention of doing so. If you spare me, I'll give you treasure." "Treasure?" Turon paused at the word, and the mermaid boy Armenia brightened with hope. "Yes, treasure, the treasure left behind by the pre-gods you worship." Chapter 28. When encountering myths, one of the most common stories is about treasures used by the gods. A staff that could summon flames strong enough to dry up a river with a single swing, armor so impenetrable that even a god could not harm the wearer, and a bottle that endlessly poured out an elixir capable of reviving the dead. Such magical artifacts of the pre-god tribe, otherwise known as sacred relics, numbered only a few dozen across the entire world. Of course, not all of these items were immensely powerful, but some were treasures so valuable that even the heads of great noble families guarded them with their lives and passed them down through generations. But for a mere mermaid who had been captured by pirates to claim to possess something like that, how impressive. If the prince has something like that, I wonder what kind of amazing treasures the Mermaid King must possess. Sensing the sarcasm in Turon's tone, the mermaid's distinctive blue skin turned a shade of purple. It seemed to be a reaction similar to how humans flush red with anger or embarrassment. The self-proclaimed Prince Armani shouted, "I'm not lying, I really discovered it in a cave where one of your gods had died in battle. I originally intended to report it to my father, but I got caught because I was tricked by you lot. You discovered a god that died in battle? Explain in more detail." When Turon glared at him with a serious expression, Armani, looking frightened, stammered as he answered. A man with blue hair. His body had been pierced by the fang of a giant sea serpent and he was dead, but he had also pierced the enemy's head with his hand. Everything else had decayed over time, but the round metal object he wore on his waist had no rust and remained perfectly intact. It must be a treasure among treasures. Why didn't you take the object right away? I couldn't touch it. Whenever I tried to approach, some unknown force pushed my body away. Why are you so sure it was a god? Only a god among you would be capable of killing and being killed by a giant sea serpent. The giant sea serpent was a species that mermaid in the past revered as gods, a massive snake whose body was dozens of meters long, as its name suggested. Of course, it had long since disappeared into the annals of history. Still, to be locked in mortal combat with a monster once worshipped as a god and remain preserved in that state underwater without decay, even if it wasn't truly the remains of a god, if Armani's words were true, something extraordinary undoubtedly existed. Realizing he was growing excited, Turon took a deep breath to calm himself, then carefully reviewed his thoughts. Was it possible he had been bewitched by the voice of the mermaid? Would his judgment remain the same in a clear-headed state? As he organized his thoughts, a question suddenly came to mind. Now that I think about it, you said you were tricked and captured. How exactly did that happen? At this question, Armani abruptly shut his mouth and lowered his head. Though they were different species, their facial features weren't so different, so Turon could discern a faint trace of shame in Armani's expression. Why, you know how your people have that trick to lure out those who live in the water, using metal hooks tied to strings? You mean fishing? Yeah, that. Normally, I could easily recognize such a thing, but in my transformed state, my instincts got the better of me. In other words, this mermaid prince had been caught by pirates while transformed into a fish. It was an utterly ridiculous story, but somehow it made sense after hearing it. The pirates had probably been startled when the fish they caught suddenly turned into a mermaid and they decided to capture him. Even if they were ignorant fools as sailors, they would have heard that royal mermaid fetched an exorbitantly high price. Whether it was true or just an excuse, the only plausible reason to imprison a male mermaid who couldn't even demonstrate his transformation abilities was that. Did you perhaps tell the pirates about all of this too? I did, but none of them listened. They just said, "Don't talk nonsense about a dead god's corpse," and laughed it off. That was the most normal reaction. Turon, having personally interacted with the librarian at Orum's library, could sense the existence of the pre-god tribe. However, for ordinary people, gods were nothing more than mythological beings found in scriptures. Even Turon himself wasn't entirely convinced whether the mermaid's words were genuine or just random lies spun in desperation to save his own life. So why would anyone abandon a safe profit to take a dangerous gamble? What about the sailors who discovered you earlier? I didn't. No, I couldn't. The moment they saw me, they shouted that there was a mermaid and ran off. This meant that the only ones aware of this information were him and Captain Piers. Turon glanced at Piers, who had been listening to the conversation with a blank expression. Feeling Turon's gaze, Piers spoke with a stiff face. I didn't hear a thing. It was as if he feared Turon might kill him for spreading the information around. Of course, Turon had no such intention. It wasn't that he trusted Piers' integrity, but rather his own strength. On land, there were many nobles stronger than Turon, but on this sea, he was one of the absolute strongest. That is, unless he suddenly ran into someone from the House Carmine or a similarly powerful bloodline. You don't need to be so tense. For now, I'd like to keep this guy alive for a little longer. What do you think? It shouldn't be a problem. If it were, those pirate bastards wouldn't have been able to keep this mermaid imprisoned in the first place. Piers, still with a grave expression, calmly offered his opinion. He had a point. The fact that an ordinary human group of pirates had captured him suggested that this mermaid boy didn't possess any notable combat abilities. Come to think of it, those pirates are ridiculous. They could have gotten rich just by selling this mermaid, but they had to lose their lives while pirating instead. Greed is what drives those scum after all. Besides, they likely never imagined that a ship of this size would have not only a knight but also a noble on board. Turon tilted his head slightly at Pierce's remark and then asked in return. Was I too much? Yes, the others may not realize it since they've rarely if ever seen a knight in battle, but I know. It's not easy to come out unscathed against that many opponents. Why was Pierce suddenly hinting that he'd realized Turon's true identity? It was clearly a plea. I know how powerful you are, so I wouldn't dare attempt something foolish like coveting a legendary treasure in your presence. When Turon slightly nodded to signal that he understood the implied message, Pierce visibly relaxed, his shoulders losing their tension. After diffusing the potential conflict, Turon turned his attention back to the mermaid boy. Do you happen to know where in the North Sea the remains of that god are? If I show you a map, could you point it out? Even as he asked, Turon doubted the mermaid would understand what North Sea meant. There was no way they had ever seen a human map. Contrary to his expectations, Armani tilted his head slightly and then straightforwardly revealed what he knew. It's not that far. About 500 kilometers south of here. 500 kilometers south. Turon's eyes widened in surprise at the response. First, how could a creature locked in the ship's hold know their current location? Second, how was he using human measurements for direction and distance? When Turon voiced his doubts, the reply he received was underwhelming. I'm not sure, it's just the system we've always used. Was it something made by your people? Probably. Captain, were you aware of this? This is the first I've heard of it. We usually don't ask mermaids such things. Perhaps those high-ranking individuals who keep mermaid as pets might know. As far as Turon knew, the calendar system, measurement units, and other standards used by humans all originated from the Old Empire. Perhaps such things were remnants from a time even earlier than the ancient era when humans were enslaved by other races. There was almost no recorded history of that period, not even in Orum's library. It might also explain why these races used the same language as humans. Anyway, 500 kilometers to the south, that would put it not too far from Miguel Island. Even accounting for some error, it shouldn't be more than 100 kilometers off. Miguel Island, one of the largest islands in the North Sea archipelago, was the location where the Blue Marlin was set to restock supplies and sell off the pirate ship. In other words, it was within a distance that they could reasonably visit if they made the time. For now, let's keep him confined a bit longer and think about it. There's always the chance he might spread some strange story, so I'll manage him myself. After much deliberation, Turon decided to postpone making a decision. He simply didn't know enough about the mermaid yet to decide anything immediately. In truth, Turon wasn't entirely convinced by the words of the mermaid boy Armani. After all, weren't their kind one of the races, like the Dark Elves, that had once enslaved and eaten humans in ancient times? What he did trust, however, was the boy's desperation. For a being with intelligence comparable to humans, one's life was often reason enough to offer anything. Here, it's time for your meal. Thank you, kind devil. It was the second day since they'd captured Armani. After realizing that Turon was a wizard, and a noble at that, Armani had taken to calling him a devil. Come to think of it, the dark elf necromancers they had encountered before had also called Turon and Ashes devils, hadn't they? When Turon asked what the term meant, he received a peculiar response. Your ancestors came from beyond and destroyed our once perfect world, that's why. Yet, for someone who spoke of devils destroying his perfect world, Armani ate the food Turon brought him without much resistance. Turon had initially wondered if he should catch some fish for him, assuming that might be a mermaid's preference, but fortunately, Armani ate regular human food without issue. For someone who eats this just fine, why bother eating humans at all? I'm not sure, I've never eaten humans before. Maybe the lower class ones do it because they don't have enough to eat. When I return, I'll ask my father about it. Though Turon had never promised to let him go, Armani spoke as if it were only natural that he'd return to the mermaid kingdom. Every time he answered like this, Turon felt conflicted. For a species that supposedly ate humans, Armani's mannerisms and speech were surprisingly human-like. He was nothing like the Dark Elves, who had immediately tried to kill Turon on sight. From then on, Turon continued to converse with Armani about a wide range of topics. From the differences between the customs and social systems of merpeople he had read about in books and reality, to the existence of the legendary mirror connecting the North and South Sea mermaid kingdoms, to stories about ancient mermaid mythology. By the way, how far is it now from that place? About 65 kilometers west. Over the past few days of conversations, Turon had learned how Armani was able to know his location. The mermaid had an instinctive ability to sense directions and positions while at sea. Once they remembered a place, they could always find their way back to it. While they were deeply engrossed in their conversation, a knocking sound came from above, the wooden boards tapping softly. "I'll be back, bye." With Armani waving him off cheerfully, anyone watching would never suspect that Turan had confined the mermaid in the hold of the ship. When Turan climbed out of the hold, Ospen, the first mate who had come aboard to oversee the pirate ship, greeted him. "Sir Knight, we've arrived at Miguel Island. Already, I guess it's time to head up." "Yes, sir." After securing the entrance to the hold where Armani was confined with thick chains, Turan climbed to the deck. Beyond the dark night sea, he could see a large island and several sailing ships docked at the pier ahead of it. After the two ships docked at the pier, Turan lightly leapt a few times toward the Blue Marlin. Captain Piers, who had been staying on a different ship and hadn't seen Turan for 2 days, greeted him briefly before getting straight to the point. "Have you reached a decision?" Yes. What he was asking was simple. Would Turan trust the mermaid's words and go searching for an unidentified treasure, or would he sell the creature to one of the island's influential figures? Instead of answering directly, Turan asked a question in return. "How long do you plan to stay on this island?" "Unless something unusual happens, about a day or two." Allowing the crew to rest after the 9-day voyage was also an important task. Though it wasn't a concern with Turan on board, it was common for overworked sailors to stage a mutiny, killing the captain and turning to piracy themselves. "Perfect. Could you arrange for me to borrow a small boat?" "Just enough for 2 people. Don't tell me. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be too far from here. I'll go and check it out tonight." Chapter 29. A few dozen minutes after landing on Miguel Island, Captain Piers discreetly sent a few crew members to procure a small rowboat. It was just the right size to fit 2 people snugly, as requested. Turan, with his whole body wrapped in cloth to hide the mermaid features of Armani, moved onto the rowboat together with him. "It's the moon. How long has it been since I've seen it?" Armani murmured as he looked at the full moon hanging in the sky. Even he himself didn't know how long he had been trapped under the pirate ship. After all, no sunlight or moonlight ever reached the ship's hold. He could only guess it had been a month or 2, judging by the amount of food he ate and the time he spent sleeping. "Oh. It looks like Sir Knight is going somewhere. He said he had some business to attend to. He'll be back soon, so don't worry about it." Some of the crew members were surprised to see Turan boarding the rowboat with Armani, but as soon as Captain Piers spoke firmly, they lost interest. After all, it wasn't like he was getting on a large sailing ship, and there was no way he'd sail off alone in such a tiny boat. "More importantly, are the preparations for landing complete?" "Of course." "Good. Tonight you can have fun wherever you want, whether it's at the tavern or elsewhere. Anyone who doesn't report back tomorrow should be ready to face the whip." "Wow." Amid the cheers of the crew responding to Captain Piers' orders, Turan fastened Armani's arms and legs to the boat using the chains he had prepared. Armani complied quietly and asked for confirmation. "You'll really set me free if we find the treasure, right?" "Yes. Even if it turns out to be something not very useful, it's not my fault." "Got it. Now focus on guiding the way." Shortly afterward, the rowboat carrying the 2 began making its way across the dark sea. At first, Turan simply used magic with the feeling of physically moving the boat forward. However, he soon changed his approach. The trick was to direct the force not at the boat itself but at the water around it. By pushing aside the water ahead while simultaneously propelling the boat forward using the water at its rear and sides, the effort was reduced significantly, and the boat moved much more smoothly. Upon trying it for himself, he found that navigating such a small boat with magic wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Of course, given all the issues it presented, it wasn't suitable for long-distance voyages. "By the way, I understand the way there, but how are you planning to find your way back? Without me, you won't be able to navigate." "Are you worried about me?" "No, I'm worried you won't release me because of it. I've already thought of something, so don't worry." Turan pulled a small compass from his pocket. It was something he had received in advance from Captain Piers, and according to it, they were moving slightly southwest. On the way back, he just needed to head slightly northeast to return to the starting point. Of course, there might be some margin of error, but with a detection spell they could scan a radius of over a dozen kilometers. Well, if he still ended up getting lost, he could simply head straight south and eventually hit land somewhere. "Probably I feel like jumping into the water." "Resist it." Turan lightly rebuked Armani, who was grumbling as he stared down at the sea, and focused his attention on steering the boat. They continued rowing for what felt like an hour or an hour and a half. Gradually, something began to appear ahead of them. It was an island so small it couldn't even compare to Miguel Island where they had been earlier. It looked like an uninhabited island. "Is that it?" "That's right." "All right, then hold on a moment." Before landing, Turan stopped the boat and scooped up a handful of seawater with his hand, activating a detection spell. The sensory input he used was smell, and the target of the detection was a mermaid. Closing his eyes, he scooped up seawater 3 or 4 times, sniffing it carefully, but he didn't sense anything. At the very least, this meant that Armani hadn't deceived him and brought him to the mermaid's base. Watching Turan's actions, Armani tilted his head in confusion. "What are you doing?" "Just checking." When Turan first attempted to use a detection spell underwater, what flustered him was the absence of usable sensory inputs. Smell was meaningless since water entering his nose would only cause his eyes to tear up. Sight and hearing were also far more limited underwater compared to on land due to interference from the water. In contrast, the method of scooping water and sniffing it, while not capable of pinpointing precise locations, made it easier to confirm the presence of a target. Even now, if he changed the detection target to something like a whale or a shark, he could immediately sense a peculiar scent rising. Now that safety had been confirmed, there was no need for hesitation. He docked the boat at a suitable spot on the shore and stepped onto the uninhabited island, heading inward. The young mermaid glanced around, searching as if combing through the area, and muttered, "It should be somewhere around here." From their conversations over the past few days, Turan had learned that this island was something of a secret retreat for Armani. Whenever life in the mermaid community, or as he called it, the Mermaid Kingdom, felt too stifling, he would occasionally come here to walk around. And it was during one such visit that he had discovered it in an underwater cave deep within the island. It was almost comical to imagine that, in his rush to report the find to his father, the king, he had barely gotten anywhere before being caught by the pirate's fishing hook. "I found it." "Over here," at that moment Armani exclaimed, pointing at a small pond. "There, that's right, you just need to go inside, but can you breathe underwater?" "I can't." Perhaps a noble of the Carmine bloodline might have the ability to breathe underwater, but such powers were not granted to Turan. "It's not that deep, right? It's about 100 meters. All right, that's manageable, wait here." Turan took the chains he had brought from the boat and tightly secured Armani to a nearby tree. The mermaid boy, who had been quietly watching, suddenly shouted in alarm. Wait a second, what now? If you suffocate and die in there, won't I all starve to death tied up here? Let's hope that doesn't happen for both our sakes." After ensuring that the restraints were completely secure, Turan removed all his clothes except for a pair of undergarments and the guardian bracelet, then strapped a dagger to his waist. Taking a deep breath to inflate his stomach until it expanded, he dove straight into the pond. First, he created a thin barrier over his eyes to keep the water from obstructing his vision, then propelled himself downward using the same technique he had used to steer the boat earlier. It felt like he could sustain this state for 20 to 30 minutes without much difficulty. "All right, let's see." As he scanned the bottom of the pond, it didn't take long for him to spot a hole leading downward. It seemed likely to be the underwater cave that connected to the sea. As he descended further, relying on the flow of water to guide him, his ears began to ache slightly. Other than that, however, it was fairly bearable. Swimming isn't half bad. He thought that if he ever had the leisure, he should properly learn how to move underwater. Mastering such skills would significantly reduce the amount of magic power needed to move underwater. Not that he knew whether he'd have to enter the water again in the future. After descending to the bottom, he scanned his surroundings and something came into view. Found it. The deep sea at night was pitch black, with not a single point of light, but for Turan, a descendant of the Zahar bloodline, darkness posed no obstacle. In the distance, he saw the enormous figure of a creature. Even knowing that it was not alive, its sheer presence was enough to send shivers down his spine. It was the shape of a monstrous beast. "Is this the great sea serpent?" Its body was several meters thick, and its length appeared to stretch nearly 100 meters as it lay coiled in place, long dead. So much time had passed that layers of green moss had grown over it, making it resemble part of the terrain unless closely observed. As he slowly moved upward along its massive body, he finally reached its head. The four horns protruding from its head and the rows of teeth packed tightly within its gaping mouth made its form more reminiscent of a lizard than a snake. And there, embedded deep into the center of its skull, was a figure with its hand thrust into it. "Ah!" Turan, forgetting for a moment that he was underwater, let out an exclamation, releasing a trail of bubbles. The figure appeared to be an ordinary human male on the surface, but like the great sea serpent, his entire body was covered in moss. Surprisingly, aside from the chest, which had been pierced by a broken fang, the man's body showed no signs of decay or damage. It was perfectly preserved. Even though the armor he must have originally worn had largely disintegrated over time. The man looked about 30 years old and, as Armani had described, had blue hair. His wide-open eyes lacked focus, but they gave the impression that he might come to life at any moment. And, just as Armani had mentioned, other than that, he appeared to be an extraordinarily ordinary human. Is this being truly of the pre-god tribe? For a moment, Turan considered channeling magic to attack, but the thought felt too irreverent and he abandoned the idea. If this truly was a god, it went without saying that it would be sacrilegious. But even if it wasn't a god and was merely a powerful wizard, wasn't this someone who had died fighting the great sea serpent, a foe of humanity? As a descendant, he did not want to discard even the minimum respect due to such an ancestor. Come to think of it, why hasn't this person, or rather this being, become an undead spirit? It was common knowledge that those who possessed magic power would transform into undead spirits upon death. Yet the fact that neither of the two who had perished in this underwater battle had turned into an undead spirit was peculiar. At the very least, if someone had come here earlier and absorbed their magic power, they would have naturally taken this mysterious artifact as well. Was it because they truly were divine beings, or was there some other reason? Out of curiosity, Turon attempted to absorb the artifact's magic power, but nothing came forth. If he had managed to obtain the power of entities as immense as these, he would have grown several, perhaps dozens, of times stronger in an instant. Setting aside the unanswered questions, Turon etched the man's face and appearance firmly into his memory. The color of his hair and eyes, the shape of his facial features, the colors and design of the barely discernible remnants of his armor. Later, he could investigate whether there were any myths or records of gods in other regions that bore a resemblance to this being. After spending several minutes committing the image to memory, he shifted his attention to the purpose that had brought him here. Pardon me, but I'll be borrowing this for a while, ancestor. Of course, the likelihood that this man, god or wizard, was Turon's direct ancestor was slim. Nevertheless, Turon offered this silent courtesy before checking the man's waist. The round, unidentified metallic object was barely clinging to a partially decayed belt. It gleamed as though it had somehow escaped the passage of time unscathed. The question now was whether he could actually take the object with him. Hadn't Armani said that when he tried to touch it, some unknown force had repelled him? However, contrary to Armani's account, the round metal object allowed Turon to touch it easily. At that moment, an unfamiliar sensation passed through his fingers. It felt as though something extended from the metal and began searching inside Turon's body for something. A few seconds later, a metallic click echoed faintly in his mind. The moment he heard it, he instinctively understood. Though he couldn't grasp the details, the process just now had somehow established that the object now belonged to him. Is this thing testing its owner's qualifications? Up until that moment, he had been skeptical, but now he was beginning to believe that this object might truly be a sacred relic. There were numerous legends about extraordinary treasures choosing their owners. Having obtained the item, Turon felt his breath running short and began heading back the way he came. After swimming diligently for about a minute, he spotted the moonlight filtering through the water. But just then, a strange, foreign sensation washed over him. Even though only the faint moonlight filtering through the water's surface was visible, Turon instinctively sensed that something was up there near the edge of the pond. A strange sensation, one difficult to define using any of the five senses. Puha, did you find it, did you? For now. As Turon replied and tried to steady his labored breathing, he looked at Armani and realized that the strange sensation he had just felt was coming from the young mermaid. Not only that, but when he looked at Armani with his own eyes, he saw something mysterious inside the boy's body. A faint light, pale blue in color, weak and flickering as though it could extinguish at any moment. It spread faintly across Armani's webbed ears, the gills on his neck, and the area around what seemed to be his heart. What in the world is that? The reason for this phenomenon wasn't hard to deduce. The round piece of metal still clutched tightly in his left hand. It was undoubtedly caused by this object, whether it was a sacred relic or some kind of magic artifact. What is it? Nothing. After stepping onto dry land, Turon evaporated all the water from his body and put on his clothes. Then he immediately placed the round metal object on the ground. So it was because of this thing. As soon as he separated himself from the object, the faint light within Armani's body disappeared, and the peculiar sensation of perceiving his presence vanished as well. It seemed the artifact had at least two functions. First, detecting the presence of living beings nearby. Second, sensing something within those living beings. What exactly that something was would require further investigation. So now, you're free to go. With a simple wave of his hand, the chains binding Armani made a metallic clinking sound as they fell away instantly. Despite being freed, the mermaid prince hesitated instead of diving straight into the water. Why, no, it's just, I didn't think you'd let me go so easily. You thought I'd take this and then try to capture you again to sell you off? To be honest, yes, I gave my word. It was only right to kill non-human races that preyed on humans. But since this one claimed to have never eaten humans, Turon didn't feel the need to kill him. Besides, Armani had faithfully guided him to the artifact without any tricks. In return, Turon believed it was only proper to honor his side of the deal. This was the moral code his mother had taught him. Treat others as you would want to be treated. Thank you, kind devil. If I ever end up fighting humans, I'll ask my father to leave you alone. Stop with the nonsense. After glancing back several times, Armani finally threw himself into the pond where Turon had just been diving. With a splash, bubbles rose as the shape of a small juvenile shark could be seen diving deep into the water. It seemed the claim that he was royalty among the mermaid wasn't a lie after all. In hindsight, the boy had been honest from start to finish. All right, time to head back. As Turon walked toward the spot where he had docked the boat, he fiddled with the round metal object in his hand. Figuring out what this artifact truly was seemed like it would turn into a rather enjoyable task. Chapter 30. On the way back, Turon sat on the boat and carefully observed the mysterious treasure he had newly acquired. Its size was just right to fit in the palm of his hand. The edges were rounded, and the front and back were relatively flat, making its overall shape somewhat similar to the compass he carried. A notable feature was the small button on one side, which made a clicking sound and opened the lid when pressed. The inside was completely empty, giving no clue as to its purpose, but it likely had some function nonetheless. Fortunately, it wasn't necessary to hold this item by hand to use it. As long as it was in one's possession, say, tucked into a pocket, it could exert its abilities at any time. Closing his eyes, Turon sensed the countless presences moving beneath the sea. A group of tiny sparks, perhaps numbering in the hundreds, a slightly larger cluster of lights numbering in the tens, and then larger lights moving separately from one another. His detection range was typically around a dozen meters, but when he focused, it could extend to several dozen meters, even reaching up to 100 or more. After practicing his detection ability several times, Turon pulled out his compass again, confirmed his direction, and set off eastward. He sailed the boat for about an hour. When he used the detection magic human detection for the 5th time, he finally caught a faint trace of human scent in the distance. Got it. Without making a sound, he steered his small boat to dock alongside the Blue Marlin and jumped directly onto the deck. The sailor on duty who had been watching screamed at the sight of him. "Ak Amon, no, it's Sir Knight, we thought you were staying on the island. I had some business to take care of." The sailor, much like Armani, had a very faint flame residing in his heart, but everything else about him was entirely ashen. Was it due to the difference in their races? Or perhaps because that one was royalty and thus different in some way? Receiving a polite salute, Turon returned to the cramped cabin and lay down on the bed. His head felt unusually heavy, likely due to the sheer number of things he had to think about. The next day, Turon slept in until the sun was high in the sky. He was awakened by a peculiar smell. What stirred him from his deep slumber was the strong scent of blood. What's this? This wasn't the middle of the ocean, so why would blood suddenly be spilled on an island where many trade ships were anchored? When he went up to the deck, he quickly found the answer. Damn, it hurts like hell, get me some medicine," sailors were groaning as they bled profusely from their backs. Nearby, the bosun, Renak, was chewing on some unknown herb, swinging a blood-stained whip through the air a few times to make a cracking sound. "All right," everyone shouted out. "Lateness is forbidden, defiance means death," the sailors with grim expressions responded to Renak's words as if reciting a refrain. "What on earth is going on here? Oh, you're awake. We're punishing the guys who came back late after partying last night." The first mate, Ospen, who had been watching the whipping with an indifferent expression, explained. Come to think of it, the captain had mentioned something along those lines before Turon left yesterday, but he hadn't thought they'd actually resort to whipping just for coming back late. Turon stared at the blood-streaked deck for a long moment before shaking his head. Someone could easily die at this rate, but stepping in to break their rules wouldn't be wise either. They had their own regulations after all. And more importantly, the sailors themselves had seemed to agree to this punishment the previous day. Instead, Turon focused his vision, enhanced by the sacred relic, to observe how the other sailors appeared. There weren't many major differences, but those who had been whipped had areas where their blue flames had turned red and scattered slightly. What about the captain? He's gone ashore. Said he's looking for someone to buy the ship. I see. As the owner of the ship, Turon headed to the island, leaving behind the sailors being whipped to check on the progress of events. Woohoo ha ha ha, Uiek, you bastard. Do you think this is a toilet? Miguel Island was a place that thrived on the trade ships docking there for supplies during their journeys. Naturally, many of the people visible on the streets were sailors from the ships anchored at the harbor. Even in broad daylight, there were drunken men with unfocused eyes shouting nonsense, some vomiting and others shamelessly urinating on the street. It almost made Turon think that, at least on the mainland, they had maintained a minimum level of decency. Walking past such sailors, he made his way toward the center of the island, where a relatively tidy and large building came into view. A high-class tavern exclusive to captains. As he approached, a burly doorman guarding the entrance extended his hand with a look of disbelief. Hey, this isn't a place for brats like you. If you miss your mommy's milk, go find one of the whores over there. Instead of replying, Turon lightly snapped his fingers, igniting a small flame. The doorman's face turned pale. Without hesitation, Turon walked past the now-bowing man and entered the tavern. Is that really true? I'm telling you, at least tens of thousands of people fled from there. It's likely to remain a land of death for some time. Captain Piers was seated in one corner of the tavern, engrossed in conversation with another captain who seemed to be about his age. Noticing Turan's approach, Piers was startled and quickly bowed his head. "Sir Turan, good morning. Well, it's a bit late for morning. This here is Captain Samuel of the Winter Raven. Unlike me, he is both the captain and owner of his ship, and he's the one who plans to buy your ship. Pleased to meet you, Sir Turan." Captain Samuel was a middle-aged man wearing a pointed tricorn hat. Unlike Piers, he had both eyes intact, but his left hand had been replaced with a hook. Was having a physical impairment a qualification for becoming a captain, or perhaps working as a sailor long enough to become a captain inevitably led to injuries like these? "Nice to meet you, so what's the price?" "We agreed on 1,000 Zahar gold coins for the ship and all the miscellaneous items inside it." Having never seen a Zahar gold coin, Turan couldn't be certain whether this was a fair price. However, since he had promised Piers a share of the profits, it was unlikely to have been sold for a ridiculously low amount. Turan nodded and naturally took a seat. "Where are you coming from, Samuel?" "I'm coming from the Emerald Desert. My destination is Abacha, so you could say my route is the exact opposite of his. Coincidentally, I was planning to purchase another ship in Abacha, so I'm glad I found one at a good price." Oh, Samuel, perhaps having heard a bit about Turan from Piers, didn't underestimate him for his youth and answered with sincerity. After sharing light conversation for a few minutes, nibbling on the salty ham and dates placed on the table, Turan brought up the real matter at hand. Would it be possible to purchase something like a magic artifact? Or even a small item of equivalent value would be fine. Seeing Samuel's puzzled expression, Turan explained his situation. He was currently traveling alone, which made it impractical to carry such a large sum of money. After hearing the details, Samuel quickly provided an answer. "There won't be anyone here who has something like that. You'd probably need to go as far as Comed to find it." Although Miguel Island was a key hub for trade in the North Sea, it was ultimately just a stopover for eating and drinking. The island itself was too small, and its economy wasn't developed enough to support the presence of such items. In fact, the native islanders lived by selling alcohol and their bodies to the sailors, and they weren't particularly wealthy. Compared to this, Comed, the port city north of the Emerald Desert and the Blue Marlin's destination, was the second largest city in the lands of Zahar. As such, it was highly likely that the item Turan was looking for could be found there. "If you'd like, I could write you a letter of recommendation. I have some ties to the House Durman who govern Comed. They possess the beast tamer bloodline, so you might even be able to purchase a trained magical beast." Hearing this, Turan immediately thought of Ash's horse Tilly. That horse had also been trained by a noble with the beast tamer bloodline, purchased by the House Berg and given to Ashes as a gift. If it were a creature as powerful and intelligent as that brilliant red horse, it wouldn't be a bad idea to raise one. "I appreciate the offer, but," understanding that Turan's hesitation was essentially asking, "Why would you write me such a letter?" Samuel grinned. "I know that with the payment I'm giving you, Sir Turan, you'll have the means to afford a trained magical beast. I'm just facilitating the deal between the seller and buyer, so don't feel burdened by it." 2 days later, the Blue Marlin set sail once more after replenishing its supplies of food and water. Except for some of those who had been whipped, both the physical and mental health of the crew had fully recovered. With roughly 2/3 of the voyage completed by now, the sailors' morale wasn't bad at all. "This voyage is actually not too shabby. The pirates turned into our purse, the weather's been fantastic. It's all thanks to hosting a descendant of the gods." Hearing such chatter from the laughing sailors must have displeased someone, as by the 3rd day of sailing, dark clouds began gathering thickly on the horizon. The second mate, who happened to be on duty at the time, spotted the ominous clouds and immediately alerted those around him. "Storm clouds ahead, prepare yourselves." The sailors, seasoned by years of enduring the unpredictable weather of the North Sea, quickly began readying the ship for the storm. The boatswain, Renak, instructed the sailors to loosen the lines and lower the sails, while the helmsman nervously swallowed hard and gripped the wheel tightly. Others, such as the cook, hurriedly moved items stored on the deck back into the hold, as the storage below was already full. But weather is always more unpredictable than expected. Before preparations could be completed, lightning and torrential rain began to pour down in earnest. In this season, such rainstorms could steal body heat in an instant, as if snow could fall at any moment. The sailors, their lips turning blue, shivered uncontrollably but still did their best to fulfill their tasks. Then, a massive wave struck the side of the ship with tremendous force. Yuya, a sailor who had climbed the tallest mast to loosen the ropes, was flung backward by the impact, screaming as he was thrown into the air. Whether he fell onto the deck from such a great height or into the sea, the result was the same: death was inevitable. In that moment, as everyone's faces froze in shock, the sailor's plummeting body suddenly came to a halt. This way." Following Turan's command and gesture, the sailor's body slowly descended back onto the deck. From a wizard's perspective, an ordinary person who lacked magical power was no different from an animal or an inanimate object. In other words, moving a person was no more difficult than moving a stone of similar size. Get below deck, yes sir. After rescuing one person, Turon's efforts continued. Using ropes and sails controlled by his magic, he secured the sail that had been left unrolled due to the previous mishap and pushed the cargo rolling across the deck back into place. In the process, he also saved two more sailors who had slipped and were about to be thrown overboard. Once Turon confirmed that all the sailors except for the helmsman had moved below deck, he followed them down and shut the door behind him. Though it had only been a short amount of time, the extreme tension left him sighing deeply. Thank you my lord, truly thank you. As if in worship, the sailor who had been flung through the air earlier knelt down and wept profusely. You're not hurt, are you? No, sir. Good, that's all that matters. After patting the sailor on the shoulder and consoling him lightly as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, Turon went to find Captain Piers. Piers was engaged in a serious discussion with the other senior sailors, but when Turon approached, they stopped talking. Piers bowed deeply and expressed his thanks. Thank you, Sir Turon. Thanks to you, not only the sailors but all of us were able to survive. If we hadn't lowered the sails in time, we likely would have sunk by now. I'm just another sailor on this ship for the time being, so I simply did what was necessary. Do you think the ship will endure the storm? We have no choice but to trust the ship and the helmsman's skill. My officers and I will have to take turns going out to assist. More than that, I'm worried about everyone being so soaked. The cargo that had been stored on the deck was all brought down to the cabin, leaving no space to even step. The sailors, shivering violently in their soaked clothes as the cold seeped into their bodies, were huddling together to share their body heat. Turon silently observed the situation before raising his voice. Everyone form a circle. Despite the thunder rumbling loudly in the sky above, his voice rang out clearly for everyone in the cabin to hear. It was a rudimentary imitation of the sound amplification magic once used by the head of House Arabian during public appearances. Although far cruder in execution, it was enough to deliver his voice to the dozens of people in the cabin. I will light a fire now, gather in a circle around me. Sir Turon, if you light a fire here, it could be disastrous, Piers said, trying to stop him with a troubled expression. If the ship shook and the fire accidentally spread to the walls, it would result in a catastrophe. It's fine, I have a way to light a fire without it spreading. Is that even? Piers trailed off mid-sentence, silencing himself. He knew better than anyone that the wizard standing before him was a noble-level powerhouse. After ensuring that all the sailors had gathered in a circle, Turon conjured a flame in his hand. Because he had secured his stance firmly, the flame remained steady even as the ship rocked. At the same time, he manipulated the flow of the air, spreading the heat evenly in all directions. Warmth began to fill the cabin, thawing the sailors' frozen bodies. Oh gods! The sailors stared at Turon, holding the fire and radiating warmth with mesmerized expressions. This was a completely different kind of emotion from the exhilaration they had felt just a few days ago, when they watched him massacre the pirates with overwhelming power. Humans serve wizards, and wizards rule over and care for humans. For the first time in their lives, the sailors felt that they were being cared for by a wizard. Chapter 31. The sky after a storm was so clear, it seemed to mock the sailors struggling to survive on the sea. Under the glaring sunlight, the crew cleaned the deck, which had been left in disarray overnight. Ugh, my back, you should be thankful your back didn't break. True, haha, I really thought I was going to die back there. Their faces were bright as they exchanged jokes. Though their bodies were exhausted, the strange sense of relief from their recent ordeal left them feeling oddly stable. Turon sat perched at the top of the mast, looking down at them with a tired expression. It's been a while since I've been this worn out, seriously. Starting a fire on the deck to warm the air wasn't too difficult. The problem was maintaining it for hours on end. On top of that, the waves grew so massive that he had to manipulate the incoming waves himself to prevent the ship from capsizing. Most of his strength had been drained in this process. Unless one was the head of a major house, it was impossible to directly confront such a vast force of nature with his current level of magic power. Still, looking at the people working hard below made the effort worthwhile. In the end, no one had died and the ship hadn't sunk. Come to think of it, this thing was pretty useful too. Turon pulled the sacred relic out of his pocket. It was thanks to this that he had been able to rescue people who were barely visible in the storm's obscured and chaotic view. Using the sense derived from this relic as a basis, he had cast his magic. Considering that one of the most effective ways to hinder a wizard is to blind them and restrict their ability to use precise magic, the relic effectively eliminated one of those limitations. It meant he could cast magic on targets beyond walls, as long as they were ordinary living beings. As he marveled at the relic's new functionality, he noticed something floating in the distance. They were too small and numerous to be an island or a reef. Soon, it became clear they were corpses or debris from a ship. Looks like those folks couldn't withstand the storm. Oh dear. As the remnants of a nearby ship drifted past, the once lively sailors fell silent, their faces solemn as they focused on their tasks. No one failed to realize that they could have shared the same fate if not for Turon. After completing their repairs, the Blue Marlin began sailing southeast once again. For hours, it cut through the waves, carried forward by the wind. Eventually, a dark silhouette began to rise on the horizon in the direction they were heading. The center of the world, Emerald Desert, was welcoming them. Due to the storm pushing them slightly off course, the Blue Marlin arrived at Comed 3 hours later than expected. After reporting their docking to the harbor officials, the sailors began unloading supplies from the ship and storing them in the warehouse. Turon sat idly on one side of the harbor, killing time as he watched the senior sailors oversee the process. It wasn't until the sun started to set that Piers approached him, carrying a pouch filled with gold coins. "My apologies for the delay, Sir Turon. Here is the agreed-upon payment for your services." Receiving the pouch, Turon frowned at its weight. Having handled a fair amount of money by now, he could roughly estimate the sum by its weight, and the pouch Piers handed over was far heavier than what they had initially agreed upon. At least 3 times heavier. This is too much. Wasn't the original agreement 60 coins in carmine gold? If we only paid you what we initially promised, the gods themselves would never forgive us. Piers explained that the pouch contained the proceeds from selling the pirate ship, pooled together with the unanimous agreement of the captain and crew. Turon shook his head and pointed at the crate he had been using as a seat moments ago. "As you know, I already have more money than I know what to do with." This item was originally from the room where he had been staying. Since the 800 carmine gold coins earned from selling the pirate ship wouldn't fit in his bag, he had reluctantly taken this crate to store the money. To his response, Piers, the captain, replied with a smile. "There's no helping it. If you don't accept it, we'll just have to toss it into the sea." Behind him, the crew of the Blue Marlin stared at Turon with unexpectedly gentle expressions, contrasting with their rugged appearances. It was as if they were urging him to take the money immediately. After a long moment of staring each other down, Turon finally let out a dry chuckle and took the pouch, shoving it into the crate. "If we meet again, I'll treat everyone to a good meal. It would be the greatest honor." Turon stood up, slinging the 2 straps attached to the crate over his shoulders. Until he figured out what to do with this money, he had no choice but to carry it around like this. As he began walking toward the city, the sailors behind him called out their farewells. "We'll miss you, Sir Knight. Thank you. We'll never forget you." Hearing the voices of the people he had saved, for some reason the crate on his back felt heavier. Not because it was carrying more money, but because of something else it contained, something he could now feel. With the corners of his lips curling upward, Turon made his way into Comed City. The largest city in the northern Emerald Desert, Comed, had a population of 150,000. It was easy to distinguish between sailors from other regions and the locals by their clothing. The locals typically wore long cloth hats and loose-fitting garments that covered their entire bodies. At first, Turon thought they were wearing skirts, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were wearing pants underneath and that the outer garment was more like a cloak. As he looked around, he suddenly sensed a small flame approaching him from the side. Without even looking, Turon reached out and grabbed the other person's wrist. "Ach!" A small dagger about the length of 2 fingers fell from the hand of a young man. The dagger must have been intended to cut the strap of the crate he was carrying. Knowing he had already broken the man's wrist, Turon decided not to bother with him further and resumed walking through the streets. Fortunately, even in the bustling crowds, the sacred relic didn't overly drain him or cause unnecessary fatigue. As he wandered through the city, Turon eventually spotted someone who wasn't just an ordinary person for the first time. That's unlike ordinary people, whose flames were concentrated around their hearts or at 1 or 2 other points. This man appeared to be ablaze across his entire body. Judging by his unusually elaborate attire and the sword at his waist, it was clear he was a knight belonging to one of the ruling houses of the area. As Turon had expected, the relic's power made it possible to distinguish between wizards and ordinary people. "Excuse me, are you a knight of the House Durman?" Turon addressed him, immediately projecting his magic power. The knight, feeling the overwhelming pressure of magic, on par with a mid-level head of a rural noble house or a senior member of a great noble house, gasped in shock and responded. "Yes, my lord, please command me." "My lord," it seemed the locals here had a peculiar way of addressing nobles. "I am Turon from Abacha. I would like to meet the master of this city and pay my respects." "Is that possible?" Knights in cities ruled by great noble houses and their vassal families were typically proud. This was partly because it wasn't uncommon for nobles from weaker or less significant families to visit such cities during their pilgrimages and request hospitality. Occasionally, these visits led to advantageous ties with powerful nobles or strong offspring, so they weren't outright ignored. Had Turan possessed only a moderate amount of magic power, as he did during his visit to House Baltas, he might have received only a cursory welcome as a minor guest from a far-off region. However, the current Turan was several times more powerful, and House Durman couldn't afford to treat him lightly. Carrying the crate on his back, Turan was immediately escorted to the palace in the center of the city. Without lifting a finger, he was bathed, given fresh clothes, and finally brought to meet the head of House Durman. "Pleasure to meet you, I am Karl Durman." Karl, the head of House Durman, appeared to be a man in his 30s. But his actual age was likely between 100 and 150 years. The flames blazing across his body were far more intense than the knight Turan had encountered earlier, so much so that it was almost blinding to look at. Having compared their magic power directly, Turan now had a reference point to gauge whether someone was stronger or weaker than himself. At that moment, Karl stared intently at Turan's face. He furrowed his brows briefly and tilted his head as if something was puzzling him. It was a small gesture, but Turan's sharp senses didn't miss it. "So what is your name and family?" "Guest. I am Turan Brahms." "Brahms. It's just an old name of the fallen Guardian bloodline now." The surname he gave belonged to the ancient Guardian bloodline that once existed near Carmine's lands. Turan had come across the name while studying in the library. Using a false noble name was a grave taboo, but in treacherous lands like those ruled by House Zahar, casually bluffing about one's origins was far too risky. It wasn't as if he had someone like House Berg to vouch for him as a benefactor here. Fortunately, Karl, upon noticing Turan's well-trained body and the dagger hanging at his waist, nodded without probing further. "I see. And you've come here to purchase one of our magical beasts, have you?" "Yes, I have more than enough money for it." In truth, he was desperate to spend this damn money quickly, but he didn't say that aloud. There was no reason to expose a weakness during a negotiation. "So it seems." Karl spoke while reading the recommendation letter Turan had handed over from Captain Samuel. The letter detailed how Turan had dealt with him on Miguel Island, purchasing a pirate ship and acquiring 800 Zahar gold coins in the process. It served as proof that the money was earned through legitimate means. "We have quite a variety of magical beasts tamed here, those you can ride, those that fly, swim, or even use their hands. Just tell us what you want. As long as the price is right, there's nothing we won't sell." However, Karl added almost as an afterthought that the really expensive ones would be hard to afford with the kind of money someone could carry alone. There was something about Karl's demeanor that felt less like a wizard family head and more like a merchant, which made Turan feel slightly awkward. "Would it be possible for me to see them firsthand?" "Of course. I'm a bit busy, so I'll have my daughter guide you." As Karl rose from his seat, Turan casually asked, as if in passing, "By any chance, have you ever seen someone who looks like me?" It seemed like you recognized me earlier." Though his outward demeanor remained calm, Turan's senses were fully focused on Karl. He hadn't expected the head of a vassal family, not even House Zahar's main branch, to show signs of recognizing his face. However, contrary to his expectations, Karl laughed and replied, "No, it's nothing, really. You just reminded me of someone I know." Turan considered pressing the matter further but decided to hold back for now. Rushing things had always been a recipe for disaster. Since Karl didn't seem particularly flustered or hostile, it was better to wait patiently for another opportunity. Shortly after, a young woman, appearing to be around Turan's age, arrived to escort him to the beast stables. "For a fallen noble, you certainly seem to have a lot of money, enough to buy a magical beast no less." Unlike her father, who had shown a decent level of courtesy, this young woman made no effort to hide her condescending attitude toward Turan. But Turan didn't even spare her a second thought. Not because her magic power was visibly much weaker than his, but because his mind was preoccupied with another matter entirely. Who did I remind him of? Turan could find quite a few similarities between his mother's face as he remembered it and his own. The slender shape of the face, the straight line of the lips, the slightly large ears, and the ashen gray hair, these were features they shared. However, there were also many parts that did not resemble her. The shape and color of his eyes, the structure of his nose, and other details. Although it wasn't always the case that a child inherited all their parents' features, Turan would sometimes imagine his father's face based on the traits that differed from his mother's. Who exactly had the head of House Durman been reminded of when he looked at Turan's face? Was it his father, his mother, or perhaps someone else related to them? If the person was known to Karl, they likely weren't someone of low status. Lost in such thoughts for a while, Turan suddenly realized they had already arrived at the beast stables. Here we are. Impressive. Contrary to his expectations, the beast stables were quite luxurious. He had assumed the beasts would be kept in simple stone chambers behind iron bars, but instead, each magical beast had its own individual enclosure. These were furnished with grass, trees, and even small streams running through them. Turon shook off his wandering thoughts and began inspecting the magical beasts one by one. A wolf, but it's not big enough to ride; an elephant, absurdly large and impractical; a horse. Its size and magic power seem far inferior to Tilly. And this one, is it a snake? Despite examining all the beasts, none of them struck him as the one. Out of curiosity, he asked the price of one of the horses, and the response made him recoil in disbelief. That one, it's a fairly well-bred beast, so I'd say about 4,000 gold coins. Turon currently had 800 Zahar gold coins and just over 900 Carmine gold coins. Considering that Carmine coins were slightly larger in value than Zahar coins, and factoring in the other smaller denominations of currency he carried, his total wealth didn't even amount to half the price of that horse. Turon immediately regretted ever thinking he was wealthy enough to not need more money. If this horse was worth that much, how much more valuable would Tilly, a beast of far superior skill and power, be? Well, considering how capable Tilly is, it makes sense. After all, she single-handedly defended Ashes against 2 necromancers. Of course, without Turon's intervention, Tilly would have ultimately lost, but even so, she was exceptionally strong for a magical beast. It seemed increasingly inefficient to buy a magical beast. Would it be better to seek out a family specializing in crafting magic artifacts instead? But then again, traveling through the desert with a crate full of money was already a hassle, and there was no guarantee the prices for magic artifacts would be any cheaper. As Turon wandered around, deep in thought, he suddenly stopped in front of one particular creature. A golden eagle, its sleek dark brown feathers gleaming, was staring directly at him. Chapter 32. When Turon lived on Hisaril Hill, golden eagles would often target sheep, just like wolves or leopards did. Considering that their weight was less than a fifth of an average sheep's, it was truly a remarkable feat of strength. The creature in front of him was not particularly large for a magical beast and was similar in build to its kin. However, being a magical beast, its strength was undoubtedly much greater. Unlike other magical beasts, the golden eagle, trapped in a narrow cage, kept blinking its golden eyes at him, glaring as though it was aware of something. How much is this one? 1,500. Somehow it was much cheaper than he had expected. Of course, that price was still close to all of Turon's life savings. What are its abilities? It's smart and flies well. Hearing that, he could somewhat understand why the price had been set so low. Magical beasts without special abilities tended to be rated lower compared to others of the same rank. Moreover, its small size meant its strength was probably limited. But even with those considerations, given the amount of magic power it possessed, it seemed unusually cheap. When Turon expressed this doubt, the daughter of the head of the family shook her head. Normally, golden eagles are very popular. They're strong enough to carry a person, but that one's too smart for its own good. Even though it's been tamed, it doesn't follow orders. It has this attitude like, why should I listen to creatures dumber than me? At that moment, astonishingly, the golden eagle nodded as if it were answering the question directly. Turon hesitated for a moment before asking, did you just respond to me? The eagle nodded. You're not just nodding randomly, are you? The eagle shook its head side to side. You're quite handsome. The eagle nodded again. But hawks are cooler than eagles, don't you think? At those words, the golden eagle clacked its beak together and gave an angry expression. It wasn't just catching the nuance of Turon's words, it was clearly understanding them. Though Tilly was smart too, it wasn't to this extent. This one was practically human except for not being able to speak. In a half-dazed voice, Turon said, it really understands words. Yes. I even tried teaching it letters once, but it either doesn't want to learn or can't. Either way, it didn't work. Apparently, it was so unruly that it had once been sold, only to escape. They had to enlist the help of the House Zahar to catch it and bring it back. It's a pity. It's strong for its size and it's been fed well. If it had just followed orders, it could have sold for a much higher price. Although her words sounded like complaints, there was an undertone of encouragement in them. It was almost as if she was hinting, maybe you could fully dominate and become this creature's master. If you succeed, you'd be getting an incredible magical beast at a bargain price. As he listened quietly, a thought occurred to Turon. Looking at the golden eagle, he spoke up. Since it understands words, I guess I can just ask it directly. Hey, do you have anything you want? The head of the family's daughter chuckled and shook her head. We've asked it questions like that before, but it never gives a proper answer. It's just too stubborn. However, before she could finish speaking, the golden eagle tilted its head and pointed a talon directly at Turon. The head of the family's daughter gaped in shock. What? Why all of a sudden? You want me? The golden eagle nodded at Turon's question. I'm not that special of a person, though. Is there a reason? In response to the follow-up question, the golden eagle merely tilted its head side to side, as if it either didn't want to answer or couldn't. Turon understood. It wasn't the kind of question that could be answered through gestures alone. If I buy you, would you be willing to learn to read and write? I'll teach you myself. After seeing the golden eagle nod at this, Turon turned to the head of the family's daughter and said, I'll take it. What? Oh, actually, we might need to reevaluate the price. Now that the Golden Eagle was suddenly acting so obedient, it seemed she was having second thoughts about selling it at the originally agreed-upon price. Of course, Turan could easily teach her a dose of reality. Well, it doesn't seem like this friend here would be so cooperative if it wasn't with me, right, isn't that so? At Turan's words, the Golden Eagle nodded twice in an exaggerated manner. Then it tapped its talons against the iron bars of its cage, as if threatening her to sell it to Turan immediately. The sight of the two being perfectly in sync left the head of the family's daughter glancing between them, then sighing. Well, I suppose there's no other choice. Joined together as one, you are me and I am you. After retrieving gold coins from the chest he had left in his quarters, Turan completed the payment. Under the supervision of the head of the family, he performed a ritual to bind himself to the Golden Eagle. With the incantation, Turan could feel a part of his soul connecting with that of the Golden Eagle. This was the Beast Tamer bloodline's ability, taming magic. Unlike other wizards who could temporarily control animals, this ability permanently bound two beings together spiritually. To undo this connection or change its target, another noble of the Beast Tamer bloodline was required. When the bond was complete, Turan began to feel fragments of the Golden Eagle's thoughts flow into him. It was a mixture of fulfillment and satisfaction, as though it had finally found something it had been searching for, along with a sense of liberation from being confined in the cage. What on earth had this magical beast seen in him? Was it his bloodline, his talent, or perhaps something else entirely? It's done. Upon hearing the head of the family's words, Turan opened the cage, releasing the Golden Eagle. Even after being freed, the eagle didn't try to escape. Instead, it hopped onto Turan's arm and began grooming its feathers, acting as if it had belonged there from the start. What should I call you? At Turan's question, the Golden Eagle let out a soft chirp, an unexpectedly cute sound that didn't match its fierce appearance. Along with the sound came its thoughts, transmitted through their soul bond. It wasn't fully articulated into words but lay somewhere between verbalized ideas and abstract emotions, making it difficult to decipher fully, though Turan could grasp the gist. You want to name yourself by learning how to write, the Golden Eagle nodded. All right, do as you wish. Since Turan didn't have much talent for naming things anyway, he saw no harm in the idea. Although he wondered if this creature might be overly independent, he decided it wasn't a problem as long as it listened to him. Turan recalled the sheepdog he had raised during his childhood. When his mother first came to Hisaril Hill, she had bought a flock of sheep and a house from an old shepherd. The dog had come as part of the deal. After his mother passed away from illness and the dog grew old and died, Turan never raised another dog. With the help of magic, he no longer needed a sheepdog to tend the flock. More importantly, he didn't want to experience the pain of losing something precious to old age again. Raising this Golden Eagle, however, would likely spare him such worries. Magical beasts were generally less adept at magic compared to their counterparts of the same rank, but their physical abilities were vastly superior. Correspondingly, their lifespans were extraordinarily long. This creature might even outlive him. How fascinating! Watching the two of them, Carl, the head of the family, muttered to himself. When the successor of House Varaha came here, it didn't even look at them. What could it possibly have seen in you, Mr. Brahms? House Varaha was a powerful family located to the east of the Emerald Desert. Their members were known to inherit the Sun bloodline, granting them control over fire and light. Turan, too, had no idea why the Golden Eagle had been drawn to him. He planned to teach it to read and write later and then ask it about its reasons. Whether he would receive a satisfying answer, however, was uncertain. I'll take good care of it. Do as you wish. Once it's left, it's no longer ours. Carl added what could either be a piece of advice or a curse, saying that if it ran away, it would be Turan's responsibility to catch it himself. Well then, hold on a moment. Just as Turan was about to leave, the head of the family stopped him. The ever-calculating face of the merchant showed an unusual hesitation. This is just something you can ignore, but... Do you happen to have a connection with Talisnim? Talisnim? No, forget I said anything, it was just a passing thought. At Turan's expression, which suggested he was hearing the name for the first time, Carl, the head of the family, quickly shook his head. It was as if he wanted to take back the question he had just asked and pretend it had never happened. Turan, however, instinctively realized that Carl had seen someone in his face, someone connected to the name Talis. He made a mental note to remember the name. Then Turan decided to ask a question of his own, when he hadn't been able to ask earlier due to the tense atmosphere. After all, Carl had initiated the idle questioning first. Well then, head, may I ask you something as well? Go ahead. Do you know of a woman named Bige? Bige, she looks like this. Turan pulled out a piece of paper buried deep in his bag. On the high-quality paper, scattered ash formed the face of a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s. Magic was used to draw this, I see. That's quite a talent for someone with the Guardian bloodline. A friend of mine who's skilled in this area helped me draw it. Turon had learned this technique while training in magic with Mesa. The method involved visualizing a shape in one's mind and scattering ash onto paper in that exact pattern. Even someone with no artistic talent could project their mental image onto the page. Since it had been 5 or 6 years since his mother had passed away, Turon wasn't entirely confident that the portrait was an exact replica. But it was similar enough for someone who knew her to recognize the resemblance. Turon focused intently on the head of the family, paying close attention to every movement and even the subtle sense emanating from him as he examined the portrait. What will his reaction be? Turon had shown the portrait without much concern because his mother had been a commoner. Even if the Zahar bloodline he had inherited had come from her, it was unlikely that someone without magical abilities could have been involved in any significant crime or conspiracy. Of course, there was always the possibility that discovering his mother's identity could lead directly to revelations about his father, but that bridge would be crossed later. Contrary to his expectations, Carl studied the portrait for a long time before shaking his head. "I don't recognize her at all. A beauty like this wouldn't be easily forgotten if I had met her. Is she your mother or sister?" Something like that. Even while focusing his heightened sense of smell, Turon couldn't detect any hints of surprise or alarm from Carl. This realization left Turon feeling both relieved and disappointed. "Looks like you have your own circumstances too. Who in this world doesn't have circumstances?" True enough. Carl's heavy tone suggested that he too carried his share of burdens. What those might be, however, was something an outsider like Turon could not hope to know. After finalizing the transaction, Turon left the palace and began walking southward through Comed City to test the skills of his new companion. With the large golden eagle perched on his arm and a knight following closely behind, he attracted many stares from those around him. After walking for some tens of minutes, the faint smell of dry, sandy wind began to reach his nose. Before long, a vast expanse of desert unfolded before his eyes, stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. The sight of the desert, composed entirely of sand, felt different from the brief glimpses he had caught while traveling by ship. Turon stretched out his hand and gently stirred the dry air. As expected, since it's winter and night, it's not hot. If anything, it feels cold. This must have been because they were at the northernmost edge of the desert. The Emerald Desert was infamous for its enormous size. Its climate varied so much between regions that even areas within the same desert could have drastically different conditions. Based on maps, the territory ruled by the House Zahar was 3 to 5 times the size of Arabians. Of course, considering the nature of the desert, the population was likely far smaller than the territory would suggest. "Well then, shall we try a quick flight?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden eagle took off into the sky, and Turon grabbed hold of its sturdy leg with one hand. A powerful force pulled his body upward, and in an instant the world sank below him. Oh! The rushing headwind was so sharp it stung his eyes, prompting Turon to quickly cast a barrier in front of him to block it. The sensation of speed was on an entirely different level compared to levitation magic, which simply allowed one to float in the air. This felt much faster than even his own top-running speed. Turon wondered how the Zahar nobles had managed to capture this creature. It was certainly not by chasing it down on foot. Perhaps they had captured it while concealed, sneaking up on it in secret. Glancing back over his shoulder, Turon noticed that Comed City had already shrunk to the size of a toy model beneath him. The sight made him laugh. On the opposite side, the desert still stretched endlessly to the horizon, but from this elevated vantage point, it didn't feel as overwhelming as it had on the ground. If anything, the sense of distance seemed to have disappeared entirely. When Turon cast a levitation spell on himself to reduce his weight, the golden eagle, feeling lighter, flapped its wings even faster, as if it were exhilarated by the newfound ease. At this speed, we could cross the entire tacking plains in a single day. The sheer speed made him feel foolish for all the time he had spent traveling on foot until now. The man in the golden eagle joyfully soared through the sky, enjoying the flight until the creature grew tired and descended for a rest. Chapter 33. Turon enjoyed flying until late at night before returning to the palace of the House Durman. Since he was staying as a guest, it was proper etiquette to remain quiet and accept their hospitality for a few days. Was it because he was a customer who helped them deal with a troublesome asset? When he returned, he found that his lodging had been changed to a larger and more luxurious room. There was even a small cushion-like nest set up next to it, which seemed to be a bedroom for the golden eagle. "If you need anything, please call for us anytime, master." After dismissing the servants with a casual gesture, Turon looked at the golden eagle, now lying in its designated sleeping area, and asked, "Do you like it?" The creature let out a small chirp, nodded its head, and seemed content. Turon chuckled at the sight and lay down on his bed to get some sleep. Thus, he spent a comfortable night and the next day arrived. The full-fledged letter teaching session between human and animal began. The lesson took place in a small open area in front of the building where he was staying. All right, try copying this. Turon wrote letters on the ground with a stick, and the golden eagle scratched the ground with its talons to mimic them. Turon pointed out a few mistakes it made. This stroke should go downward, and here you need to lift it as if you're scratching upward. Although the golden eagle wasn't exactly the brightest student by human standards, it could easily be considered a genius among animals. Watching the creature tilt its head and rewrite the letters over and over brought back old memories for Turon. Was this what it was like when my mother taught me? In his childhood, his mother had used a similar method to teach him letters. They didn't have the means to create parchment processed from sheepskin in the small village they lived in, and there weren't any other suitable materials available. You remember so well, Turon. My son is really smart. He thought he had forgotten, but it was as if he could hear his mother's voice echoing in his head. Lost in these sentimental memories, Turon suddenly sensed someone approaching him. Are you teaching letters? Yes. It was the family head's daughter, wasn't her name Irid? A woman whose name he could barely remember was looking at him with a jealous expression. Perhaps she didn't like the idea of an animal that had ignored her was now obeying someone else. And it probably annoyed her even more that the person in question was a fallen noble she had looked down upon. Do you know what golden eagles like? I know that they eat animals at least. This one especially likes fish. Among them, the best are the horse mackerel caught in the sea right in front of this place. When Turon glanced at the golden eagle, it nodded its head. Irid continued to list various things, from the bird's favorite diet to the sleep it needed for its health, practical knowledge one would need to raise such a creature. It was evident that she was well versed in animals, likely due to her bloodline as a trainer. You're amazing, that was very helpful, thank you. When Turon expressed his gratitude sincerely, the family head's daughter flinched and then shook her head. I already have a fiancé. What was this woman suddenly talking about? Turon paused, realizing that she had taken his compliment as some sort of romantic interest, and he chuckled. Well, since she had a fiancé, at least there wouldn't be any uncomfortable situations like those in the House Baltas in the past. I understand, he conveyed his understanding, but for some reason she seemed even more displeased than before. Well, never mind that, do you have any plans for lunch? Not particularly. Then would you care to join me for a meal? The other guests are all curious about you, Mr. Brahms. Of course, if you're not interested, it can't be helped. The other guests are looking for me. Yes, anyone who has visited the breeding grounds has been curious at least once about this creature. Naturally, they're wondering how extraordinary the person who became its master must be. It went without saying that Turon wasn't the only traveling noble in the world. It might be difficult to find a single noble in the remote frontier, but in most large cities, there are usually several nobles on pilgrimage or wandering journeys. Even at the Hausberg where Turon had stayed in the past, a few of such nobles had come and gone. At that time, however, Turon did not get along well with them. It was because he was envied for being close to Ashes, the second son of the head of the house, who was greatly favored, even though Turon was merely a wanderer with no notable lineage. Remembering those experiences, Turon considered refusing for a moment but soon changed his mind. All right, should we go right now? Currently, Turon was in a position where he needed to gather as much information as possible about the House Zahar. For that reason, he could not afford to miss the opportunity to converse with other nobles. It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Turon Brahms. Brahms, that's a surname I've never heard of in these parts. I heard he's from the Carmine region, then isn't that quite close to Arabian? The moment the last person finished speaking, everyone turned sharply toward him with icy gazes. The family head's daughter, Irid, coldly interjected. Let's not associate our guest with those sparrow bastards. My apologies. The person who had spoken immediately bowed his head and apologized when the atmosphere grew tense and chilly in an instant. While it didn't seem like something one couldn't mention, the strong disdain for Arabian in this region was evident. As Turon exchanged greetings, he memorized the faces of the three nobles staying with the House Durman. Two were relatively young, a man and a woman, and the other was a middle-aged man. The young couple belonged to the House Gashov, who had come from a nearby region on a pilgrimage that doubled as their honeymoon. The man was the heir to the house, and the woman was a distant branch member of the House Zahar. The last person, like Turon's disguise, was also a fallen noble, Dolph Morenio, Brahms SSI. From the fighter bloodline, I see. The fighter bloodline, like the Guardian bloodline, was specialized in close combat. While the Guardian bloodline focused on defense, the fighter bloodline excelled in raw physical power. Nice to meet you. As Turon extended his hand for a handshake, he felt the other's grip tighten, prompting him to quickly activate the full power of the Guardian magic artifact. As expected, an incredible grip strength crushed against his hand. As expected of the Guardian bloodline, you're sturdy, though for a Guardian your grip strength seems lacking. Confirming that his own strength was superior, Dolph smiled smugly, a sense of superiority evident in his demeanor. Rather than getting angry at such arrogance, Turon smiled as if it didn't bother him at all. I haven't trained much in that area. Well, it's true that very few of us have inherited proper physical training methods. Still, judging by your physique, it doesn't seem like you've done nothing at all. I've put in some effort on my own. You trained yourself to this extent, I envy the weak. No matter how big a boulder I lift, I barely feel any stimulus. As Dolph said, while he had a solid frame, his build didn't reflect rigorous training. In fact, this was one of the main reasons most close combat-focused bloodlines had declined. The intense 4-week intensive training Turon had completed in the past was only possible because he had a skilled teacher, specialized training magic artifacts, and the persistence and passion of a dedicated student. If even one of those elements were missing, the training period would stretch from months to years. Most people lacked the patience to endure such prolonged and grueling regimens. Moreover, the training itself was far more painful for those with naturally robust bodies compared to ordinary knights or people. All right, we get it. You're strong, so leave it at that. Where's that golden eagle? I came here to see it. The lady from the house Gashev bluntly interrupted, ignoring Dolph entirely. Though Dolph's face flushed with veins bulging in anger, he gritted his teeth and stepped back, suppressing his irritation. After all, how could a mere fallen noble dare to confront a noble from a prestigious family? Pretending not to notice, Turon calmly answered. I let it fly around nearby for a bit. It must have felt cooped up after practicing writing all morning. Should I call it? Please do. At least the husband was being more polite in his request. Turon extended his hand toward the sky and thought to himself, come here. As his thought traveled along the bond of the soul, it wasn't long before the golden eagle came flying from afar. Wow, it's real. The golden eagle perched on Turon's arm, its sharp gaze sweeping over the nobles surrounding it. When the house Gashev's lady reached out as if to touch it, the eagle snapped its beak sharply in rejection. Seeing this, the woman's face twisted as she muttered under her breath. That damned bird brain, what's its problem with me? I could raise it so much better than that lowly fallen noble. Her arrogant and presumptuous attitude was beyond belief, utterly indifferent to the fact that the person she was insulting was standing right in front of her. Turon had encountered many nobles from prestigious houses before, but none had displayed such blatant arrogance. It was so extreme that it almost felt refreshing, but certainly not in a good way. The golden eagle, seemingly displeased by the insults, glared at her but didn't make any move, perhaps recognizing the difference in power. Turon could sense the eagle's urge for revenge, as if asking him to retaliate on its behalf. Don't say things like that, Scylla, it's rude. What's rude about it? Did I say anything wrong? While the husband had some sense of decorum, he seemed entirely unable to control his wife's reckless behavior, likely due to the difference in their temperaments and the gap in their family's status. In any case, even Irid, the heir of the house Derman and the host of this gathering, merely frowned at such insolence without attempting to intervene. This alone was enough to gauge the level of influence the house Zahar wielded in the Emerald Desert. Despite the tense and chaotic atmosphere, the meal that followed was exquisite. From spicy grilled chicken seasoned with imported spices from the east to lamb ribs mixed with herbs served with flatbread, along with steamed fish and crayfish, the course seemed to perfectly capture Khamad's blend of sea and desert cultures. After the meal, they had tea and engaged in light conversation. It was Dolph who first brought up a topic of discussion. The western region has been quite noisy these days. The west, do you mean the gray zone? Even farther west. The Dark Elves have been causing trouble, so the Arabian the Sparrows, have organized a large-scale subjugation force. It seemed that Dolph had lived near the area where the Dark Elves had risen up before moving to the Emerald Desert, which was how he had heard of the events. Turon quietly listened, hoping to catch some useful recent news. Do you know who's leading them? I heard it's their heir, a young lady. Oh, that skinny skeleton of a girl, what was her name again? Masa, I heard it was Meredith. If I'm not mistaken, her name is probably Mesa. It was a strange feeling for Turon to hear others talk about his friend and to hear them speak so ill of her. The four nobles, excluding Turon, went on to mock Mesa, calling her a hideous creature of skin and bones. They joked that any man who married her would have to tightly shut his eyes in the bedroom on their first night together. Couldn't we assassinate that bitch while we're at it? Assassination? The House Zahar doesn't stoop to such cowardly acts. Of course, it's possible that a few nobles might happen to go on a pilgrimage to that area. Well, that's true, I suppose. Oh, but wouldn't it be delightful to see the sparrows' faces if that woman were to die? The house Gashev's lady glanced at Turon and Dolph with a sly smirk, as if lying outright while taunting them at the same time. In the midst of the conversation, the topic took an intriguing turn, right toward the subject Turon had been waiting for. Still, at least they have already chosen an heir, so it must be easier for them. We've been waiting for years for 1 out of 3 to be decided. Judging by her lamenting tone, it seemed that, unlike House Arabian, House Zahar had no clearly designated heir. Judging by how freely she spoke about it in front of fallen nobles, it didn't seem to be much of a secret. However, this sort of information wasn't something one would easily hear unless attending gatherings among the upper echelon. Commoners or knights wouldn't dare to casually discuss the affairs of nobles. May I ask the names of those three individuals? When Turon asked, the House Gashev's lady briefly made a face, as if the question was beneath her, but then answered willingly, seemingly eager to flaunt her knowledge and assert her superiority. There's Ramanim, the family head's cousin Almanim, the fifth cousin's niece, and Ferganim, the grandson. They're all powerful nobles who made great contributions in the last war. Her consistent use of honorifics for all three suggested that her own status within the House Zahar wasn't particularly high, despite her heirs. After all, instead of bringing a husband into the family, she had been married off to another house. In any case, it was a bit disappointing that the name Talais wasn't among the three. At that moment, Irid muttered in what seemed like a lamenting tone, "It would have been better if Talaisnim had just been officially chosen." The unexpected mention of the name caused Turon's eyes to widen momentarily before he quickly struggled to calm himself. He worried that the House Gashev's lady, with her Zahar bloodline, might pick up on the scent of someone suppressing strong emotions, a telltale sign of unease. Managing to regain his composure, Turon casually asked a question. And who might Talaisnim be? Fortunately, his efforts to control his emotions seemed to work, as no one found his question suspicious. Talaisnim is the family head's younger brother and the current second-in-command of House Zahar. You could say he's the one actually leading the family. The identity of someone who resembled Turon was turning out to be far more significant than he had imagined. Chapter 34. After the meeting ended and he returned to his quarters, Turon stroked the head of the golden eagle, lost in thought. The second-in-command of House Zahar, and a person so resembling Turon that the head of the house, Karl, was reminded of him at a glance. For now, this wasn't someone he could simply go and confront. Being the second-in-command of a great noble house meant that he was an even more powerful wizard than Mesa. If Turon was a stain that needed to be erased or something similar in that person's eyes, then the moment his existence was discovered, he would undoubtedly be crushed like an insect and killed. Still, it's not bad that I've secured at least one clear lid. At the very least, once he grew stronger than he was now, he would have someone to seek out and question. There was no need to rush. He was still too young, even as a wizard, practically a child, and he had plenty of time. In the days that followed, Turon continued to spend his time at the Durman Palace. It was only polite to stay for a few days after being entertained as a guest. Teaching the Golden Eagle to read and write turned out to be quite enjoyable, and time passed quickly. I am a golden eagle. I am a golden eagle. Good, you wrote that well. Good, wrote that well. I didn't mean for you to copy me word for word. Also, you made a mistake. By the third day, the Golden Eagle had finally learned how to compose sentences using letters. It still frequently made mistakes when writing longer sentences, but even at this level, it was better than most uneducated rural folks. Have you decided on a name? Not yet. Hopefully, not yet isn't going to be your name, right? Instead of replying in writing, the Golden Eagle shook its head side to side, as if to say stop making lame jokes. Turon chuckled briefly at the sight but soon adopted a serious expression and asked a question. Then can you tell me now, why did you choose me? The Golden Eagle tilted its head in thought before slowly writing on the ground. It looked like a person carefully picking their words. You good, your inside me match perfect. Were you trying to say good just now? When Turon pronounced the word and wrote it on the ground, the Golden Eagle clacked its beak with a sharp sound and nodded. And the rest is mostly wrong too. You've got a lot more to learn. As Turon watched the Golden Eagle droop in disappointment, he analyzed what it had just said. Normally, a wizard's spiritual bond with a magical beast had certain limits. The limit depended on the wizard's magic power, meaning that if someone bonded with stronger or more magical beasts, they would eventually be unable to bond with any more. If such restrictions didn't exist, tamers would have long since dominated the world by bonding with hundreds or thousands of magical beasts. However, there were some problems with the idea that Turon's bonding limit was simply unusually high. First, the fact that a successor of a great noble house had once come to see this Golden Eagle. There was no way that someone of such standing had less magic power than Turon. Moreover, though the eagle had escaped before, it had also been sold once, implying that it had bonded with someone back then as well. In other words, there was something beyond just a bonding limit at play here. Perhaps it had something to do with his innate nature, a result of a mixed bloodline combining that of House Zahar with another family. Even after explaining this theory, it seemed that the Golden Eagle itself didn't fully understand what it meant by perfect match. While they were in the midst of this discussion, a loud, ringing laugh sounded from behind them. "Hey Turan, what are you doing in the yard with that bird, acting all pathetic?" Since the first meeting, the Gashev couple seemed to have dismissed Turan as a mere nobody with some good luck, losing interest in him entirely. But unlike them, the fallen noble Dolph Merenio began to bother Turan more often, acting overly familiar and even visiting his quarters. If Dolph had merely come to hang out, Turan could have dealt with him casually and sent him away. But Dolph seized every opportunity to suggest they strengthen their camaraderie as fellow nobles with physical prowess, often trying to force physical challenges on Turan. It was obvious that Dolph wasn't interested in genuine friendship. He merely wanted to assert his superiority in areas where he excelled, taking pleasure in lording over Turan. Regardless, Turan was determined to end this tiresome association today. As he stood up and turned to face Dolph, the man tilted his head, puzzled by Turan's outfit. Are you heading out somewhere?" Turan had dressed himself fully, donning the long, white traditional robe worn by the locals of the region. A bag hung at his side, and attached to the bag was a long metal rod. Perched atop the rod, the golden eagle glared sharply at Dolph. "I'm leaving today. Where are you planning to go?" "Just planning to wander around the desert here and there." "You could have said something before leaving." "I thought we were closer than that." Turan's expression made it clear he didn't want to engage in further conversation, but Dolph ignored the obvious hint and continued acting overly familiar. "I was actually thinking of leaving soon myself. You don't need a guide, do you? I know this area like the back of my hand." "No, thank you. Having a noble guide would certainly be luxurious, but traveling with that fellow would probably kill him from frustration." Unexpectedly, Dolph nodded agreeably at Turan's rejection. "That's unfortunate, but if you change your mind, let me know." Although Dolph's unusually easygoing farewell left Turan feeling suspicious, he decided to leave it at that. At least he had successfully shaken the man off for now. After informing head Carl that he would be departing, Turan exited the palace. 2 knights followed him, intending to escort him on his way. Instead of leaving Kamed right away, Turan asked one of the knights who had come to escort and monitor him, "Can you show me where I can buy books?" "Yes, my lord." The largest bookstore in Kamed was located near the harbor. Since books were expensive items, guards were stationed at the entrance. One of the guards froze upon seeing Turan approach, accompanied by 2 knights and carrying a large golden eagle on his side. I'm going in," Turan said, brushing past the flustered guard and entering the bookstore. Inside, he briefly conversed with the bookstore's owner, a middle-aged woman, and purchased 2 books. One was a travel guide and manual for desert travelers, and the other was a religious text about the Enrol region. He paid for the new books by trading 2 books he had previously purchased in Abacha. As Turan stepped out of the bookstore with the 2 new books in hand, he frowned slightly as he glanced off to one side. Among the people who appeared to him as fragile flickers of flame, he saw a single figure burning brightly, like a roaring blaze. Turan left Kamed City behind, feeling the cold winter desert wind against his face, and opened one of the books he had just purchased. A guidebook for desert travelers written by Britzo Zahar. Reading the dedication to the patron, always one of the most important parts of any book, Turan learned that the author was a knight of House Zahar who had written the book with the direct support of his family. It would have been nice if it came with a proper map, but this isn't bad either. If Turan didn't want to be suspected as a spy, there was no way a fallen noble like him could request an internal map of a great noble house. Even the map Kjorn had drawn for him was nothing more than a rough sketch, indicating the general locations of great noble houses within certain regions without accurately portraying the terrain. After reading through much of the travel guide, Turan decided to head to Vanapel, a city located to the southwest of Kamed. The book mentioned that the ruins of the ancient empire could be found there. If he was lucky enough to encounter someone like the librarian or historian, that would be ideal. Even if not, it still seemed like it could be an interesting sightseeing destination. "Well then, shall we head off?" Muttering to himself, Turan glanced down briefly at the golden eagle. Instead of riding it, he lightly stroked its head and began walking on foot. The golden eagle tilted its head as if to ask why Turan wasn't riding it, but it seemed content enough hanging from the bag. It tucked its neck in and closed its eyes, finding the arrangement not too uncomfortable. Walking through the desert, Turan realized something. Unlike the barren, sand-filled world often depicted in travelogues he had read before, the desert was not entirely lifeless. As Turan walked, he often encountered areas scattered with rocks and gravel, which reminded him of the wilderness below Hisarul Hill, his homeland. When he focused his awareness using the power of the sacred relic, he could sense that even in such desolate landscapes, flames of life were flickering. After all, a truly barren region where no life could survive would not be a place where a great noble house could establish itself. Animals needed to thrive for magical beasts to be born in abundance, and it was by feeding on these magical beasts that powerful wizards could be nurtured. Using the power of the sacred relic, Turan identified magical beasts among the creatures roaming nearby and immediately sent the golden eagle to hunt. The eagle shot through the air like an arrow and snatched up a large rabbit with gray fur. Of all things, a rabbit magical beast. Fortunately, unlike the rabbit that had massacred beast hunters in the past, this one was not a particularly strong magical beast and had no chance to retaliate. Its magic power was weak, so it wasn't of much help for growth, but the golden eagle seemed to enjoy the act of hunting itself. It tore the rabbit apart, devoured the meat, and chirped excitedly. Turan opened the lid of his water bottle, poured out some water, and used it to wash the blood off the eagle's feet. After walking for a few more hours, Turan eventually discovered a lush area that stood in stark contrast to the barrenness of the desert. It was a large oasis surrounded by a small forest and grassland, sustained by the water it had absorbed. According to the travel guide, there were thousands of such oases scattered throughout the Emerald Desert, and nomadic tribes used them as their bases. Even now, dozens of tents were spread out around this particular oasis, and sheep with leashes tied to them were lounging nearby, resting. Though they lived in a different region, these people were shepherds just like Turan had once been. "I'm a traveler passing through. Would it be possible for me to rest here for a while?" At first, the nomadic tribe was wary of Turan's visit, but when they saw that he was alone, with no substantial weapons other than the large golden eagle at his side, their suspicions eased. A forearm-length dagger strapped to his back was considered more of a tool than a weapon. "You're welcome here, traveler. May the hospitality I offer return to me in kind. But is that golden eagle of yours a magical beast by any chance?" "Of course not. It's just a larger-than-average bird." Turan lied smoothly. He was then invited to the elder chieftain's tent where he was provided a meal. The nomads also considered it dishonorable to treat a guest poorly, so Turan enjoyed a rather sumptuous dinner. Of course, in terms of both quantity and quality, it couldn't compare to a meal from a noble family. "Brother, where do you come from?" "I came from Kamed. That's the big city by the sea, isn't it? You look quite young, yet you've traveled so far alone." Of course, for Turan, it had only taken a light jog of 3 or 4 hours, but for commoners, it was a distance that would take several days of uninterrupted travel to cover. The chieftain continued to pepper him with questions: where he was headed, what he did for a living, and even proposed that Turan marry one of the tribe's young women and settle there. It seemed this tribe, despite its size, suffered from a noticeable lack of young men. There were several possible reasons for this: attacks by magical beasts or wild animals, bandits, or even some form of natural disaster. Such things would be unthinkable in the Taking Plains. But comparing the high population density and productivity of Arabian to the vast Emerald Desert that House Zahar ruled was hardly fair. The areas that one noble or knight could manage to protect differed by several magnitudes. Turan politely dodged the chieftain's suggestion and finished his meal, then announced that he would be heading further southwest. "Walking through the desert at night in winter, you'll freeze to death out there. That's madness. Stay here tonight and leave in the morning." However, Turan declined and set off once again. It wasn't because Turan thought the chieftain would secretly send a young woman into his tent in the middle of the night. It was something else. "You can come out now, Dolph SSI," Turan muttered quietly as he glanced behind him, just as he was leaving the oasis area. Moments later, Dolph Morenio awkwardly emerged from behind a rock, wearing an embarrassed expression. Well, so you knew." Thanks to the sacred relic, Turan could precisely detect the location of any nobles or knights within a dozen meters, or if he expanded his awareness, within several dozen to even hundreds of meters. According to this sense, Dolph had been tailing Turan ever since he left House Durman. This was the reason Turan had chosen to walk instead of riding the Golden Eagle. If he flew, he could have shaken Dolph off for the time being, but then he wouldn't know why the man was pursuing him. Turan had been prepared to flee if Dolph showed signs of summoning reinforcements. However, even after expanding his awareness to several hundred meters, Turan hadn't sensed anyone else nearby. "I was just worried that a young lad traveling alone might run into trouble. You know, the desert can be a pretty dangerous place. Are you after my magic power?" Hating drawn-out conversations, Turan cut straight to the point. Hearing this, Dolph smirked and dropped his facade immediately. "So you knew and still came all the way out here. I can't tell if you're brave or just plain stupid." Hunting for magic power through murder, this was considered one of the most heinous taboos in noble society, even worse than cannibalism or infanticide. It was because it served as a stark reminder that, to nobles, the most desirable prey wasn't magical beasts but other nobles. Even the mere rumor of committing such an act would lead to not only the individual, but their entire family being ostracized and treated as enemies by all nearby noble houses. Such accusations could spell the end of a noble bloodline in short order. The reason noble houses place such importance on hosting guests with proper hospitality stemmed from this same cultural sentiment. This explains why nobles look down on fallen nobles like they're the plague. Ha, look at you acting all high and mighty despite being in the same situation. No, you're even worse off than me, aren't you? Dolph sneered, his tone mocking as he looked down on Turan. You've got strong magic power, but your physical strength is utterly pathetic. Must be the primitive guardian bloodline, right? Only defensive capabilities left, but you've lost the strength to enhance your body. I don't know how you've managed to accumulate that much magic power, but it's too valuable for a useless husk like you to keep. Hand it over quietly. Being from the Guardian bloodline yet physically weak, Turan seemed like an easy opponent to defeat. Moreover, his magic power was slightly stronger than Dolph's, making the reward for defeating him all the more tempting. On top of that, as a fellow fallen noble, Turan likely had no relatives who could investigate his death, seek revenge, or publicize the crime. Where else could Dolph find such a tantalizing prey? Turan watched Dolph approaching him at a leisurely pace, then lifted his gaze toward the sky. On a moonless night like this, the only thing illuminating the desert was the faint light of the stars. Go up, the golden eagle let out a sharp chirp and immediately flew into the sky. Dolph flinched, thinking Turan might try to escape by riding the bird. But in that moment of hesitation, Turan's body vanished into the pitch-black darkness. Turan, too, had seen Dolph as a tantalizing prey. Chapter 35. Watching Turan's figure vanish into the darkness, Dolph tilted his head in confusion. Concealment magic. Wasn't it just a crude magic that only concealed appearances while leaving traces intact, something typically learned by knights playing the role of scouts? However, the confusion quickly turned to shock and fear when he reached out to the spot where his opponent had been standing, only to find nothing there. Disappearing without leaving footprints on the sand, and with no traces detectable even when using both hearing and smell concealment of this level. There was no one in this desert who didn't understand what that implied. Could it be Zaharak? Before he could even finish speaking, Dolph let out a scream as sharp pain surged from the back of his head, forcing him down on one knee. Hot blood trickled down his neck, making him wonder if his skull had been fractured. What just hit me? When he turned around, he saw a stone about the size of an egg rolling on the ground. Before he could even process what it was, a second and third stone came flying in quick succession, slamming into his side and back. Each blow carried enough force to break the bones of an average noble. Fortunately, he managed to spot the final stone in time and deflect it with his arm. Through the excruciating pain, the mind of the noble, who had wandered and survived for over a century, began desperately devising a way to survive. Flames rise. With an unfamiliar incantation, flames ignited around him. The first method to counter concealment magic, illuminate the surroundings, but the flames failed to extend beyond Dolph's immediate vicinity. It was a limitation of the fighter bloodline, which was not accustomed to releasing magical power. His opponent was undoubtedly preparing another attack from the darkness, beyond the reach of the light. Where is he? Where? Dolph frantically turned his head, trying to figure out where the next attack would come from. If the attacks were from a distance, he could spot them mid-flight and either block or evade them. If the opponent attacked from close range, he'd take a hit, but as long as he could grab hold of him, victory would be his. At that moment in the distance, 5 or 6 fireballs flared into existence. The fireballs spun in place a few times before hurtling toward him at incredible speed. Karag! Shielding his face with both hands, Dolph charged forward to meet the incoming fireballs. He could feel his clothes burning away at his arms, shoulders, and abdomen, his flesh sizzling beneath, but he gritted his teeth and endured. If he could just catch him. Come out. Come out here. When Dolph reached the spot where the fireballs had originated, he let out a furious roar, swinging his hands wildly and kicking up sand all around him. But there was no sensation of touching anything. A hopeless fight against an opponent he couldn't see or feel. As his mind, half paralyzed by pain and fear, began to cool, his judgment returned to him. Run. Fighting a Zahar wizard in the desert at night was quite literally an act of suicide. Especially considering that he was just a noble of the fighter bloodline, not a member of a great house. Without hesitation, Dolph turned and ran in a random direction. Even the pouch at his waist, which hindered his running, was ripped off and thrown away without a second thought. Huff, huff, huff. As expected of someone with the fighter bloodline, his speed far surpassed that of ordinary nobles. While doubling one's strength didn't mean running twice as fast, having strong legs certainly helped. His stamina was also superior, so as long as he kept running, he could survive for now. The mere thought of spending the rest of his life being hunted by Zahar nobles made him feel like wetting himself, but just as he began to feel a sliver of relief, a faint flapping sound came from behind him. When Dolph turned his head, his face went pale. Aya! Above the pitch-black sky, Turan looked down at him, holding the leg of the golden eagle with one hand. You're quite tough, even if not as much as the guardian bloodline. A normal noble would have been dead long ago after taking that much damage, or maybe you've got a magic artifact that aids your defense. Please show mercy. You know that's not possible." The gray eyes looking down at him showed not a shred of mercy, not even a sliver of humanity. As a fireball came hurtling down, Dolph tightly shut his eyes. Turan gazed at the corpse lying on the ground, body completely burned, his expression dry and emotionless. He felt no guilt whatsoever at the miserable sight of the burned body. He had simply been stronger. At the core, the man was no different from the bandits Turan had first encountered when he descended from the hill. That aside, he was much stronger than I expected. No, should I say tougher? If this is what a fighter bloodline is capable of, I'll need stronger offensive measures when fighting someone with the Guardian bloodline. If the opponent had been a properly trained fighter, and if Turan hadn't used the power of the Zahar bloodline, it wouldn't have been an easy fight. The physical durability of the man had been enough to endure over a dozen hits from both stone throws and fireballs. Of course, considering that such durability came from the fighter bloodline ability itself, it might seem like a moot point. Still, for someone like Turan who found it uncomfortable to openly display his abilities, it was something he had to factor in. Good work. Easy. The golden eagle scratched words into the sand with its claws, sending a wave of satisfaction through their bond. Turan smiled and patted the creature's head. Without the eagle, catching Dolph as he fled would have been far more difficult. It seemed like it was time to consider acquiring a magic artifact suitable for offense. Or perhaps he could develop a powerful spell capable of piercing through defenses. Shortly after, Turan absorbed Dolph's magic power with the golden eagle. Magical beasts typically absorbed magic power through consumption, but since Turan was spiritually bonded to the golden eagle, the creature could absorb magic power in a manner similar to human wizards under his guidance. Half of the pale green glow flowed into Turan, while the other half was absorbed by the golden eagle. But as they watched the transfer, suddenly, another beam of light erupted from Dolph's corpse. The light was being drawn into Turan's pocket. It was the unidentified sacred relic he had obtained from the sea. As if it were a wizard itself, the relic was siphoning off a portion of Dolph's magic power. Once the absorption was complete, Turan immediately opened the lid of the sacred relic. Inside the previously empty relic, a small amount of green liquid had appeared, though he couldn't pinpoint when or how it had formed. Its identity wasn't hard to guess. Could this be a container for storing magic power? He shook the relic and even attempted to absorb the contents, but there was no response. How should he use this? Was he supposed to drink it directly? After mulling over the thought for a while, Turan closed the lid. Although nobles were rarely harmed by toxins, he was still reluctant to consume something he couldn't identify. Besides, this was an item left behind by the pre-god tribe or something of equal magnitude. It seemed wiser to study it further before making any decisions. After completing the magic power absorption, Turan searched the corpse, but unfortunately he didn't find anything particularly useful. If Dolph had possessed some extraordinary magic artifact, he would have used it in the face of imminent death. The only consolation was the pouch Dolph had discarded while fleeing. It contained a few jewels, which could help replenish Turan's depleted finances. Considering how burdensome it had once been to have too many gold coins, this was perhaps a more manageable situation. Now then, time to send him off. After scattering Dolph's remaining magic power, Turan set the corpse ablaze. Before long, the clothes and flesh turned entirely to ash and rose high into the sky. Finally, Turan crushed the remaining bones into powder and scattered them into the wind, erasing every last trace of Dolph Merenio's existence from the world. The next morning, Turan began flying southwest, riding atop the golden eagle. As he had felt before, the world looked incredibly small from above. So small that it made him question why anyone struggled so desperately to live in such a place. "Are you not tired?" At Turan's question, the golden eagle chirped, conveying a sense of complete ease, as if to say it was no trouble at all. While Dolph's magic power had been nothing more than a modest source of nourishment for Turan, it had been quite a significant boost for the golden eagle. Now the bird could fly for a considerable amount of time without Turan needing to lighten his weight. After flying for a day and a half, passing over dozens of small oases and 3 rather large cities, Turan finally arrived at his destination. That must be it. What lay before him was a massive white pyramid-shaped structure. However, it was difficult to grasp its precise shape unless viewed from a great distance. Its height and the length of its base were both measured in hundreds of meters, an overwhelming scale that could only be described as the handiwork of gods themselves. As he looked down upon it, a sense of awe washed over him, reminiscent of the time he had first laid eyes on the library in Orem. According to the travelogue, this structure was called the Tomb of the Gods. Contrary to its name, no actual gods were buried there. It was said to house a few relics from the ancient empire, though their exact purpose was unknown. Much like Orem's library, it was likely that truly valuable items had been secretly taken away somewhere during the empire's fall. As Turan landed a short distance away from the Tomb of the Gods, the first thing he noticed was the noticeably warmer air. Perhaps it was because he had traveled further south. Although it wasn't warm enough to be called hot, it seemed like someone with a strong constitution wouldn't need to wear long sleeves. Come summer, it would likely become unbearably scorching, just as described in the travelogues. Why don't you go hang out somewhere until evening? I'll call you then. Delicious food. Got it. Don't worry, I'll have something delicious ready for you. After sending off the golden eagle, who could now write full sentences in the sand, Turan entered the city of Vanapel disguised as an ordinary traveler. Having pretended to be a fallen noble before, Turan had realized that, unless absolutely necessary, moving around as a commoner suited his preferences better. More importantly, it was always easier to reveal oneself as a noble after pretending to be a commoner than the other way around. "Welcome, sir, are you alone?" "Yes." Upon entering the city, Turan sought out an inn that also served as a tavern and ordered a simple meal. Since he was the only customer there, the innkeeper sat across from him and struck up a conversation, which allowed Turan to gather some information. "You ran away from home to travel alone. Good grief, you're a reckless one. Haven't you run into any bandits or magical beasts?" "I've been lucky." The innkeeper, a man in his 40s, looked at Turan as if he were a naive youth. Claiming to be the son of a merchant who had run away to see a single ruin after a week-long journey naturally invited such looks. "By the way, do you know how I can enter the Tomb of the Gods here? From what I've read, it seems like you just need money. You've read books too, you must come from a well-off family. Anyway, as far as I know, you can't go in right now." "Why not?" As Turan pondered how the travelogue had mentioned that access was open to anyone with enough money, he realized that the book had likely been written at least a dozen years ago. Or perhaps even several decades ago. During that time, the policies of the family governing Vanapel might have changed. However, according to the innkeeper's next words, that didn't seem to be the case. "It's nothing major. Apparently, ever since some important people arrived about a week ago, no one's been allowed in. There were some merchants who wanted to visit the ruins recently, but they couldn't see them either." "Important people? You know those people." "Them? Ah." Turan immediately understood what the innkeeper was implying through his roundabout way of speaking, as though afraid to even mention their names. Knights or nobles of the house Zahar had come to this city. This is troublesome. In other words, the so-called important people had monopolized the ruins, wanting to enjoy their visit without being disturbed by commoners. There wasn't supposed to be much to see in the first place, so what they were doing for an entire week was beyond him. After a moment of consideration, Turan decided to stay in the area until they left. There was no point in poking his head into the matter and risking someone recognizing Talei's shadow in Turan's face, just like Carl, the head of his house, once had. "I guess I'll be staying here for a while then. You have money, right?" "Of course. No matter how leisurely nobles might be, they surely wouldn't spend weeks or months sightseeing at the ruins. I should figure out what to feed the golden eagle." It didn't seem to like dates much before, and since there was no way to catch fish in the desert, he'd probably need to find and hunt a magical beast nearby. Ferga. "Where are you?" "I'm here, so stop shouting, you'll let them hear us." In the pitch-black darkness, Ferga Zahar snapped irritably, twirling a chakram around his finger. Beyond the impenetrable darkness, which even the Zahar bloodline's night vision abilities couldn't pierce, strange cries echoed. The Tomb of the Gods held a hidden underground chamber. This was something Ferga had heard from his grandfather, the head of the House Zahar, when he was a child. The head had joked, saying that if Ferga could uncover that secret, he might just become the next head of the family. For decades since, Ferga had inspected the Tomb of the Gods annually, searching for the passage to the underground chamber. Because brute-forcing a structure built by the gods was impossible, he had resorted to tapping the walls for gaps or reciting the ancient, secretive languages found only in old texts. Naturally, his efforts had been fruitless. But a few days ago, while visiting the tomb half out of habit with a group of close friends, a door to the underground suddenly opened. Elated, Ferga had rushed down, convinced that he had finally uncovered the secret and that he was destined to become the next head of House Zahar. However, what awaited him was a pitch-black labyrinth where nothing could be seen clearly, and within it lurked mysterious monsters of unknown origin. These grotesque creatures were neither magical beasts, humans, nor any known race. They looked as if someone had twisted human forms into the most malevolent shapes possible. Not only were they extraordinarily powerful, but their familiarity with the bizarre darkness made even Zahar's elite forces struggle against them. To make matters worse, the passage leading back up had vanished, leaving Ferga and his group trapped underground for what felt like days, though they had lost track of time. "How much water do we have left?" "None. Make some quickly, at least wet your throat." As Ferga barked out orders, another monstrous cry echoed from the rear. For some reason, he felt as if he could vaguely understand the meaning behind those cries. Judging by the murmurs of his companion beside him, he wasn't the only one. "The Night Hunter has returned." To the Desert, Chapter 36. After negotiating with the innkeeper and getting a decent room, Turon decided to take a walk to the commercial district of Vanapel City to aid his digestion. This place, part of the grand trade route connecting the east and west of the world, was a hub where merchants from the east and west met to exchange various goods and cultural items. Black sugar from the South Sea, silk and herbs from the east, and more. The items displayed in the market were just a fraction of what was available, yet browsing through them was so captivating that one could easily lose track of time. As Turon spent some time asking about and purchasing small quantities of new goods, something resembling a small white stone caught his eye. What is this? It's called saltpeter. It's something that only comes from the islands of the South Sea. If you grind it into powder and consume it, it can extend your lifespan. While so-called elixirs of immortality were sold everywhere and were nothing special, the unfamiliar name stirred Turon's memory. Saltpeter. It was definitely a name he had seen somewhere before. Having recalled it, he took out an old notebook from his bag. This was an item he had obtained about a month ago after killing the pyro executioner Oval. On its back were written various mysterious formulas. Back then, Turon had attempted to find some of the ingredients for these formulas in a bacha, only to be disappointed by their unavailability. Spirit of Fire. Combine 75 parts of saltpeter powder, 15 parts of wood ash, and 10 parts of sulfur using magic to bind the three together. He didn't know what the Spirit of Fire was, but he thought it might be worth trying to make it since it was likely related to the god that had influenced Oval. Judging by the fact that other formulas used a similar notation, the numbers likely represented ratios. After purchasing 2 or 3 chunks of saltpeter, Turon asked the merchant another question. Do you happen to have anything called sulfur? Sulfur? Never heard of it. Even after wandering through various parts of the market and inquiring about sulfur, he finally got an answer from a merchant who imported goods from the east. Sulfur, mostly sourced from volcanic regions, was used for disinfection but was not in high demand, so very few merchants dealt in it. Naturally, it was almost impossible to find among the caravans traveling through the Emerald Desert. If I'd known it would be this hard to find, I would have looked for it back in Comed. They probably have more eastern goods there. On second thought, even if it wasn't in the eastern continent, there were bound to be volcanoes elsewhere. It didn't seem worth the effort to search so desperately. After all, Oval wouldn't have traveled all the way to the eastern continent just to get sulfur. So, are you not going to buy this black sugar? I'm not really into sweet things. After exploring the market further, Turon left the city at sunset and summoned his golden eagle through the soul bond. It wasn't long before a jet-black shadow descended and landed beside him. The golden eagle glared at Turon before scratching the ground with its talons to write a message. Late. Sorry, there was so much to see at the market. But I brought you something tasty. When Turon offered dried pork jerky coated with a unique spice that was hard to pronounce, the golden eagle sniffed it briefly before using its beak and claws to tear it apart and chew it. Delicious, I'm glad you like it. Nothing happened while I was gone. After finishing the pork jerky, the golden eagle began writing on the sandy ground again at a speed so fast that Turon had to half-guess its meaning to keep up. It wrote about how, on the mountain opposite the large building, there were other golden eagles like itself, how there were foxes on the hill next to the city, and how there was a rabbit holes right next to that. While none of this was particularly fascinating to Turon, each of these facts seemed to be an interesting topic for this fellow. I'm glad you had fun. Do you think you could stay around this area for a few more days? Why? I don't think I'll find a very good place to stay. I'll come to see you every day. We can visit other cities together, too. Turon didn't bother explaining to the golden eagle that its presence would draw too much attention, making it difficult for him to blend in as a commoner. It was hard to explain properly anyway, and he didn't want the bird to think it was a burden. Fortunately, living in the wild seemed to suit the eagle's preferences quite well, and it agreed without much resistance. However, it attached one condition: more tasty food. All right. For the next few days, Turon spent his time leisurely. Most days, he stayed cooped up in the inn reading books, went out to practice magic near the city, or called upon the golden eagle to play or use it to visit nearby cities to look for ingredients like sulfur for the formulas. Among these activities, his magic practice naturally focused on manipulating sand, given that they were in the desert. This is pretty good. In front of Turon, who nodded in satisfaction, a large groove had been carved into a towering rock wall. The experiment he had conducted this time was to fill his slingshot with sand instead of stones and launch it. Ordinarily, the sand would scatter, but by compacting it into a round shape like a stone, he had used it as ammunition. The sand bullets created this way had several advantages. They could be reshaped mid-flight into a conical form to penetrate the target, or split into smaller fragments for area attacks. Although using magic to compact the sand required more energy than simply throwing a stone, the difference wasn't significant unless the battle dragged on. This way, I'll have to conserve the stones. I don't have many of them anyway. The carefully carved stones he favored weren't easy to carry in large quantities due to weight and size limitations. The number he typically carried varied, but it was usually around 5 or 6. If he faced a tough opponent like Dolph again, he would run out of ammunition and have to rely on other spells like fireballs. Of course, that was partly because fire magic was particularly effective in the desert. Beyond this, there were many other things he could do with sand. He could bind an enemy's ankles, mix it with wind magic to scatter it and obstruct vision, or manipulate the sand to move as though swimming through it. Sand was far more fluid than earth but heavier than liquids, and exploiting this intermediate property was proving to be quite entertaining. That aside, what the hell are those nobles doing in the tomb? How many days has it been? It had been 6 or 7 days since he'd arrived here, yet the blockade on the Tomb of the Gods showed no signs of being lifted. He wondered if it would be better to skip this place entirely and explore other cities instead. After some deliberation, Turon concluded that it would be better to sneak in. If I get caught, I'll just run. Thanks to the Golden Eagle, he'd gained the courage to take such risks. Even if there were some security measures and he was caught, what could they possibly do to stop him? He was slightly concerned about the possibility of offending the spirits in the tomb, but he couldn't waste forever waiting around here. That night, after getting a good rest to fully restore his body and magic power, Turon set out for the Tomb of the Gods. The dark night made it easy to conceal himself, minimizing his magic consumption. Just as the entrance to the tomb came into view, he spotted 2 knights dragging someone along. MMPH, damn it, why is he so noisy? Keep it quiet. Don't kill him, though. The knights struck the person, who was bundled in a sack, and dragged them further into the ruins. Remaining concealed, Turon trailed behind them, narrowing his eyes. Expanding his senses, he detected the presence of 3 nobles inside the ruins. Could they be the very nobles who had occupied the tomb? As he entered the tomb, Turon first observed his surroundings. From the ceiling to the floor, the stone walls were so tightly fitted that not even a needle could slip between them. The material, all unnaturally pristine white, gave Turon a sense that was reminiscent of the ancient empire's roads. Inside, there were relics of the ancient empire preserved in glass cases, their shape so peculiar that it was impossible to discern their purposes. A large, black rectangular box with glass attached to its front, a rod connecting 2 circular discs, and an iron plate covered with dozens of small buttons, everything seemed enigmatic. As Turon casually scanned these items and ventured further in, he saw the 2 knights who had entered earlier, 3 nobles, and the disheveled man who had been bundled in the sack. Something feels off. Anxiousness, fear, and something else, an unidentifiable, eerie aura emanated from both the high-ranking nobles and the ragged man. It made sense for someone who looked like they'd been abducted to exude such emotions, but why the nobles? The eldest of the nobles gestured to the disheveled man and spoke. Well done, you've brought him here. Now you take the cargo and carry it inside. Turon's eyes widened in shock as he followed the noble's gesture. On one side of the floor, made of pristine white bricks, was a space where a pitch-black vortex swirled violently. It was unmistakably unnatural, a space imbued with magical power. Beside it were more than a dozen large barrels. What is that? I did not permit questions. Go in. The man's courageous inquiry was swiftly suppressed. With just a single command from the noble, the man's body stiffened and moved awkwardly. He picked up 2 barrels and disappeared into the vortex, magic to control living beings. Turon was familiar with using such magic, but this was the first time he'd seen it cast on a human. Turon cautiously glanced around. What was that mysterious space? What were they putting inside it? Given the uncertainty of the situation, it seemed wise to retreat for now, but his gaze lingered on the pitch-black vortex in the corner of the ruins. For some reason, it felt like the vortex was calling out to him, telling him to come quickly, to hurry over as if it had been waiting for him. At that moment, the nobles began to speak. Will Lord Ferga be safe? We can only hope so. We've been continually supplying food and water. Do we really not need to contact the main house? Have you considered what might happen if Lord Ferga's competitors intercepted that message? Ferga, a name Turon had heard before. If he remembered correctly, the woman from the House Zahar branch family had mentioned that Ferga was one of the candidates for the next heir of the House Zahar. Apparently, Ferga had come here as a guest and ended up trapped in that mysterious space. This could be dangerous. If Ferga was a candidate for succession, then even if he wasn't as formidable as Mesa, he would still be an incredibly powerful individual. A space capable of trapping someone like him could very well pose a threat to Turon as well. Just as he was about to quietly retreat, a thought suddenly crossed Turon's mind. This might be an opportunity. If Ferga was in trouble, saving him might earn Turon some favor. Just as he had once infiltrated the Houseburg by rescuing Ashes, this could be a chance to naturally slip into the inner workings of the House Zahar and potentially uncover information about his parents. Actually, none of that truly mattered. An irrational impulse gripped him. It didn't matter why. What mattered was the overwhelming urge to enter that space immediately. It was as if it promised him that everything he wanted was waiting for him inside. Still maintaining his concealment, Turon silently approached and grabbed the two barrels that the disheveled man had carried earlier. Thanks to being fully concealed, the nobles didn't even notice his actions. Carrying the barrels, Turon stepped into the vortex. It's dark. That was the first impression Turon had after stepping into the vortex. Ever since awakening his magic and inheriting the abilities of the Zahar bloodline, he had practically forgotten what darkness felt like. But here, even he found his vision hindered by the oppressive blackness. Damn it. As soon as he stepped inside, Turon's head cooled down in an instant, and he realized just how foolish his earlier logic had been. Earn favor and infiltrate. What guarantee was there that Ferga would be the type of person like Ashes who would repay a debt of gratitude? If Ferga survived and then turned on him, what could Turon possibly do? More importantly, what if the members of the Zahar main house recognized traces of tail eyes in his face? Would he just have to make excuses, claiming he was merely someone who looked similar? It might work for an outsider like Carl, but it would never fool those in the main house, who had likely seen tail eyes up close on numerous occasions. These worries flitted through his mind for only a moment before a piercing scream shattered his thoughts. Arg, good, another one's come in. It seems my men outside are continuing to send them in. Beyond the dark, murky field of vision, Turon could see the disheveled man who had entered earlier sprawled on the floor. His arms were broken, and in front of him stood over a dozen nobles dressed in rags, their appearances hardly better than beggars. From the circumstances, it was obvious that they were the ones who had harmed the man. As they gathered food and water, one of them pointed to the man writhing on the ground. That guy is way too noisy. Someone deal with him. We need to conserve our supplies anyway. Yes, Lord Ferga. One of the other nobles respectfully replied to the order and promptly snapped the disheveled man's neck. Turon remained concealed, silently watching as the nobles gathered their supplies and disappeared. So that's Ferga Zahar. Even as they killed a man to steal his food and water, there wasn't a shred of guilt or remorse on their faces. At the very least, Ferga didn't seem like the type of person who would repay a favor. Turon frowned at the sight, but his thoughts were interrupted as a voice echoed in his mind. No, you are wrong, the Night Hunter. No, Chapter 37. In the distant ancient times, the Emerald Plains, once abundant, were ruled by giants. These enormous beings devoured everything, eventually turning the plains into a desert. The giants, who needed to drink an immense amount of water daily, couldn't quench their thirst and enslaved humans, extracting their blood for sustenance. Thousands of people died every single day. However, on a pitch-black night without even the moonlight, the Night Hunter of the pre-god tribe appeared and shot down all the giants, saving the humans. The liberated humans offered the three most beautiful maidens of the land as brides to the Night Hunter. The three children born from them inherited unique powers: the ability to conceal oneself, the power to control shadows, and the ability to create poison. After the Night Hunter ascended, the three brothers fought over who would inherit their father's rule over the desert. The eldest, who could conceal himself, did not wish to fight his siblings and left. The second, who controlled shadows, and the youngest, who created poison, engaged in a fierce battle, plunging the desert into chaos and leaving many in despair. Eventually, the eldest returned, defeated his two younger brothers, and took control of the desert's dominion. He became the ancestor of House Zahar. You are not the Night Hunter. Hearing these faint voices from far away, Turon recalled the content of a religious text he had purchased from a bookstore in Kamed. Why was that god's name suddenly being mentioned? Could it be related to the nobles of House Zahar who are already here? Come to think of it, Turon himself was also a distant descendant of the Night Hunter. However, considering that his bloodline had fused with other bloodlines, it would be hard to call him a pure Zahar. While pondering this, Turon advanced further into the pitch-black space for several minutes until his senses picked up on an unusual life form. From his previous use of the sacred relic, he had observed that ordinary creatures had a small flame glowing within their hearts, while wizards or magical beasts felt as though the flame spread throughout their entire body. And though it was just a single case, when he encountered the mermaid Armenia, he speculated that non-human races had flames attached to parts of their bodies that differed from humans. However, the entity he felt now resembled none of those. Inside a large shell-like exterior, its interior was hollow, and the flame seemed to flow like water, moving the body. It was as if a blue flame was controlling a puppet from within. As Turon cautiously approached the entity, the lifeform buried in the darkness was revealed before his eyes. The first thing that stood out was its asymmetrical eyes. One eye was excessively large, while the other was small like two glass marbles rolling in different directions, scanning all around. Its nose was merely two hollowed-out holes and its oval-shaped mouth gaped open, filled with jagged, saw-like teeth. Its arms and legs were unnaturally long, each with an additional joint, creaking unsettlingly as it moved. The mucus flowing over its peeled skin looked thick and sticky, the kind that seemed nearly impossible to wipe off once touched. A twisted, grotesque appearance that made one feel disgusted just by looking at it. The moment Turon took a step closer to examine it in detail, the creature suddenly snapped its head towards him, as if sensing his presence, and let out a piercing roar. With that single roar as though signaling all others, 3 or 4 monsters approached with bizarre motions, quickly closing the distance and swinging their massive hands, or what could be called front paws, at him. Their speed and force were enough to overwhelm even an average noble. Cuck. Accelerating his thoughts in an instant, Turon noticed the creatures had hands similar to humans, with 5 fingers each. At the tips of those fingers were hooked claws. As one of them approached slowly, Turon leaned his body back to dodge, then rubbed his hands together to generate sparks, unleashing them forward without forming a concrete shape. Living in the dark as they did, they seemed unused to light and heat, shrieking in terror as they retreated from the fire. How did they detect me? At this moment, Turon was maintaining complete concealment magic, a signature ability of the Zahar bloodline. Using concealment magic in such darkness was as simple as breathing for him. In other words, these monsters had the ability to pierce through Zahar's concealment. The only fortunate thing was that their detection range did not appear to be very wide. As Turon moved about 20 meters away, beyond visibility but still within sensory range, the monsters seemed to lose track of him. They glanced around aimlessly before dispersing. Good. At least I have the initiative here. In the pitch-black darkness, Turon observed the faint trails of the blue flame flowing erratically and loaded a stone into his slingshot. With ample preparation time, he spun the stone several times, infusing it with magic power as much as he could. Though infusing excessive magic power beyond a certain point caused diminishing returns in efficiency compared to the effort exerted, it was still a viable method when precision and lethality were required to silence a target in one shot. Take this, smack! The slingshot, charged with roughly 10% of his magic power, launched the stone with incredible force, instantly caving in the monster's head. After confirming that the other monsters nearby didn't react to the attack, Turon cautiously approached the downed creature. Good, it's dead. The stone had pierced cleanly through the mucus-covered face and exited the back of the head. After retrieving the stone that had fallen on the ground behind it, Turon returned to the corpse and began attempting magic power absorption. Soon he felt the strength seeping into his body. It's clear now this is a magical creature. Non-human races lacked magic power, much like ordinary humans or animals, so no magic could be absorbed from their corpses. The same applied to beings like the dark elf necromancers. This meant that these creatures must be categorized as either magical beasts or wizards. What was odd, however, was that the amount of magic power absorbed from this grotesque creature was surprisingly low. Based on his experience of absorbing power from magical beasts he had defeated before, a creature with this level of speed and durability should have provided much more magic. Additionally, for reasons he couldn't quite figure out, the sacred relic didn't seem to absorb any magic power from this creature. What exactly are these things? It wasn't clear what these creatures were based on biologically to qualify as magical beasts. More puzzling was the sheer number of identical-looking creatures. Expanding his senses, Turon detected over 50 or 60 of them within just a few hundred meters. "You are not the night hunter," that irritating voice echoed again. Letting out a sigh, Turon quickly shifted his position, sensing something approaching from behind. It was the nobles he had seen earlier. "Stop!" Fergus Zahar frowned as he gave the command, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. In front of him and the dozen nobles accompanying him lay the corpse of one of the grotesque creatures that had been roaming this area. "What's this? Did we come through this way already?" "No idea." "How long has it been since we lost our sense of direction?" Ignoring his companion's murmuring, Fergus touched the slimy, mucus-covered skin without hesitation, inspecting the creature's wound. The injury was located between the eyes, and the weapon appeared to be something about the size of an egg. Fergus was convinced that this injury was the source of the faint, earthy smell that had led him to this place. "Everyone, show me your weapons." After inspecting the weapons of each of his companions, Fergus' expression grew grim. Chakrams, bows, daggers, axes. None of the weapons his group carried could have created such a wound. It was also unlikely that the creatures had killed one of their own, as the injury didn't resemble marks from teeth or claws. "What's wrong, Fergus? There's someone else here, inside this place." "Huh. Could it be a rescue team? If it were, we would have noticed them a long time ago. Moving around this place so conspicuously would have drawn attention immediately." Fergus group had learned that lesson the hard way during their first day of confinement. Separated from each other in the darkness, they had called out to reunite, only to attract over 100 of these grotesque creatures and endure an agonizing ordeal. From now on, let's move in a large circle. Why? If someone is eavesdropping on our conversation from nearby, moving in this pattern will make it difficult for them to maintain a consistent distance. Following Fergus' command, the group began to move in a wide circular path, keeping the corpse of the creature on their right as a reference point. As they moved, Fergus called over a small-framed man standing nearby. Galton. Yes, Lord Fergus, what are your orders? The head of the house Rosman, Galton Rosman, who ruled over Vanapel, bowed deeply at Fergus' summons. Normally, a vassal family's head did not need to show such subservience unless they were addressing their liege lord, the head of the main house. However, Galton and Fergus' relationship was different. Despite Galton's relatively lacking abilities, he had ascended to the position of family head by marrying Fergus' sister, which explained his overly deferential attitude. We'll need to set some traps nearby to catch the rat hiding in here. By rat you mean, it's almost certain to be someone sent by Raman or Alma. This is their chance to bury me in this place. But my brothers should be guarding the outside. They wouldn't stand a chance against a noble from House Zahar without being prepared, true to the nature of a family whose ancestor had seized power by eliminating all his brothers. The power struggles within House Zahar were always steeped in blood. While everything was monitored by the godlike head of the main house, such power plays were entirely possible in isolated places like this, away from prying eyes. Understood. Please wait a moment. House Rosman was a family of barrier master bloodline, skilled at embedding magic into spaces. They could exercise their power in simple ways like causing noise when someone passes through a specific area or creating flames and making the ground collapse. Of course, since the labyrinth itself was a structure created by the gods, manipulating the terrain was impossible. However, even sudden bursts of flame would be enough to deter intruders. Imelda, keep illuminating the surroundings. Even with my bloodline ability, this isn't exactly easy on my magic reserves. You'll have to endure it, better that than having your throat slit while you sleep, isn't it? Well, that's true, Imelda, a noble from the illusionist bloodline who specialized in controlling light, obeyed Fergus' command and spread bright light throughout the area. Due to the labyrinth's unique darkness, the light didn't extend beyond 20 meters, but that was sufficient. After all, whoever the assassin was, they wouldn't be able to detect the group from outside that range. And should the assassin enter the illuminated range, they wouldn't be able to maintain their concealment for long in the overwhelming white light. Remember, if one of us is attacked, immediately create and direct light toward their surroundings. Everyone nodded at Fergus' instruction. However, one person standing behind them silently shook his head in disapproval. It was none other than Turon. They're going all out to prepare for an attack, aren't they? While Fergus passionately issued orders, Turon stood concealed just beyond the 20-meter radius, overhearing everything. Thanks to the power of the sacred relic, Turon could clearly observe their movements and maintain the perfect distance. He assessed their strength by the size of their flames. The magic power of the 9 individuals, whether they were friends or vassals, was similar to or much weaker than Turon's own. However, Fergus possessed more than twice Turon's strength. Fergus' power was likely on par with the elite nobles in the upper ranks of great houses. I'll need to keep a reasonable distance and look for a way to escape. Leaving behind the group that was busy setting traps and scattering light into search, Turon quietly disappeared into the darkness. 3 days passed. Turon and Fergus' group had been living a strange coexistence within the dark labyrinth. Fortunately, the traps set by the barrier master bloodline from House Rosman weren't much of an obstacle for Turon. Since the sacred relic could detect the magic power embedded in the traps, their locations were clearly visible to him. Ironically, the same couldn't be said for Fergus' group, who struggled to keep track of their movements in the pitch-black darkness and sometimes stepped on their own traps, causing them considerable trouble. Moreover, with the noble from the illusionist bloodline constantly illuminating the area, one of their party members was essentially removed from combat readiness. As a result, Turon unintentionally ended up wearing down their strength just by existing in proximity. The one inconvenience Turon had to endure was his inability to get proper sleep. Since Fergus' group could take turns keeping watch, they managed to maintain some semblance of rest. In contrast, Turon, being alone, was as good as dead if a creature or another noble found him while he was in a deep sleep. Fortunately, he was used to camping out and sleeping lightly, so it wasn't too difficult to adapt. Unlike Fergus' group, who were completely disoriented and couldn't even grasp their bearings in the darkness, Turon used the power of the sacred relic to mark several locations as bases and gradually expand his exploration range. Occasionally, he would find certain paths blocked by an overwhelming number of grotesque creatures, making it nearly impossible to break through by killing them one by one. In such cases, he would borrow Fergus' group's strength. They're coming again. Damn it, why are they attacking more frequently? It's because we keep using light. Turon would throw a fireball to draw the attention of the monsters, then release his concealment and sprint away. When he got close to Ferga's group, he would narrowly veer off to the side, leading the creatures straight to them. Although the magic power from the creatures ended up being taken by Ferga's group, Turon didn't mind. These creatures didn't provide much magic power anyway, so it wasn't a significant loss. By repeating this cycle, exploring open spaces, retreating to rest in suitable areas, and observing Ferga's group, Turon eventually noticed vagrants entering the ruins with food and water. The group tracked the scavengers using their scent and without hesitation took their lives, seizing their food and water. They keep sending people in, so we're starting to have a surplus now, aren't we? Even this, they probably assumed the knights were still alive and sent enough for them as well. In hindsight, maybe we shouldn't have let them die. We could have kept one or two alive to do the menial tasks. It's annoying to have no one to serve us. Don't say things you don't mean. From their conversation, it was clear that the knights who had entered with them had been left to the mercy of the monsters. Turon recalled how nobles from House Baltas used their knights as disposable shields in the past. The nobles standing before him now, laughing and mocking their dead knights, were even more despicable than those two nobles he had despised back then. If nothing else, it made him feel less guilty about luring monsters toward them. 2 more days passed in this uneasy coexistence, during which Turon continued his exploration. Eventually, a massive door appeared before him. The door was about 4 meters wide and 7 meters tall, something that would better suit giants. As he approached, a large eyeball appeared in the center of the door looking down at him. It spoke, "You hunter tracker. Conditions not satisfied." After saying this, the eye shifted its gaze slightly downward from Turon's face. Wave Rider Mimic, conditions satisfied. Do you wish to enter? Chapter 38, Wave Rider and Mimic. Hearing these 2 titles for the first time, Turon tilted his head in confusion. Could it be that these were the names of bloodlines he had yet to awaken? But if the 2 bloodlines were fused, wouldn't that mean he was from the bloodline of a great house? Do you wish to enter? The question was repeated once more. At that moment, Turon realized that the gaze of the eye embedded in the door was fixed on his chest. He took out the sacred relic and shook it to the side. As expected, the eye on the door moved back and forth following the motion. When he set it down, the voice spoke in a monotone manner. Error, Wave Rider Mimic lost. It seemed that Wave Rider and Mimic were not abilities Turon was born with, but rather powers originally possessed by the owner of the sacred relic. For some reason, the door seemed to have combined those powers with Turon's bloodline when making its judgment. What are Wave Rider and Mimic, and what is this door anyway? Instead of answering, the eye simply stared down at him arrogantly with its marble-like gaze. Even without eyelids, the sense of disdain was blatantly palpable. Turon picked up the sacred relic again and asked, "Tell me about Wave Rider and Mimic." Wave Rider, primary type, underwater breathing, underwater physical enhancement, fluid manipulation. Mimic, primary type, flow detection, absorption, and imitation. As expected, it seemed to signify that the door wouldn't respond properly to anyone who didn't possess 4 bloodlines. But more than that, Turon had never experienced any abilities like underwater breathing or fluid manipulation, even while holding the sacred relic. Did the relic only function as an identification tool and not replicate the abilities themselves? Still, it seemed the flow detection ability was working, which meant there might be a way to utilize it. And what are you, spirit of the door? As expected, the eye embedded in the door was akin to the librarian in a library, though compared to a librarian, its appearance and personality were far more inhuman. If the librarian was merely a human with slightly different sensibilities, this spirit of the door had a much more rigid and mechanical aura. It was like it was merely reciting predetermined responses based on the questions asked. What is this labyrinth? What was it created for, and how can I escape it? Night Hunter's Labyrinth. It was created for one with the correct 4 types to defeat the leader and become the Night Hunter. The escape path opens upon the leader's defeat. Becoming the Night Hunter, could it mean becoming a god? At the utterly unimaginable notion, Turon's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, the eye embedded in the door suddenly began to spin in place. Its low, deep voice gradually distorted into something grotesque. Error Hunter Tracker Wave Rider Mimic 2 type Error Shadow Alchemist Absent 4 type Satisfied. Error does not match the type of Night Hunter. Labyrinth Opening Error. Error unable to close. Remaining personnel detected inside. Unauthorized personnel entry. Contacting Creator. Error Creator unavailable. The eye embedded in the door began muttering incomprehensibly to itself. Sensing the growing danger, Turon took a step back. Suddenly, the eye's iris split vertically, glaring sharply at him. Autonomous Judgment, deploying Labyrinth Leader. Command, eliminate remaining personnel. With those final words, the door opened on its own, and a monster inside fell under the detection of the sacred relic. It felt as if a barrier that had been blocking something had vanished. That, from the silhouette visible beyond the darkness, Turon could guess that its form was not much different from other monsters, except for the fact that it was about twice their size. The key difference, however, was the sheer amount of magic power flowing from within it. At a glance, the force of its magic seemed more than 10 times that of its own kind. The gigantic monster, the leader of the labyrinth, staggered to its feet and spoke to Turon. "You are not the night hunter, the fake must die." The voice, echoing in a woman's tone, reverberated hauntingly through the air. It was the same voice he had heard when he first entered this place. The moment Turon was certain of his opponent's hostility, he immediately shot the stone he had prepared. A strike infused with a sufficient amount of magic power after a few rotations. An attack strong enough to pierce through the forehead of an ordinary monster and kill it instantly. However, it was deflected away with a hollow thunk. This much, he immediately followed up with a fireball and a lightning bolt, but neither managed to inflict significant damage. Although the monster's magic power appeared to have diminished slightly, it was nowhere near enough to take its life. The monster cackled as it approached, its massive strides shaking the ground. "That tickles." Just like its comparatively smaller kin, this creature seemed to possess overwhelming physical capabilities far beyond the magic power it wielded. Realizing he stood no chance in a one-on-one fight, Turon promptly turned and fled. "Get back here." Thud thud, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed, accompanied by its roars. Even in his concealment state, despite the distance he had managed to put between them, the massive monster was chasing after him with its long strides. This meant it was fully aware of his location. And not just that. The other monsters, which had previously roamed the labyrinth leisurely except when encountering humans, suddenly began roaring and running wild in every direction. With the enormous monster, the labyrinth's leader, on his tail, it was impossible to avoid all of these creatures at the same time. One monster leapt out from the front, swinging 5 hooked claws toward him. Raising one arm to defend himself, Turon maximized the power of the guardian magic artifact. Thuck. The hooked claws sank into his forearm but barely managed to penetrate the skin, leaving only shallow scratches instead of a fatal wound. Blocking the attack with one hand, Turon drew a dagger with his other hand and slashed at the creature's neck. As if it were an ordinary dagger, even with infused magic power, it wouldn't have been able to pierce the creature's tough body. But Haram's dagger, while not particularly powerful, was still a magic artifact. As the monster staggered back, its neck half severed, Turon resumed his run through the pitch-black labyrinth, lost in thought. The Night Hunter's Labyrinth, a place where one could become a god. Who on earth would create such a blasphemous and bizarre place? The first thought that came to mind was a member of the pre-god tribe, specifically the Lame Goddess. But why would gods need something akin to a building that creates more gods? Damn, Turon had no time to dive deeper into his thoughts, as another monster charged at him. He quickly slid under its legs and used his magic power to propel himself upright and keep running. It wasn't the right time for deep contemplation, but running away forever wasn't an option either. One thing's certain, I need to hunt that thing down. If the eye embedded in the door was to be believed, that was his objective. Even if it wasn't, he needed to eliminate the relentless pursuer that wouldn't let him rest or sleep. The massive monster wasn't particularly fast, but as long as it kept chasing him, there was no way he could stop to rest. However, as he had already learned from their brief encounter, he had no chance of winning against it alone. The solution that came to mind was the group he had relied on for the past few days, Ferga and his companions. Of course, if he set that monster against them, there would undoubtedly be casualties on their side as well. But hadn't things already reached the point of no return with them? Having been mistaken for an assassin, Turon couldn't reveal himself to Ferga's group to join forces or escape together. From what he had observed of Ferga's personality, even if they cooperated temporarily, it wouldn't be surprising if they betrayed him at any moment. In that case, it was better to make proper use of them. "Let's see how well we can fight together, cousin." Yasniel, Ferga shouted the name of the young man who fell with a scream as he threw his chakram. The upper body of the monster attacking him was cleanly sliced off. "What's his condition?" "He's injured, unable to fight. Have Yubo heal him." Yubo, a noble of the healer bloodline, approached the wounded man with a weary expression and extended his hand. As magic power flowed into the wound, the gash that had split his shoulder to his chest began to close. "Is he recovered?" "For now." As Fergus spun his chakram on his fingers, ready to attack the next enemy, he realized there were no more foes in sight. A noble of the berserker bloodline, wielding a massive axe, muttered under his breath, "Is it over? Don't let your guard down, they could come back at any time." The group, led by Ferga, had been ambushed by dozens of monsters while taking a brief rest, as they often did. While they had grown somewhat used to combat in this labyrinth, dealing with over 100 monsters attacking simultaneously was too much, even for nobles. Thanks to Ferga, the strongest among them, fighting desperately, there had been no fatalities, but exhaustion and fatigue were evident on everyone's faces. Wait, I hear something strange. What sound? A thud like something huge is coming. It wasn't long before everyone began to hear it, the sensation of something incomprehensibly enormous approaching. Should we? Should we run? Don't be stupid. Where do you think we'll go? Prepare to fight. In a situation where they didn't even know if there was a wall ahead or not, the chances of successfully escaping were slim. At least if they stood their ground, they could avoid being crushed to death by an overwhelming mass. As the 7 nobles, excluding the injured and those who had exhausted their magic power, readied for battle, a colossal figure emerged from the darkness in front of them. One of the nobles gasped at the sight. What is that? The giant monster looked similar to its smaller kin, but its height was between 3 and 5 meters, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. The amount of slimy liquid oozing from its body was several times greater, leaving behind a sticky trail of goo behind it. Its voice, similar to the smaller monsters, wasn't just a mindless scream, it sounded as though it was speaking in an incomprehensible language. For some reason, Ferga and his group instinctively understood the meaning of its words. Night Hunter, Silver Sun, Wrath of Frost, Halves, Enemy of Children, kill them all. What the hell is it saying? What kind of creature could it be to speak the names of the pre-gods while expressing such hatred? There was no time to ponder, as the monster immediately stretched out its right arm. What they hadn't anticipated was that, being twice as large as normal monsters, its arms and claws were also twice as long. Its attack range far exceeded their expectations. Yubo, Lord, the noble of the healer bloodline Yubo, and Galton Rosman, the head of Vanapel, were each impaled through the chest and abdomen. Seeing this, Ferga and his group hastily launched a counterattack. A chakram infused with massive magic power tore through the flesh of the monster's right forearm, while a long arrow struck its forehead. Fire engulfed its chest, and a massive arrow of light pierced its neck. But the monster ignored all the attacks that damaged its body and brought the 2 impaled individuals toward its jagged, saw-like teeth. With a crunch, it chewed them up and swallowed. Delicious. The meaning of those words sent a wave of fear through Ferga and his companions, making their bodies tremble. The enemy before them was undoubtedly a being on par with the mythical magical beasts they had only heard about in stories. A creature that might only appear once every few decades, requiring the skills of a house leader or someone of similar rank to confront. What do we do, Ferga? I told you we can't run anyway. Attack! With a shout, Ferga hurled his chakram, the metal disc curving as it flew straight into the spot on the giant monster's arm that had been wounded earlier. Fueled by the magic power infused within, the chakram burrowed deep into the monster's flesh, relentlessly spinning and grinding its way through the bone. A deafening crack resounded, followed by a loud tear as a massive chunk of flesh was severed and fell to the ground. It worked. As expected of Lord Ferga, the nobles cheered, thrilled by the fact that they had finally managed to land a meaningful blow on the monster. They unleashed a flurry of attacks in succession. While their attacks weren't as effective as Ferga's, they were enough to steadily deplete the magic power sustaining the creature's body. That hurts. The monster let out a piercing scream as it swung its left arm toward them. Noticing that the monster had targeted him specifically, Ferga quickly leapt diagonally to the side. Unfortunately, his cousin was directly in the arm's trajectory. "Br brother, sorry." Even as he used his cousin as a human shield, there wasn't a shred of guilt on Ferga's face. He hurled his chakram again, but this time the monster raised its left hooked claws in defense, determined not to be hit a second time. Ferga's chakram struck his impaled cousin directly, slicing his body in half. "You!" At that moment, a noble of the Berserker bloodline let out a battle cry and swung his massive axe at the monster's shin. The Berserker bloodline ability, which traded rationality for immense physical strength, combined with the heavy power of a magic artifact, caused the monster's shin to cave in, forcing one of its knees to buckle. "We did it! I crushed its knee." The celebration was short-lived. With a resounding thud, the Berserker noble's body was sent flying dozens of meters into the darkness, vanishing from sight. The enraged monster had lifted its other leg and kicked him with staggering force. The noble's massive axe was left behind, rolling pitifully across the floor. The battle that followed was like a grueling tug-of-war. The colossal monster, its mobility impaired by its injured leg, staggered as it swung its hooked claws, while Ferga's group dodged and counterattacked, gradually chipping away at its strength. The frustrating part was that smaller monsters would occasionally join the fray, preventing them from fully focusing on the giant creature. Some of the smaller monsters, however, suddenly turned their gazes skyward or collapsed lifelessly for no apparent reason. Though there was clearly an unseen force aiding them, the ferocity of the battle was so overwhelming that no one noticed this strange phenomenon. Huff, huff. After several minutes, Ferga realized that both his stamina and magic power were nearly depleted. He looked around. He was the only one left alive. Everyone else had either been skewered by the giant monster's claws or killed in ambushes by the smaller creatures. The once elite nobles, who wouldn't have been out of place in any grand battlefield, had died like dogs in this strange and unknown place. What the hell is this thing, and how is it connected to becoming a house leader? Ferga's thoughts drifted to his grandfather, the head of the House Zahar, a figure as immense as the sky itself. If only he hadn't listened to his grandfather's words, he wouldn't have fallen into this hellish trap, wouldn't have lost his friends and retainers. Even if he somehow survived, he was as good as eliminated from the succession race. The families of those who had died here wouldn't look kindly on him. No matter how much he honed his individual skills, how could he survive the political arena without any supporters? No, none of that mattered anymore. First, he had to survive this place. Perhaps due to the excessive blood loss, Ferga staggered dizzy just as a hooked claw pierced through his body. It seemed his internal organs had been damaged. Blood surged up his throat and spilled from his lips. In that instant, as he felt death approaching, the monster that had skewered him suddenly turned its eyes as if it had spotted something else. Fake Night Hunter, why was it looking at the empty air? No, was it looking at someone? At that moment, as if from nowhere, a figure materialized in the empty space. It was a young man dressed in a slightly foreign traveler's outfit. The weapons in his hands felt strangely familiar to Ferga. It was the same massive axe that had belonged to the berserker noble who had served Ferga, a weapon so large and heavy that only those with a bloodline ability specialized in melee combat could wield it. With ease, the gray-haired young man swung the enormous weapon and embedded it deep into the neck of the severely battered giant monster. Chapter 39. While Ferga and his companions were engaged in battle with the monsters, Turon supported them to the best of his ability from a concealed position. He mixed his attacks into others' magic while remaining hidden, fought smaller monsters in close combat with a dagger, and even activated the Guardian magic artifact to absorb several dangerous attacks on their behalf. Without such efforts, the nobles would have been overwhelmingly defeated. However, despite these efforts, the nobles were gradually killed off one by one during the fight. Under normal conditions, it might have been a different story, but with their vision obscured by the darkness and fatigue accumulated from their prolonged time underground, it was difficult for them to exert even half of their usual strength. After a fierce and prolonged struggle, only Turon and Ferga were left standing. The enemy, too, had lost all of its smaller monsters, leaving some room for reprieve. Watching Ferga face off one-on-one against the gigantic monster, Turon deliberated over how to bring the creature down. The labyrinth leader had lost one arm, had a mangled leg, and was riddled with countless other wounds, yet it still flaunted its overwhelming vitality. How could he defeat that thing? The first thing that caught his eye were the magic artifacts left behind by the deceased nobles, especially the weapon types. A bow, a staff, a dagger, and an axe. Among them, Turon decided to exclude the bow first. He wasn't accustomed to using it, its efficiency was questionable, and finding arrows would be difficult in their current situation. Above all, it didn't seem significantly more powerful than his slingshot. The staff appeared to be a defensive magic artifact based on its user's previous handling, so that was also ruled out. The dagger had the ability to utilize the pyromaniac bloodline's power, but judging by how its user had died wielding it, it was likely that its usage limit for the day had already been reached. Lastly, the axe had already proven its powerful force a little earlier, but it's too heavy. When Turon secretly approached and tried to lift it, it was clear that it was far too unwieldy to swing properly. Its excessive weight for its size seemed to be related to the magic imbued in it. If it were a bloodline adept at physical combat, they might have been able to wield it effectively. At that moment, a realization struck Turon, sparked by something the eye in the door had mentioned earlier. The ability of the sacred relic in Turon's possession was Mimic. Combining that information with the fighter bloodline's magic embedded in the weapon led him to one conclusion. If I use this liquid, I might be able to mimic the fighter bloodline's power. He had a rough idea of how to use it from the moment he first saw the liquid. It was only uncertainty that had kept him from trying it until now. Click. Turon opened the lid and immediately poured the shimmering light green liquid into his mouth. The first sensation was an icy chill flowing down his throat, but it quickly turned blazing hot like flames, heating his entire body. Soon, an overwhelming strength he had never felt before surged through him. It wasn't an increase in magic power, but a pure enhancement of physical abilities. So this is the power of the fighter bloodline. When he clenched his fist tightly, he even felt a faint fear that his grip might crush his own hand. At that moment, Turon saw Ferga, perhaps due to his exhaustion, finally failed to dodge the labyrinth leader's attack and have his stomach and chest pierced by the creature's hooked claws. Seeing this, Turon grabbed the massive axe and immediately leaped toward the monster. The shift in weight distribution from the weapon and his now enhanced leg strength slightly skewed his trajectory, but fortunately the axe still managed to reach a vital point. You fake night hunter. As he had suspected, just like its kin, this monster could easily see through the invisibility provided by the Zahar's concealment magic. To conserve even the smallest amount of magic power, Turon dispelled his concealment and swung the axe. Thud, a heavy sensation transmitted through his hands as the massive axe buried itself more than halfway into the creature's neck. Damn, it's still not enough to kill it in one blow. D. Perhaps because its left hand was already impaling Ferga, the labyrinth leader swung its severed right arm to strike Turon, who was hanging onto the axe. Turon was flung away at a speed even faster than when he had leapt, crashing into one of the labyrinth's walls. His whole body ached, but unlike the times when he had been struck by the magical beasts in the past, it was at least bearable. It was thanks to the power of the Guardian magic artifact and the enhanced physical abilities brought by the fighter bloodline's power. Of course, this was because he had been hit by the severed arm. If it had been those claws, it wouldn't have ended so simply. Seeing Turon get back on his feet unharmed, the labyrinth leader threw Ferga's impaled body aside and charged toward him. Faki D, despite its ferocious roar, the way it limped toward him was far from threatening. The flame within its body, visible through the sacred relic, had long since dimmed compared to before. From the blood gushing out of its neck where the axe had been embedded and then pulled out, it was clear that it would eventually die of its own accord if left alone. But I can't let it end like that. Not only was there no need to fear a creature so sluggish from its excessive injuries, but there was also the matter of the conditions for escape that the eye in the door had indicated. The elimination of the labyrinth leader. What if the door judged that the leader had merely bled to death on its own and refused to open? Accelerating his thoughts with the secret technique of the Arabians, Turon focused on the 5 hooked claws flying toward him at a slow pace. First, avoid them. Using the short footwork he had learned from Haram for close combat, Turon narrowly dodged the claws as they brushed past his face. What was revealed next was the creature's left side. Instead of aiming for its torso, Turon swung the axe upward with all his strength. With a heavy thud, the labyrinth leader's forearm was half crushed. Not enough in one strike, huh? Then he would simply strike it multiple times. Pulling the embedded axe out, Turon swiftly swung it down before the creature could raise its arm again. Like chopping down a tree with swings from either side, the arm was cut clean off after the axe struck the same spot twice more, once from above and once from below. Evil my children, you killed them all, night hunter, fake. As if it had completely lost its mind, the labyrinth leader rambled nonsense while thrusting its final remaining weapon at Turon, its jagged blade-like teeth. Of course, biting was a highly risky move for any creature, as it meant exposing its most vulnerable part, its head. When Turon dodged to the side, the labyrinth leader's head slammed into the ground instead. It was the perfect position to sever its neck. Crunch! The axe landed squarely on the monster's glistening, blood-slick neck with a single strike. Its body slumped as if its nerves had been severed, but it still clung to life. Turon struck the same spot a second time, then a third, then a fourth. My children, how resilient was it that it managed to speak even with its neck half severed. Though since it wasn't opening its mouth but rather projecting its voice mentally, whether it could truly be called speaking was debatable. But when Turon swung the axe one last time and completely severed its neck, the flow of magic that had coursed through the labyrinth leader's body came to an abrupt halt. Only then did Turon feel certain that the monster was truly dead. Phew! Letting out a deep sigh, Turon tossed aside the heavy axe. Perhaps due to the release of tension, it felt as though all the strength in his body was draining away. No, when he focused inwardly, he realized it wasn't just a feeling. The magic of the fighter bloodline coursing through his body was genuinely fading. Judging by the pace, it seemed it would take about 30 minutes for all the power to vanish completely. Well, as impressive as the sacred relic was, permanently acquiring bloodline abilities in such a manner would have been absurd. Even just being able to store and use power this way was remarkable enough. Swallowing his slight disappointment, Turon approached the last remaining survivor who was lying sprawled in the distance, Ferga Zahar. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared blankly at the ceiling. One pierced the lung. The other near the heart, there's no saving him. While wizards generally had greater vitality than ordinary people, surviving injuries of this extent was unlikely. Of course, just as he had borrowed the power of the fighter bloodline earlier, it would have been possible to save Ferga by absorbing magic power from a noble with the healer bloodline and using it to heal him. But there was no reason to go to such lengths. Who are you? Ferga's gaze turned toward Turon, but his eyes were so unfocused that it was obvious he couldn't see clearly. He likely couldn't even make out Turon's face, let alone recognize whether he was a person or not. Should I make it easier for you? Although Ferga was a relative much older than him, Turon didn't feel inclined to use honorifics. He had seen the corpses of knights and vagrants who had died miserable deaths while exploring the labyrinth over the past few days. Surely, they too had wanted to live just as much as, if not more than Ferga. Please. Save me, that's a request I can't grant. Turon shook his head, but Ferga, seemingly unable to comprehend his words, continued to mumble his pleas for survival. Moments later, through the senses of the sacred relic, Turon felt the flames remaining in Ferga's body dissipate and converge. He's dead. Turon stood up and looked around. Over 120 small monsters lay dead, along with a dozen nobles and even the labyrinth leader. Setting aside personal gain, it was time to collect what he could to prevent all of them from being resurrected as undead spirits. Turon started by absorbing the magic power of the small monsters first. For wizards, the stronger their power, the more meaningless it became to absorb magic power from weaker beings. Therefore, it was more efficient to absorb power from the weakest first, moving upward in order. As expected, even after absorbing power from all 145 monsters, his strength showed little growth. The monsters possessed such small amounts of magic power relative to their abilities that their level was barely on par with something between a knight and a noble. There was no helping it. Next were the dead nobles. The sacred relic's detection ability allowed him to see the magic power of the deceased, so he could absorb them one by one in order of their strength without needing to recall how strong they had been in life. As he absorbed the nobles' power, the sacred relic also began separately absorbing and storing their magic power. Barrier Master, Illusionist, Berserker, Healer, Hunter. Depending on the bloodline, the magic-infused liquid in the sacred relic was neatly layered, making it easy to extract specific powers through magic if needed. What would happen if he consumed multiple bloodlines' powers simultaneously? The thought crossed his mind momentarily, but considering that he might need them in the future, he decided against experimenting recklessly. With each step of absorbing magic power, Turon's body and soul were tempered to become increasingly stronger. 5 of the nobles were far weaker than him and provided little benefit. However, 4 of them were either slightly weaker or comparable in strength, making their contributions meaningful. The real game changers were the labyrinth leader and Ferga Zahar. The moment he absorbed the magic power of these two, each possessing about twice Turon's own strength, an intense wave of euphoria struck his mind. This sensation was on a completely different level from the temporary acquisition of the fighter bloodline's power earlier. Focusing inward, Turon could feel that his magic power had grown to nearly double what it had been when he first entered the labyrinth. This was a level of power that ordinary nobles would have to spend decades, or even a century, building up under extraordinary circumstances like war. Of course, most would hit their growth limits long before reaching this level of accumulation. Now that I think about it, I might not have much room left before I hit my own growth limit. Typically, the growth limit of magic power was several times, or at most dozens of times, one's innate capacity. He didn't remember exactly how much magic power he had back when he stayed at Hisarul Hill, but by rough estimation, the power he now possessed was about 8 to 10 times what it was during that time. By this point, it felt like the time had come for that dormant bloodline to awaken. But did it really require him to grow as strong as the head of a great noble house to trigger it? He thought about it briefly before shaking his head and standing up. It was time to leave this labyrinth. I guess I'll have to abandon the magic artifacts. After all, it would be the House Zahar, renowned for their expertise in tracking, investigating these deaths. Having used a fair amount of tracking magic himself, he knew that while it wasn't possible to locate just any magic artifact, it was entirely feasible to pinpoint magic artifacts of a specific type. If dozens of Zahar nobles scoured the land to find them, he would be captured within days no matter where he hid in the Emerald Desert. It wasn't a choice he could make unless he wanted to live his life constantly on the run. After making that decision, Turon wandered through the now empty labyrinth, using tracking magic multiple times to locate and erase any traces of himself, strands of hair, drops of blood, and all other possible remnants. Finally, he headed toward the door with the eye embedded in it. I killed the labyrinth leader. He spoke to it, but the eye didn't respond. Had the door opened wide and deactivated entirely. Turon tried speaking to it a few more times, but when no response came, he shook his head and stepped inside. Oh, the space beyond the door resembled a grand hall. At the center of the room was the same pitch-black swirling void he had seen when he first entered the labyrinth. That must be the exit. Instead of heading straight for it, Turon decided to take a closer look around. Mostly useless decorations. No, there's something over there. Next to a throne-like chair was a small book. It was less of a proper book and more like a few sheets of paper loosely bound with thread. The title on the cover, written in rather crude handwriting, caught his eye. Night Hunter Job Change Process Recreation Experiment, Chapter 40. Job change, repeating the word he had heard for the first time in his life, Turon immediately flipped to the next page of the paper where the title was written. On the next page, it was filled with disorganized writings, as if the author was trying to organize their thoughts. Night Hunter equals Hunter plus Tracker plus Shadow plus Alchemist. Conditions for job change. Clear the labyrinth of evil. Solo clear required, or is it possible with a group? If the dungeon and monsters are recreated to be as similar as possible, would it be considered as meeting the conditions? Design it to open when a suitable target matching the conditions is detected. Add a feature to lure only the target in. Deny entry to those who are not the target, X. The meaning of the phrase at the top likely indicated that the bloodlines inherited by the descendants of the Night Hunter consisted of 4 types. The term job change was still unclear in meaning. But judging from the context, it might have referred to the process of becoming a Night Hunter, expressed with the phrase job change. If the lure function mentioned here referred to the inexplicable impulse that had drawn Turon in, then it was understandable. This book was clearly something akin to a notebook left behind by the creator of the labyrinth. Judging from the circumstances, it seemed likely that the person who made the Tomb of the Gods was the same one who created this. If that were true, then wasn't it a piece of writing left directly by the pre-god tribe, such as the lame goddess or a being of a similar rank to her? Swallowing nervously, Turon flipped to the next page. The following page contained a few lines of scribbled notes similar to the ones before, as well as sketches of the monsters that had swarmed the labyrinth. Monster, rotten angler. Ingredients, blood and flesh of a giant. For dungeon boss giant angler, ingredients queen giant used as material. Power source, magic power, lifespan issue handled with hibernation. How to reproduce acidic blood and fire-breathing techniques, X. Too low-level compared to the actual dungeon. How to raise the limit. It seemed that the word monsters referred to the creatures that had filled this labyrinth. The fact that these creatures were artificially created and that their ingredients were the remains of the giants, a race that had gone extinct in ancient times, was utterly shocking. However, at the same time, it made sense. After all, the existence of such grotesque creatures occurring naturally would have been even stranger. More than that, the divine power capable of crafting even living beings inspired awe in Turon. Even after flipping through 3 or 4 more pages, he couldn't find many phrases he could fully comprehend. From fragments like application to Earth Mother Goddess job change experiment and utilizing the failures of previous experiments, he could only deduce that these experiments were not conducted solely in this one location. Folding the pages and placing them into his pocket, Turon recalled what the eye in the door had said. It said my entry was an error. After reading through the book, he was able to grasp the situation to some extent. The creator of the labyrinth had aimed to create a pre-god, a Night Hunter. For that, they needed a wizard who possessed all 4 bloodlines derived from that god. They believed that if a wizard who fulfilled those conditions defeated the leader of the labyrinth, the dungeon boss mentioned in this book, they could become a god. However, for some reason, the labyrinth mistakenly recognized Turon as the Night Hunter candidate, due to the sacred relic making it perceive him as someone with all 4 bloodlines, and thus it opened up. As for Ferga and the others, Turon wasn't sure, but it seemed they had been swept up in it, likely while on some sort of tour. In any case, having defeated the dungeon boss, Turon re-examined his own body just in case, but he didn't feel any divine power surging through him. All he could sense was the increased magic power he had gained by absorbing the magic of monsters and nobles outside. From the start, it was almost impossible that Turon would possess 2 sealed bloodlines, let alone the Shadow and Alchemist bloodlines. Both bloodlines were so ancient that they were never even mentioned in the historical records Turon had read in Orm's library. Based on the legends passed down in the Emerald Desert, those bloodlines likely went extinct in the distant past, possibly during the era of the Old Empire or sometime after, following their conflict with their sibling house, House Zahar. While trying to sort through his thoughts, Turon was struck by a sudden strong sense of déjà vu. Oval the Pyro Executioner, whom he had killed in the northwest near the lands ruled by House Carmine. The bizarre methods of that madman, Oval, who claimed that you could gain the pyromaniac bloodline by burning humans and covering yourself in their ashes, felt oddly similar to the way things worked in this labyrinth, especially in how it asserted that power could be obtained through seemingly meaningless methods. Could it be that the idea of artificially acquiring bloodlines is actually true? Come to think of it, Oval had said something similar, hadn't he? That the god had shown him the way. But if that were the case, why hadn't the creator of this labyrinth directly created someone with such bloodlines, instead of waiting for a Night Hunter bloodline holder to wander in? Pondering this topic for a while, Turon eventually let out a sigh and moved toward the vortex. There was no point in overthinking it here, and more importantly, he thought, if he stalled too long and the vortex leading out disappeared, it would be a disaster. Passing through the vortex, Turon found himself standing in the middle of a desert region on the outskirts of Vanapel. The Tomb of the Gods, far off in the distance, loomed with its enormous grandeur, serving as proof of where he was. He moved to a relatively higher ground, deactivated his concealment ability, and summoned his golden eagle through the soul bond. It must have been quite far away, as the eagle only appeared after nearly 30 minutes. When it arrived, it pecked sharply at Turon's head and began scribbling on the ground with its talons. Too late, a day, 2 days anyway, late, scared. Haha, sorry. Had it been 3 days since he got trapped in the labyrinth. During that time, Turon had sensed the eagle's anxiety through the soul bond, so he comforted it, stroking its head repeatedly. However, the eagle shook its head and stepped back. Smell. Of course, being stuck in the labyrinth for 3 days, not to mention fighting in a final melee, had left Turon's clothes and body smeared with rotting flesh and blood. Although he had cleaned up somewhat in the process of erasing his traces, it wasn't nearly enough to get rid of the stench. Refusing to carry him due to the filth, the golden eagle left Turon with no choice but to run on foot toward Vanapel's oasis. Naturally, the oasis, being the city's most important water source, was guarded by knights. Hey, don't you think the atmosphere in the house has been weird lately? The lord and the attendants who accompanied him haven't been seen for a while. Why worry? Let's not concern ourselves with the affairs of the higher-ups. They probably have their reasons. How about a drink tomorrow instead? Geez, I'm trying to have a serious conversation here. As the two knights chattered idly, Turon passed between them unnoticed, heading to a spot beyond their line of sight. There, he used magic to draw enough water for 2 people to bathe in. Thanks to his concealment ability, the knights didn't notice him stealing water from the oasis right next to them. He carried the stolen water to a deserted rocky area, where he transformed the ground to create a pit, filled it with water, and heated it. After stripping off his clothes and washing himself thoroughly, he lifted the water into the air, removing all impurities, and then cleaned his clothes before putting them back on. Only then did he start to look somewhat presentable again. Phew, now I feel like I can breathe. He wondered how he used to survive in the past, going weeks without washing. After finishing his bath, Turon made sure to erase all traces of what he'd done. The altered ground was returned to its original flat state, the water was evaporated into the air, and the impurities were burned away completely. Now clean? Yes, I'm clean. Will you carry me now? Okay. Grabbing the golden eagle's legs, Turon soared into the sky. The fact that the labyrinth had opened would soon become known as Vanapel continued to send in vagrants. If possible, he needed to get far away from this place before that happened. The House Zahar would inevitably begin searching for the one who had absorbed the magic power of the 10 nobles. Since Turon had left no trace of himself within, he could only hope that the labyrinth's unique characteristics would lead others to assume the magic power had simply vanished. However, such matters always required assuming the worst-case scenario. It's probably better to leave the Emerald Desert entirely for a few months until things quiet down. The deaths of 10 nobles were a matter grave enough to shake even a major house like House Zahar. During the past war with House Arabian, the number of noble casualties was about 26 or so on each side, nearly half the number of losses typical in a war between great houses. Moreover, one of the deceased nobles was a successor candidate for the house's leadership, meaning a large-scale investigation was inevitable. If, during such an investigation, the discovery was made that a fallen noble like Turon Brahms had suddenly gained immense power purely by chance, there was no doubt he would become the primary suspect. Of course, leaving the desert would mean temporarily putting aside his original goal of searching for his parents' trail. But surely his mother would not have wanted her son to meet his end while chasing after her footsteps. Besides, with the golden eagle, it wouldn't take too long to return once it was safe. While Turon was deep in thought, a chirp came from above. The golden eagle looked down at him, projecting an air of confusion as if asking, "Where are we going?" "Ah, right. Let's head in that direction first." Turon pointed toward the northwest. While flying on the golden eagle, Turon did his best to avoid contact with other people. With his enhanced magic power, he used detection magic to cover a range of nearly 10 kilometers, changing direction whenever he picked up the scent of humans. After a day and a half of flying and resting, the desert terrain began to change. The clothing of the people he observed from afar became noticeably different, and the climate turned slightly more humid and cool. What would have taken ordinary travelers over a month or even a week for nobles was reduced to nothing before the wings of this creature. By the time white snow began to fall from the sky, Turon had the golden eagle land on the ground. "You did well, let's take a break now. You must be tired, right?" "Yes, want rest." The golden eagle, showing signs of exhaustion, wrote this down before perching on a rod attached to Turon's bag and closing its eyes. Turon stroked its feathers gently and then turned his gaze to the white rocky mountains that stretched out before him. "So this is the gray zone." This region, located west of the Emerald Desert and east of Matari City, where Turon had first met Ashes, was filled with rugged rocky mountains. It was also the site of a fierce war between the armies of House Arabian and House Zahar in the past. According to the travelogues, there are supposed to be blind dwarves living in these mountains who eat people right. Of course, even if such creatures did exist, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to Turon. As he was now, he was stronger than most of the heads of mid-sized noble houses, stronger even than the head of the House Baltas, whom he had met before. He was powerful enough to rival the elite of even the greatest houses. At this level, it was almost impossible for a noble of his caliber to die unless they faced multiple noble houses head-on. Well, unless he ended up in some absurd situation like Ferga, that is. First, I should take it easy and figure out where exactly this place is. Turon's next destination was Orem City, the base of House Baltas, which he had visited before. He planned to return to its library and consult with the librarian there about the various secrets he had uncovered in the labyrinth. Carrying the golden eagle by his side, he walked for about an hour before an old Empire road came into view. Although the surrounding area was blanketed in white snow, the flakes falling from the sky melted instantly upon touching the road. It was then that Turon noticed a strange procession approaching from the opposite direction on the road. "Mom, I'm tired. Stop whining and walk faster. If you stop, we'll leave you behind." Wah! The procession was a chaotic mixture of men and women, young and old, all carrying various belongings. Each of them bore an expression full of exhaustion as they passed by Turon, glancing at him as if he were strange. However, they seemed too drained to even speak to him and simply continued moving southeast. "What's going on?" They looked as though they were fleeing from something. Walking in the direction they had come from, it wasn't long before Turon came across a rather sizable city. Perhaps because it was located in the middle of a mountain range, its walls were built in a semicircle with a large cliff behind it for support. Standing by the city gate, a guard noticed Turon and tilted his head in confusion. "A traveler, but what's with that bird? And your clothes?" It wasn't strange for the guard to find Turon odd. The white desert robe he had worn earlier was so stained with monster blood that he had burned it after washing was no longer an option. Now he wore only the shirt, pants, and cloak that Ashes had given him as a gift. In the dead of winter, there were only two types of people who traveled dressed like that, madmen or wizards. Realizing this, the guard's face turned pale. Welcome, might I ask which esteemed who?" It seemed that if Turon wanted to continue pretending to be a commoner, he would need to buy a thick padded coat or some fur clothing to blend in better. "I'm just a traveler passing through, but might I request a day's hospitality from this city's lord?" If his identity hadn't been exposed, he might have slipped through unnoticed, but now that he'd been identified as a wizard, sneaking away would go against customary etiquette. However, for some reason, the guard hesitated awkwardly at Turon's request. "What's the matter?" "Well, you see, this is Kalamaf and the lord is no longer here." "What? How is that possible, a city without a lord?" Judging by its size, this city wasn't small in the slightest. Even smaller cities like Murray kept at least one noble in residence as a precaution. Could that procession he had seen earlier be connected to this situation? "I'm just a low-ranking guard, so I don't know much, but I heard that the lord was recently killed by dark elves who invaded from the west." The guard explained, his face filled with unease, that the city now had neither nobles nor knights. Chapter 41. A city without even a knight, let alone a noble. The sturdy walls, which had seemed so reassuring just moments ago, now appeared like a sandcastle, ready to crumble at the slightest breath of any invader. In reality, there was no city in this world that was not under the protection of a wizard. "Excuse me, did you come from another city to save us?" The guard who cautiously asked this question wore an expression filled with desperation and pleading. However, Turon shook his head, dispelling such expectations. "No, as I said a moment ago, I'm just a traveler passing through." Hearing his honest answer, the guard's face twisted with despair, though he didn't dare protest. How could a mere commoner even think of arguing with a wizard? As Turon silently gazed at the man's face, he let out a faint sigh and spoke. "Still, I'll at least find out what's going on. Is City Hall functioning properly?" "Yes, I think there are still a few people left." Turon wasn't trying to learn about the city's circumstances because he intended to seize control of an ownerless city or because he found their plight unbearable. Even if abandoned sheep seemed pitiful, how many of such people could there be in the world? If one were to live helping every unfortunate person they met, even a noble's lifespan of several hundred years would fall short. Turon simply wanted to verify the truth of the alarming rumors that a powerful army of a different race had brought down an entire noble house. He hadn't offered to solve the problem, he had merely said he would look into it. Yet even this brought a glimmer of hope to the guard's face. After receiving directions to City Hall, Turon entered Kalamaf's downtown. Contrary to his expectations of a bustling scene, the city was eerily silent. The atmosphere. Is heavy, extremely heavy. A quiet city wasn't anything unusual. Even Murray City, which he had visited in the past, felt incredibly busy at the time, though in hindsight, it was a modest town of about 1,000 people. What made this city feel so distinct, however, was the air of despair and hopelessness that seemed to pervade every corner. The people roaming the streets, their eyes hollow and lifeless, were mostly either far too old or painfully young, and their attire was shabby even by commoner standards. Buildings that appeared to be shops were all closed, while some had doors that looked like they had been broken down by thieves, yet no one seemed to care. As Turon looked around the city, he was reminded of the shepherd dog he had once raised in his childhood. The poor creature had grown so old that it couldn't even lift its head, lying limp as if waiting for its final breath. This city exuded the same atmosphere as that old, dying animal. The young and able-bodied must have fled with their families, leaving behind only the weak who didn't even have the strength to escape. Even in his thin travel attire, with a golden eagle perched on his arm, Turon's appearance stood out, but unlike the guard at the city gate, the citizens of Kalamaf showed no interest in him. Their misfortunes weighed so heavily on them that they didn't even have the energy to notice their surroundings. When he eventually arrived at Kalamaf City Hall, the same quiet atmosphere lingered. The officials, who appeared to be clerks, were flipping through what seemed like paperwork, though their slow movements betrayed a lack of enthusiasm. At that moment, one of the clerks accidentally tore a hole in a piece of parchment, muttered a curse under his breath, and glanced at Turon. Noticing Turon's attire, the clerk, perhaps reaching the same conclusion as the guard earlier, widened his eyes and exclaimed, Are you by any chance someone who has inherited the bloodline of the gods? At the question implying he was a wizard, Turon nodded slightly, and instantly the clerks' faces lit up with relief. An older woman hesitated before timidly asking a question. Excuse me, I apologize for this impertinent question, but may I ask whether you are someone who has formed a noble house through your esteemed lineage? Judging by how awkwardly she asked whether he was a noble or a knight, it seemed that these people rarely had the opportunity to interact with wizards. Either that or the city's noble families had been so excessively authoritarian that such interactions were discouraged. Turon, a wandering noble, is there someone here who is in charge of the city? At his curt, authoritative tone, the clerks finally showed expressions as if they had been brought back to life. They looked like sheep wandering in the wild who had suddenly found a shepherd. Some were even moved to the point of tears. A short while later, an elderly man with a plump build who introduced himself as the temporary overseer led Turon to the topmost room of City Hall. His name was Daruk. He had not held a particularly high rank originally, but as the oldest and most experienced of the remaining city officials, he had assumed the role of representative. It pains me greatly to welcome such an esteemed figure to a place so humble as this. Please forgive this disrespect, and I'd prefer it if you kept things brief without overdoing it. I don't know if this is just part of your culture, but it's uncomfortable. Small towns tended to treat nobles with excessive reverence, but these people were especially extreme. If he listened to every word they said, he felt like the entire day would pass by. Daruk, noticing Turon's irritation, hesitated for a moment before meekly responding. I understand. On my way here, I heard that the nobles and knights of this city were wiped out by dark elves. In truth, we don't know the exact details either. Daruk began explaining the situation. About 3 weeks ago, a few traveling merchants witnessed the corpses of beast hunters on a road west of the city. Their steel weapons had been cleanly severed, a clear sign of a magical beast, and not just an ordinary one, but an exceptionally powerful creature. The merchants immediately rushed back to the city to report this to City Hall. If it had been a minor magical beast, that would have been one thing, but a beast with predator origins was far beyond the ability of regular beast hunters. Moreover, it wasn't far, barely a day's journey from the city, so 2 of Kalamaf's knights were sent out to subjugate it. However, 3 days passed and they did not return. If 2 knights weren't enough, it meant a larger force was necessary. The head of the noble house ruling the city dispatched his younger brother and son, accompanied by 10 knights, to eliminate the threat. This is oddly reminiscent of that time we hunted the monkey-like magical beast. The only difference was that Turon hadn't been part of this particular expedition. Even the composition of the force felt eerily similar. So, what happened after that? But they too never returned. The disappearance of 2 nobles, a devastating loss for a small noble house. The head of the house, abandoning even the city's defense, gathered every knight who wasn't too old or too young to fight and led them westward. A few days later, only 1 knight returned, battered and barely alive. He declared that everyone had died, and when asked who had killed them, he uttered a single word: undead spirit. An undead spirit, huh? There's also a rumor spreading that dark elves are slaughtering and eating countless humans in the West. One scholar claimed that if undead spirits were involved, it must be the dark elves' doing. As a result, rumors quickly spread that an army of dark elves would soon descend upon this place to devour all the humans. Many citizens fled and the city was left in its current state. Did you request aid from nearby cities? Well, we've sent messengers several times, but all of them were refused. They said they didn't want to disperse their forces in such troubled times. Some of the nearby noble houses were even blood relatives of the deceased lord, yet they too were reluctant. They had promised to send help once the situation calmed down a bit. It was essentially the same as a rejection. They're scared. After all, what use was gaining a city for free if it meant dying in the process? With rumors of a dark elf army approaching, even a single knight would be too valuable to lose. Turon tilted his head slightly and let out a small sigh. I understand the situation. However, I don't think I'm capable of handling this. Just as Turon was about to voice his refusal, Daruk, who had been seated across from him, suddenly stood up and threw himself to the floor beside him. Please. I beg you, become the lord of the city. Even so, it was not something Turon could accept. Becoming the lord of this city essentially meant binding himself to it. A lord of a noble house was not to leave their main estate unless a war with another house or a similarly significant event demanded it. This was because no one could predict when a formidable enemy might invade and devastate the city. Turon recalled his time aboard the Blue Marlin. The pressure he had felt back then, responsible for the lives of a single ship and its mere dozens of crew members. Becoming the lord of this city meant taking responsibility for the lives of over 10,000 people, several thousand at the very least, even considering those who had fled. He didn't want to promise responsibility for something he knew he could not shoulder. It wouldn't be the right thing to do. As he was about to express this sentiment, Daruk, with tears streaming down his wrinkled face, said something completely unexpected. These helpless sheep need a shepherd, I beg you have mercy, to compare nobles to shepherds and commoners to sheep. It was a metaphor Turon had heard from his mother as a child, one that had been deeply etched into a corner of his consciousness, yet he had never encountered it again throughout all his travels until now. Striving to suppress the disturbance this caused within him, Turon asked, Is that comparison a common saying around here? What do you mean, sir? That nobles are shepherds and commoners are sheep? I've lived here my entire life, so I don't know much about other regions, but in the gray zone this metaphor is often used. Nobles are shepherds, knights are shepherd dogs, and commoners are sheep. Sheep obediently graze and follow where the shepherd dogs guide them, while the shepherd dogs protect the sheep and obey the shepherd. Daruk explained that the gray zone, as its name suggested, was a rocky region unsuitable for farming. Many people raised sheep on the sparse grasslands scattered throughout the area. Over time, the metaphor had naturally taken root. After hearing this much, Turon was halfway to certainty. His mother must have been from this region, or at the very least, someone who had visited and stayed here. It was a metaphor he had never heard before, not even around Hisarul Hill where he had grown up, nor during his interactions with the nomads of the Emerald Desert, who raised large flocks of sheep. Then have you ever seen someone like this? Her name is Bige. It might not be her real name. About 20 years ago, she would have been in her late teens or early 20s. Turon took out the portrait of his mother he always carried in his bag and showed it to Daruk. The old man studied it carefully before shaking his head. I'm afraid I don't recognize her, I'm sorry, but if you'd like, I can distribute this portrait across the city to see if anyone else does. As he said this, the old man looked up at Turon with moist, aged eyes. The meaning behind that gaze was clear. If Turon wanted to pursue his goal, the city would at least need to survive. Turon hesitated, then let out a sigh. As I said earlier, I cannot become the lord of this city. But I can act as a protector. A protector, sir. I'll stay here temporarily and protect the city, only until the threat from the west is dealt with or a suitable lord is found for the city. A savior has come to our city. We are saved. The noble descendant of the gods is with us, so let us not fear. In less than an hour, an official announcement was made throughout the city of Kalamaf, declaring that a new noble had arrived to protect them. The ambiguous phrasing, that a savior, not a lord, had come, was intended to reassure the citizens without revealing that this arrangement was merely temporary. A welcome ceremony was even held in the plaza in front of City Hall. Despite the lack of time and resources, the event looked surprisingly well prepared, a testament to the officials' desperate efforts. During this time, no one dared to question whether Turon was truly a noble or, if he was, how powerful he was. For one, there was no way to verify such claims, and even attempting to test his abilities could risk offending him. However, the perspective of the citizens watching from a distance was naturally a bit different. Is he really the real deal? To be honest, he doesn't look all that different. Well, he's as handsome as one of the pre-gods, I'll give him that. And what good is that? It's not like magical beasts are going to run away just because of his face. Standing in the hastily arranged ceremony, Turon could feel the skeptical gazes of the citizens directed at him. Perhaps thinking their voices wouldn't carry over the distance, some even openly muttered sarcastic remarks without restraint. Yet despite their biting words, their eyes revealed something else, anxiety and a defensive instinct. The citizens didn't want to be let down again. After already losing the lord who had once protected them, the idea that this unknown young man could be a fraud or might die just as easily would only double their despair. Hey, why is everyone so quiet? Beside him, Daruk and the other officials, visibly anxious, scolded the citizens as if that would prompt cheers, but it did nothing to change the mood. Watching this scene, Turon was suddenly reminded of the awe-inspiring lightning storm once conjured by the head of House Arabian. At the time, he had thought it impressive but somewhat pointless. Now he realized just how meaningful such displays could be. Nobles were nobles because they demonstrated why they were worthy of that title. Showing the strength of their protector was critically important to instill trust. Should I give it a try? After all, there's not a single wizard in this city. Turon thought back to the actors who had played knights in the theaters of House Berg during his stay there. Even with magic power that was negligible compared to a noble's, they had performed dazzling flame tricks and convincingly acted as mighty wizards. How had they managed that? As flames began to rise from his hand, the plaza fell into momentary silence. Some feared that the noble had heard their mocking remarks and was about to unleash his wrath. Others were thrilled, thinking that the youthful noble truly possessed the power to protect them. But the show Turon intended to put on was just beginning. The first step was to lower the temperature of the fire. If the temperature dropped too much, the flames would become invisible, so maintaining the proper balance was critical. Having practiced this before, Turon executed it without difficulty. The next step was to expand the cooled flames upward. The resulting flames, weaker than even the torches carried by commoners and laughable to anyone with the skill of a knight, would have been unimpressive in terms of quality. However, none of the citizens at the ceremony were wizards, so no one was aware of that fact. Look at the fire, the fire. What Turon lacked in the intensity of the flames, he more than made up for with the sheer quantity of magic power he could exert. The result of focusing his immense power on amplifying the scale of the weak flames was nothing short of extraordinary. Piercing through the biting snowstorm swirling around the plaza, the sky hundreds of meters above burned a bright crimson. Chapter 42. After a massive flame burst into the sky, the once gloomy atmosphere of Kalamaf City had distinctly changed. Whenever the citizens gathered, they joyfully spoke about the flames that adorned the city sky, marveling at the majestic spectacle. It was the belief that a powerful being stood firmly in the middle of the city, ensuring that they would not be one-sidedly massacred by sudden foreign invaders. That belief alone gave people the sense that they were within a protective fence, allowing them to feel reassured. However, the mood of Great Wizard Turon, who had become the object of worship by all Kalamaf citizens, wasn't particularly good. This was because he had to listen to discussions led by Daruk, a few other government officials, and merchants and guild leaders who had too much invested in the city to leave, all gathered in the meeting room at City Hall. First, we need to secure firewood or materials to repair houses. Already, dozens of people have frozen to death this winter. Isn't food more important than that? What's the point of firewood when the citizens are on the verge of eating one another? Turon, who was only 19, wondered what he could possibly know to be participating in such matters. Yet in this city, any policy Turon did not personally involve himself in was worth no more than the orders of beggars. Only when he participated, listened, and gave approval could the government officials gain the authority to carry out any policy. The reason officials had been idly shuffling papers all this time was not because they had nothing to do, but because they had lost the authority granted by the aura of nobility and thus were incapable of doing anything. But even if we try to import from villages or other cities, we don't have any money. Well, that's true. Even listening to the meeting for just a short while, it was not hard to grasp how dire the city's situation was. Not only was the city lacking all sorts of materials needed for its maintenance, but it also lacked the finances and workforce to resolve this. This was because most of those who had held these two things had left for other cities. With such circumstances, it was clear why the neighboring noble houses had not bothered to take over Kalamaf. They must have thought it would be better to wait for the city to completely collapse and then send new settlers to rebuild it. While listening silently to their discussion, a thought suddenly occurred to Turon and he voiced it. I'll take care of the food problem. At that single statement, the once noisy meeting room instantly fell silent. An older merchant cautiously asked, Protector of the city, may I dare ask how you plan to solve the food problem? I'll gather the animals visible around this area and drive them into Kalamaf. At first, we'll increase the quantity by making something like meat stew. The leftovers can be salted or smoked to preserve them for the winter. For Turon at the moment, this was not a particularly difficult task. Flying on a golden eagle, he could command all the animals that entered the sacred relic senses to move to Kalamaf. No matter how he thought about it, there was no other way to secure enough food for thousands of people to survive the winter. The void left by the migrating animals would naturally be filled over time as animals from farther away moved in. Everyone who heard his words widened their eyes in astonishment. See, could such a thing even be possible? No, I would never dare to doubt you, Protector. But to use the power granted by the gods to sustain lowly people, is it even right to do so? To commoners, a wizard was a being of immense power that could subdue magical beasts, not a convenient worker who would do tasks that commoners could handle. It even felt somewhat irreverent to assign such a transcendent being the task of herding animals. Turon dismissed their concerns with ease. In the northern Taking Plains, nobles strike the ground with lightning after the harvest. That's because the soil becomes more fertile the following year. What I'm doing is no different from that. A few dozen minutes later, as soon as the meeting ended, Turon took flight around the area surrounding Kalamaf City, just as he had said. As Turon expanded the sensory range of the sacred relic to its maximum, he could feel the presence of animals hidden throughout the ashen-gray Rocky Mountains. All of you, move toward that place. Once you arrive in front of the wall, stay still and do not move. At his quiet command, the animals began to move one by one, herds of mountain goats, rabbits, and even wolves and leopards. Even those hiding in the bushes, invisible from the sky, became targets of magic the moment they were caught within the sacred relic's senses. This kind of task didn't consume an overwhelming amount of magic power. For Turon, who had been controlling flocks of sheep as naturally as breathing since childhood, animal control magic was one of the skills he was most proficient in, akin to throwing stones. As a result, it wasn't long before the citizens of the city witnessed animals flocking to the city and lining up in front of the wall, waiting to be slaughtered. Quick, slaughter them all. No, deal with the predators first and kill them quickly. As for the rabbits, don't kill them all, put them in a pen instead. We can feed them grass and raise them. This is unbelievable, even seeing it with my own eyes. Are nobles really capable of something like this? Then why didn't the high and mighty lords of past? It must be because the current protector is a far more powerful wizard. Didn't you see the flames back then? Well, you're right. I said something foolish. The process of slaughtering over hundreds of animals, cooking the meat, and distributing it was not an easy task, but with the combined efforts of the government officials, the police, and the citizens who had regained their enthusiasm, things managed to progress somehow. After filling their stomachs with rich food for the first time in a while, everyone's faces lit up with vitality. With the food problem resolved, the issue of insufficient buildings to survive the winter was also addressed without much difficulty. The solution was to open up the residence of the family that had once ruled the city, located in its center, and use it to house those without homes or whose homes had been destroyed. The residence, which had comfortably housed over 100 people in the past, could accommodate around 1,000 people if they lived in closer quarters. But then, where will the city's protector stay? I can stay at the City Hall accommodations. There's a bed there and it's not bad at all. Turon replied calmly to the astonished officials. Having lived his entire life as a shepherd and later as a wanderer accustomed to sleeping outdoors, Turon had no attachment to a grand mansion. Besides, the valuables in the residence had already been taken by the few remaining family members who fled during the city's decline, leaving the place half-ruined. In any case, Turon's authority, which carried the weight of divine command, ensured that this too was immediately put into action. Now, everyone move slowly. The city's protector doesn't want any citizens to get hurt. Children, line up over here. Can we really live here? Yes, it's true. Be sure to thank the protector. My goodness, instead of a shepherd tending to and slaughtering his sheep, he's giving us his own flesh to eat. How can we ever repay this? Thus, through the mouths of citizens who now lived in the grand mansion of a lord they could never have even dreamed of seeing in their lives, Turon became further deified. However, he paid no attention to such a reputation. At the moment, he only had one wish: for the city to return to normal as quickly as possible so he could find clues about his mother. A few days later, the cities surrounding Kalamaf began to notice changes in this once dying city. The flow of refugees wandering around the area had completely stopped, and instead, merchant caravans were going around nearby villages, selling furs and buying grains or fabric to bring back to Kalamaf. It was impossible not to notice this. Moreover, since Turon had not explicitly ordered them to keep his presence a secret, the merchants spoke openly about it. Turon of Kalamaf? Yes, someone calling himself that has become the master of Kalamaf City. To be precise, he refers to himself not as a lord but as the protector of the city. The Lord of Vigen, a city located 3 days from Kalamaf, exclaimed in fascination upon hearing the intriguing news. A protector of the city, you say? That's quite an amusing title. How old is he? I've heard he appears to be around 20 years old. That's far too young. Yes, but it said that he displayed magic capable of filling the sky with flames, visible from anywhere in the city. Even considering this comes from commoners' accounts, he must undoubtedly be skilled. The Lord of Vigen stroked his beard, deep in thought at the words of his knight who served as his advisor. Though nobles were known to age more slowly, it was still rare to find one among the powerful nobility with such a youthful appearance. The opportunity to accumulate magic power was limited, and building such strength often required a long span of years. There were only two major exceptions to this rule. The first was a lucky prodigy who had traveled on a pilgrimage from a young age, continually encountering magical beasts suited to their abilities, thereby rapidly growing stronger. The second was a talent deliberately nurtured by a great noble family, pushed to their limits under the family's full support. And this type of person of all times shows up now and takes over a hollowed-out city right next to the Arabian army. Something smells fishy here. The war between two great noble families that had erupted 20 years ago in the Grey Zone had left a profound impact on the local population. The number of commoners executed on suspicions of being spies was beyond counting, and some masterless wandering knights were forcibly conscripted to the front lines to die. Even the nobles themselves had divided into factions and fought against each other. In fact, the Lord of Vigen himself had taken advantage of the Zahar family's support to kill his Arabian-supporting older brother and usurp the position of family head. Given such history, it was only natural to be sensitive to the movements of the great families. Now which family could it be? Turan Arabian, Turan Carmine, Turan Lavidas, or perhaps Turan Zahar? That one feels like it fits. The name has a certain ring to it, doesn't it? Should we contact the Zahar family? Absolutely not. Taking the initiative to bring it up before they do, that's something superiors find very unpleasant. It makes them feel as though their thoughts are being read. Besides, what if we guess wrong, then what? Then what stance should we take regarding the occupation of Kalamaf? For now, we'll take an approach of subtle acceptance. Protesting could make us enemies of whoever is behind this, and that would be troublesome. After all, the city might still end up being razed by the Dark Elves, regardless of who's taken it over. What the Lord of Vigen didn't realize was that at that very moment, all the lords around Kalamaf were reaching a similar conclusion. They speculated that Turan was not from Zahar but from Arabian, Carmine, or some other distant great noble family. And so, without much ado, Turan was tacitly acknowledged as the protector of Kalamaf by the lords of the Grey Zone. Once Kalamaf city had somewhat stabilized, Turan had several portraits of his mother's face copied and distributed throughout the city via Daruk. In truth, Turan didn't have high expectations for this approach. The population density in the Grey Zone was not particularly high, but there were still 8 cities and over 100 small villages in the region. What were the chances that Turan's mother had lived in or stayed in Kalamaf? Moreover, since Turan had lived on Hisarul Hill ever since he was born, it had been nearly 20 years since his mother might have been in Kalamaf. By now, anyone who had known her back then might have forgotten her face, passed away, or fled. What Turan had not anticipated, however, was just how much popularity he had garnered in this city. When word spread that the protector of the city was searching for a woman, the citizens racked their brains, trying to recall even the faintest memories. In the process, Turan ended up hearing all sorts of information, some possibly true, others undoubtedly false. Protector of the city. Another report. Yes, the official who had come to report to Turan wore a dejected expression, aware of the frustration Turan had endured over the past week after receiving over a dozen useless reports. Well, I should hear it. Who's the informant? A man named Egon. He used to run an inn but lost everything to gambling and is now a vagrant. He claims that around 18 or 19 years ago, a woman who looked exactly like the person in the portrait visited the inn he was running at the time. Let's go see. Turan had already encountered similar claims multiple times, but for some reason this one didn't feel bad. What stood out in particular was that Egon hadn't given an exact time frame of 20 years, but had instead said 18 to 19 years ago, an ambiguous yet precise window. Not long after, a shabby-looking man entered the meeting room at City Hall, bowing deeply as he addressed Turan. Protector of the city, it's an honor to meet you. If it weren't for the food and shelter you've provided, I would have died like a dog on the streets. That's fortunate. But more importantly, I want to hear the details about the person in the portrait you said you've seen. Of course, I'll tell you, it happened back when I was still running an inn and hadn't fallen into ruin. It was during a vague time frame, somewhere between 18 and 19 years ago. At the time, Kalamaf was in a state of unrest due to the war between Arabian and Zahar. Though not as desperate as things were now, everyone lived in fear that aligning with one side might prompt the opposing noble family's army to sweep through the city. In such a tense period, a young woman arrived at Egon's in one day and stayed for a night. She looked about 20 years old and her belly was slightly swollen as if she were pregnant. I'm not sure if her name was Bige or not. Even from just that much, Turan's heart felt like it was going to burst with excitement. He had never mentioned to anyone that his mother might have been pregnant with him at that time. No, he couldn't be certain yet. It was still possible that the vagrant was making it all up or that he was simply mistaken. Turan subtly pressed him for more details. You seem to have a good memory. Wouldn't most people forget about a guest who stayed for just one night almost 20 years ago? Hee hee, I may look a bit dull, but I still remember the name and face of the girl I liked when I was 10 years old. That's how good my memory is. I thought it'd help me with gambling since I could remember the cards so well, but well. When Egon trailed off, muttering to himself about how that skill hadn't served him well in the gambling world, Turan prodded him gently to bring him back to the main topic. A woman traveling alone is unusual enough. She also had a rather large and fine horse with her, which made her stand out in my memory. On top of that, she looked anxious and restless, almost as if she were on the run. I couldn't help but wonder which scoundrel had gotten such a beautiful woman pregnant and abandoned her. Why did you assume she'd been abandoned? Well, while she was eating, she stroked her belly and muttered to herself, saying, "Baby, please, don't grow up to be like your father." Chapter 43. After asking a few more questions, it turned out that she had asked Egon how to get to the west. However, when he mentioned the names of a few nearby places, it seemed like she didn't recognize them at all. In other words, it meant that she wasn't someone who had lived in Kalamaf City for a long time. Ah, and now that I think about it, the horse that woman was riding didn't seem to be from around here either. Its fur shimmered golden all over, making it obvious that it was a top-notch horse. I had to securely lock the stable. Turan suddenly recalled a story he had heard long ago from Labis, the elder of the village beneath Hisarul Hill. This was before his mother passed away, back when his relationship with the villagers had not yet soured. Labis, stroking young Turan's head, once mentioned that there had been an amazing golden horse in the village. Apparently, it was such a magnificent animal that someone from a nearby city had purchased it for a hefty price. Perhaps Turan's mother had ridden that horse up to Hisarul Hill and then sold it to buy the sheep ranch on the hill. The villagers would have surely undercut the price as much as they could. This much is certain now. There was no longer any doubt in Turan's mind that the woman Egon was talking about was his mother. What about her husband? Well, actually, we didn't get that far in our conversation. My late wife used to yell at me, saying I'd start drooling if I talked to pretty women. On top of that, the woman herself apparently avoided mingling with others, so there wasn't even any casual chatting. If she truly had been on the run, it made sense that she would want to minimize contact with others. After repeating his earlier questions to confirm whether there were any differences in the answers, Turan gave him a few gold coins and sent him away. Oh my, receiving such a large sum feels overwhelming. You've earned it. To Turan, a few gold coins were pocket change, but to the vagabond, it was enough to last through the winter. Of course, if he gambled it away, that wouldn't be the case, but worrying about that would have been unnecessary meddling. Since he had given out such a large sum, there was a high possibility that false reports would increase, so Turan instructed the officials to collect the portraits and stop accepting related reports. Now that he knew his mother wasn't from this city, it would be more productive to investigate in other cities. After wrapping everything up, he lay down on the bed in his lodging at the top of the city hall. Who, if she had headed west, then the place his mother had come from would be either the north, east, or south. Among these, the most likely directions were the east or south. Either his mother or his father must have been from House Zahar, as it was from them that he had inherited this bloodline. But what lingered in his mind was the phrase, "Don't become like your father." It was a statement that could be interpreted both positively and negatively. Thinking back to his childhood, when he had asked what kind of person his father was, she had said he was a good man, so it must have been meant positively. But if that was the case, why had she told him not to become like his father? And why did she have to escape alone? Lost in thought, Turan lay down, covering his face with his hands. Beside him, the golden eagle made a faint scratching noise. When he looked up, the bird pushed forward an iron plate filled with sand. "Are you hurting?" This iron plate was something Turan had personally crafted after coming to Kalamaf. Unlike writing in the dirt, it allowed for writing indoors, though it couldn't accommodate long texts. Of course, it was too big and heavy to carry around, so it could only be used in situations like now when he was resting in his room. "I'm not hurting, my mind is just complicated." Turan said when talked Bige. After being startled by the sudden comment, Turan realized upon reflection that he had indeed talked about his mother in front of this creature quite often. From the first time he asked the head of Kamed City, the golden eagle had been by his side because of the soul bond. Moreover, since their souls were bonded, some of their emotions were shared, meaning he couldn't even hide his feelings. "Who Bige, a mate?" "No, my mother, the person who gave birth to me. Do you remember your mother?" At Turan's question, the golden eagle tilted its head before shaking it side to side. "Don't know, I know mother." "Well, I suppose that's the same for me now." It probably wasn't that it was truly born without a mother, but rather that it couldn't remember. As Turon stroked its head, the golden eagle gazed at him intently before suddenly writing something. My name Bige, I am Bige. The golden eagle quickly erased the words and wrote a new sentence. Turon sad because no Bige. So it meant that since he seemed to be suffering from not having his mother, it would take her name and become her substitute. Turon couldn't help but laugh out loud at its pure-hearted, childlike sentiment. I appreciate the thought, but you don't have to do that. The time when I was sad about not having a mother has long passed. Since it's your name, think carefully about it. Thought a lot. I am Bige. Even when Turon suggested other names, the golden eagle clicked its beak stubbornly. After a few more attempts to persuade it, Turon shook his head in resignation. Well, if that's what you want, then so be it. I'll call you Bige from now on. After all, sharing a name wasn't such a big deal. Except for a few names commonly used only in certain regions, names were generally similar no matter where you went in the world. Even Turon himself had encountered 3 or 4 people with the same name during his travels, and he'd heard the name Bige a few times as well. All right then, I look forward to working with you, Bige. I am Bige. The golden eagle, now bearing the same name as his mother, chirped loudly and flapped its wings. Aside from gathering clues about his mother's existence, Turon faithfully carried out his role as Calamaf's protector. In truth, given that he personally fed and nurtured the city, calling him its father wouldn't have been strange. What, are you saying the logs are flying on their own? Come on, there's no time to rest. Let's organize these quickly and send them to the sawmill. How are these stones so perfectly squared? The dimensions are flawless, there's no need to carve them further. After resolving the city's food supply to a certain extent, Turon also addressed other material shortages using his magic. By casting enhanced cutting magic on a dagger and letting it fly through the air, he felled dozens of trees, levitated them using levitation magic, and transported them. He also utilized earth-shaping magic to transform the shapes of rocks, securing a large quantity of stones suitable for construction. During this process, his training in telekinesis magic to move objects and earth-shaping magic to manipulate terrain progressed as a bonus. With a single, powerful wizard using his strength as labor, he accomplished more than thousands of workers could, and Calamaf began to rebuild at an accelerated pace. Moreover, rumors of a powerful wizard protecting the city spread, prompting refugees who had fled to return. As a result, after a few weeks, Calamaf City, while not completely restored, regained much of its former grandeur. Returning to City Hall, Turon joined a meeting with the city's influential figures, who now resembled proper citizens once again. Winter is finally nearing its end. This week, there wasn't a single death from freezing. 10 people did die, but 8 of them were due to old age, and the other 2 died from accidents during repair work. We owe all this glory to the great Turon. They praised how everything was improving and attributed it all to Turon's presence. Half listening to their reverence, Turon gazed at the map spread out on one side of the meeting room. It was a map depicting the area around Calamaf City. There's still no sign of anything emerging from the west. If one followed the western road from Calamaf far enough, they would reach the region where the House Arabian was waging war against the Dark Elves. The mysterious entity that had annihilated the noble family which once ruled this city, most likely a dark elf necromancer, was probably in that direction. Now that the city had stabilized sufficiently, it was time to scout beyond the western road and confirm the identity of the enemy. He couldn't stay tied to this city for months or years, just because the enemy wasn't advancing. With the power of the sacred relic he possessed and the mobility of the golden eagle, it would be possible to identify the entity with relatively low risk. When Turon expressed this opinion, everyone reacted with visible unease. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Perhaps it would be better to wait and observe a little longer, to think of venturing to confront the unknown enemy that had wiped out an entire noble family that once ruled Calamaf. What would happen to the city if Turon were to die? Though such thoughts crossed their minds, they didn't dare to openly ask him not to go. How could they possibly stop someone who was practically a living god of the pre-god tribe in the city? If I sense anything unusual, I'll return immediately, so there's no need to worry. Even if I encounter an enemy I can't defeat, I won't lead it toward the city. Make sure to keep the people under control. The reason Turon informed them of this plan wasn't to seek their approval, but simply to notify them that he would be absent for a while. Daruk and the other influential figures of the city bowed deeply, wishing him a safe journey. After returning to his lodging, Turon rested for about an hour, recovering his magic power to its peak condition, and then slipped out through the window. Let's go, Bige, the golden eagle Bige chirped and soared into the sky. He was gradually getting used to calling the bird by his mother's name. In fact, thinking back, he had rarely called his mother by her name in the first place. As they flew above the city, a few citizens who noticed their shadow called out to him. It's the golden eagle is here. O Turon of Calamaf, protect this city eternally. Turon felt uncomfortable with the citizens' praises directed at him. Once the enemy in the west was dealt with, he planned to relinquish his role as Kalamaf's protector and resume his travels. He had already thought of a way to appoint a noble to replace him in his position. The condition: they would need to investigate his mother's whereabouts. If the western threat was eliminated, Kalamaf would be a city valuable enough to tempt any noble house. He wouldn't even need to distribute portraits anymore. He could simply ask them to look for a young, pregnant woman in her early 20s who had traveled alone on horseback about 20 years ago. Instead of hoping for someone with exceptional memory like Egon to appear again, it would be more practical to find someone who remembered such a distinctive case. Thinking along these lines made him feel a little uneasy. It felt as if he were selling out the citizens who worshipped him like a god, all for the sake of obtaining information about his mother. What if the next lord failed to govern the city properly, causing the people to suffer? Turon couldn't shake the thought that he would bear some responsibility for it. This is why I never wanted to take charge of a city in the first place. Lost in thought, Turon suddenly realized that he had reached the far edge of Kalamaf's territory. Indeed, Baige's flying speed was extraordinary. Let's see, time to check. With a focus of his consciousness, the sacred relic's sensory abilities began to expand. The flames of countless living beings could be felt below him. However, among them there was no sign of any undead spirits or dark elves. Let's go a little further, Baige. Baige chirped softly and resumed flying westward. Turon designated dark elves as the target of his tracking spell and used it to see if he could catch any trace of them, but nothing appeared. Had the threat that was here moved elsewhere, that would be troublesome in its own way. If he could confront a visible enemy and repel it, he could rest assured, but if it had moved somewhere else, it could always come back later. More importantly, without any tangible results, the heads of other cities would never accept the idea that the threat was gone. And it wasn't as if he could just tell them he'd scoured the area using the detection magic of his Zahar bloodline. How far had he scouted while weaving back and forth through the surroundings? Just as he was beginning to think he might stray out of the gray zone, a single flame flared brightly in the distance ahead of him. "Stop!" Turon shouted urgently, and Baige immediately came to a hover. This high-level maneuver, impossible for an ordinary golden eagle, was achievable only because Baige was a magical beast with overwhelming strength relative to its size. In that state, Turon furrowed his brows as he observed the massive magic flame detected by the sacred relic's senses. An undead spirit, no, a wizard. When he adjusted the target of the detection magic to human, the aura coming from it was unmistakably that of a wizard and specifically a noble. The magic power they possessed was stronger than Ferga's and more than twice as powerful as Turon's current level. At that level, they could be considered a core member even among the most prominent noble houses. At that moment, the unidentified individual turned toward Turon's direction and lifted themselves into the air. "They noticed me from this distance." Just as Turon was about to order Baige to flee south, he realized that the way the other person was flying seemed oddly familiar. They lifted themselves into the air and seemed to ride the wind as they flew. Before long, the wizard, who had been flying from far away, reached Turon and they came face to face. "Turon, it's been a while, Mesa." Mesa Arabian, the heir of House Arabian, looked at him with a startled expression on her characteristic skull-like face. Chapter 44. Landing in a clearing on one side of the snow-covered forest, Turon observed Mesa as she descended across from him. The first thing that caught his eye was her body, which seemed like it couldn't get any thinner, now appearing even smaller and more delicate than before. And another thing, this is incredible, really. Thanks to the function of the sacred relic's mimic, which detected the flow of magic power, Turon could tell that almost every item she was wearing was a magic artifact. Earrings, a necklace, clothes, bracelets, rings, shoes, and even several trinkets seemingly tucked into her pockets. Even Ferga, as a candidate for the successor of House Zahar, had carried 3 or 4 magic artifacts, but this was on an entirely different level. It was likely the difference between someone who could become a successor and someone who was already the rightful heir. Standing about 10 steps apart, Mesa looked at Turon with an expression of curiosity and spoke. "It's only been, 3 or 4 months since we last met, but you've changed quite a lot in that time." "Have I changed?" "Yes, quite significantly too." Compared to the boy she had met at the Hausberg mansion, who had seemed like he was trying to act more mature than he was, the current Turon gave off a more composed and mature impression. This change came from bearing the responsibility of the lives of dozens of people on the ship in the past, and then thousands in the city of Kalamaf. I don't really notice it myself. More importantly, at that moment Baige, who had been perched on the handle of his bag, poked him in the side with its beak as if demanding his attention. The bird soon jumped down onto the ground and began writing in the snow. "Who's she?" Normally, Baige wouldn't interfere when he was talking to others, but perhaps it was feeling jealous of the overly familiar tone. Turon calmly introduced the person and the bird to one another. This is Mesa, a close friend. Mesa, this is Bige, my family. Calling the intelligent golden eagle a mere pet would have been an insult, and their relationship, bound by soul bond, was far closer than mere friendship. Upon hearing Turon's words, Bige puffed out its chest confidently and stared at Mesa. Family? Mesa looked surprised for a moment, then laughed as if she found it amusing. Could it be a magical beast bound by soul bond? This is the first time I've seen one smart enough to write. Yes, it's much smarter than most people. Where did you meet it? We met during my journey. Bige chose me, and through the mediation of the tamer bloodline, we formed a soul bond. There was no lie in what Turon said. He simply left out the part where their meeting took place in the port city of Comet in the Emerald Desert, and where he had purchased Bige with money. How romantic. I wish I could meet such a companion too. As the successor of House Arabian, it wouldn't be hard for her to acquire a powerful magical beast if she wanted, but the truth was that such creatures were often cumbersome to travel with. Even Tilly was so much larger than a normal horse that it couldn't even enter most buildings. A magical beast as small and useful as Bige was indeed rare. So, what brings you here? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't think much of it, but this isn't exactly the best place to travel to. At Mesa's question, Turon answered honestly. He recounted how, during a recent journey, he had come across the city of Kalamaf and somehow ended up becoming its ruler. Since she would find out if she traveled just a bit further east anyway, there was no reason to keep it a secret. He also explained the threat from the west that had wiped out all the wizards of Kalamaf. After hearing the full story, Mesa nodded as if she understood. I see. Do you happen to know something about this? Yes, in some ways you could say this is our responsibility. According to her, over the past few months, the armies of House Arabian had been hunting down the Dark Elves, thoroughly excavating and destroying their underground kingdom. In the process, some Dark Elves had survived to the end and fled eastward, among whom there was a powerful necromancer. You said the wizards of Kalamaf disappeared about a month ago, right? Then it's probably that guy's doing. It was around that time he fled eastward. He likely wanted to replenish his supply of undead spirits. Judging by the fact that only those who invaded here died while the gray zone remains untouched, it seems he hasn't left this place yet. Only then did Turon understand why Mesa, who should have been fighting the Dark Elves in the west, was in this area. In the end, the war had concluded with a victory for Arabian, and they had come here to exterminate even the last remnants of the defeated forces. Why didn't he flee further east? Probably because he allied with the dwarves and is hiding in their territory. That's my guess. The dwarves? You mean those blind dwarves? Turon recalled the stories he had read in the travelogue about the world. The tales described the blind dwarves hiding in the passageways of the mountain range, which opened only once a day, capturing and eating humans. Now that he thought about it, the setting of that story was right here in the gray zone, though in all his wandering around the area, Turon had never seen any dwarves. Yes. According to legend, the dwarves' settlement deep in the mountains was so impenetrable that even the gods couldn't completely exterminate them. In any case, it's a relief that he didn't go further east. We can't easily enter the gray zone due to certain circumstances. Is it because of House Zahar? Yes, that's part of it. The gray zone was the land where Arabian and Zahar had fought a war in the past. Having a large army from Arabian pass through that area would in itself be considered a significant act of aggression. So it seemed the Arabian forces were unable to enter the gray zone and were diligently searching only its surroundings. As they continued their conversation, Turon sensed a wizard approaching from afar and turned his gaze in that direction. Mesa, though a step slower, seemed to notice it as well, likely using a magic artifact with a function similar to the sacred relic. Soon after, a nobleman from House Arabian arrived, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. What brings you here, uncle? You were taking too long to return to camp, so I came to find you. This area is too close to the gray zone. It's not safe for you to be here alone for long. Judging by the title uncle, it seemed this man was Mesa's father's younger brother, making him the younger sibling of the head of House Arabian. Considering that his magic power was comparable to Turon's, he must have been one of the stronger individuals within Arabian. However, the atmosphere between the uncle and niece didn't seem very cordial. Mesa openly displayed her discomfort, while the man, despite his friendly smile, gave off an unpleasant impression. And who is this young man? It would be polite to introduce myself first. I am Cadram Arabian, Mesa's uncle, and my elder brother is the head of House Arabian. As he spoke, Cadram let his magic power flow out, pressing down on Turon. When Turon countered the pressure with equal force, surprise flickered across Cadram's face. I am Turon of Kalamaf. Kalamaf, forgive my ignorance, but I don't recognize that as a house name. Wait, isn't that the name of a city in the east? Yes, that's correct. I'm a fallen noble of unknown bloodline, so I have no house to represent. The people of the city simply call me that. Hearing the term fallen noble, Kadram's expression turned puzzled as if he couldn't comprehend the situation. You don't seem to be that old, but your strength is remarkable. I could easily believe you belong to a great house. I did receive some support from House Berg in the past. That's also how I became acquainted with Mesa. When accused of being suspicious, Turan countered by saying that he had been a guest of their family. At this, Kadram turned his gaze to Mesa as if to ask if what Turan said was true. It's true, more importantly, uncle, please head back first. I'll finish up here and return soon. But Mesa, leaving you alone with someone we don't even know in a place like this is a bit. Just go. Her tone, sharp and authoritative, bordered on rude, especially considering she was speaking to her uncle. Kadram reluctantly agreed and flew off into the distance. After a brief silence, Mesa sighed and apologized. I'm sorry, just like last time I'm showing you an ugly side of myself. As Turan pondered her words, he remembered that the last time they parted, Mesa had also been losing her temper with a noble from House Arabian. Though he didn't know the reason, it seemed as if she reserved her arrogance and coldness exclusively for members of House Arabian. In contrast, her attitude toward outsiders like the people of House Berg or Turan was remarkably kind and friendly, which made the disparity in her behavior stand out even more. Everyone has circumstances that make it impossible to smile all the time. Thank you for understanding. If the opportunity arises, I'd like to hear about what happened during your journey. After parting ways with Mesa, Turan continued patrolling the area for a while longer before returning to Kalamaf. Although he had only been gone for a few hours, the city's influential figures, who had spent the entire time as if walking on a tightrope, wept with relief and knelt when they saw him flying in on the Golden Eagle. Oh, Lord Turan. You didn't return, so I thought something might have happened to you, and Stop being so emotional, man. Welcome back, sir. Did you perhaps find any clues? Pushing aside the weeping old merchant, Daruk, the city official, asked the question. Turan, while giving Bige a snack, replied, Fortunately, I found some clues. It seems that the culprit is a dark elf necromancer who crossed over from the western forest. I also learned that there's an army from House Arabian stationed about 80 kilometers west of here. Ah, the Arabian army? Yes. They'll handle the necromancer, so there's no need for us to try anything on this side. Of course, it seemed that tracking the necromancer had hit a bit of a snag since he was hiding in the dwarves' settlement, but given that they had already dug up and destroyed the Dark Elves' hideouts near Mattery, it was clear they had their own methods of pursuit. After organizing the situation, Turan returned to his room, where Bige was once again scribbling something on a metal plate. Turan, what, that Mesa met today? Yes, it was Mesa, what about her? Mesa matches my inside too. She matches you? It was the exact same thing Bige had said when it first chose Turan. Did that mean that if Mesa had met Bige before Turan, the eagle would have wanted to serve her as its master? Noticing Turan's surprised expression, Bige quickly erased the writing and scribbled something else. But I chose Turan, Mesa no chance, Turan happy. As if to say, you're lucky to have me, the eagle's encouraging words made Turan chuckle as he patted Bige's head. In any case, this was something worth thinking about. Why was it that Bige's soul seemed to resonate perfectly with no one else but Turan and Mesa? A week after meeting Mesa, Turan increasingly felt that his purpose in this city was diminishing. This was because Kalamaf, which was slowly warming up with the changing season, was becoming a self-sustaining city that no longer needed to rely on the power of a great wizard. Apart from patrolling for the necromancer who might come from the west, the only thing he could do was focus on his magic training, making each day feel dull and monotonous. As if someone had read his thoughts, however, a new task arose, one that only a noble could handle. It was to entertain noble guests. Protector of the city, a distinguished guest has arrived. A distinguished guest? At Turan's question, the city official replied respectfully. Yes, a joint delegation from the cities of Vigen, Arond, Rummel, Ravana, and all the other surrounding cities has come to visit. Escort them in. A short while later, Turan greeted the nobles from the 7 cities in the City Hall conference room. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Turan of Kalamaf. We humbly request your hospitality as guests. You are most welcome. However, I must ask you to stay in the lodging facilities here at City Hall. Would that be acceptable? Although Kalamaf had mostly returned to normal, it wasn't as though there was an abundance of houses for the citizens. The people who had fled during the crisis and were now returning to the city needed homes to live in. For this reason, the central mansion was still unrepaired and being used as a shelter for the homeless. The lodging facilities at City Hall, hearing Turan's response, the nobles in the delegation couldn't hide their astonishment. City Hall was a place where commoners worked, so its accommodations couldn't compare to the luxury of a noble mansion. The fact that they were being received in the conference room instead of a mansion's drawing room had already rubbed them the wrong way, but being asked to stay in City Hall's facilities. It was practically an insult, as if they were being driven out. It's not that I'm trying to treat you poorly, it's simply that Kalamaf currently doesn't have enough houses. The central mansion has been opened to provide shelter for the homeless. Opening the central mansion to the homeless, that's absurd. Then may I ask where you, my lord, handle your meals and lodging? I also eat and sleep here. A noble relinquishing his mansion to commoners and living in the humble accommodations of City Hall. The nobles in the delegation exchanged glances and reached a shared conclusion. There was no way that this Turon could be some secret weapon raised by a great noble house. Even the most arrogant nobles, no matter how much they pretended, would never do something like this. Could he really be a fallen noble? From the way he completely disregards dignity and propriety. It seems so. This changes things. As they silently exchanged glances, Turon turned to them and asked, "So I'd like to hear the reason you came to see me. Would someone care to explain?" "I will." The one who quickly stepped forward was the son of the Lord of Vigen, a city southeast of Kalamaf. With a sharp, intelligent face, he spoke words that took Turon by surprise. "We would like to propose a marriage alliance between our 7 houses and you, Lord of Kalamaf." Chapter 45. Marriage is a sacred ceremony where a man and a woman are united as husband and wife. This has been a custom in human society since the era of the Old Empire, but when it came to nobles, the story was slightly different. Unlike ordinary humans, nobles, as descendants of gods, had a need to spread the bloodline of magic as much as possible. There were 2 main forms of marriage among nobles. The first was a relatively equal union between wizards, similar to the marriages of commoners, called companion marriage. The second was a form where inferior wizards were attached to a superior wizard, called subordination marriage. What the 7 families proposed now was the latter, subordination marriage, offering Turon women with a certain degree of innate potential, daughters of knights, as his brides. Of course, they would only be concubines and thus dared not interfere in the governance of Kalamaf. They are young ladies who have been carefully educated to ensure they lack nothing in terms of appearance or refinement, all to become the concubines of noble figures like yourself. Young ladies, raised under strict supervision from an early age to be taken as noble concubines. He had read about this before while studying the management methods of wizard families in the library. They supposedly selected those who, while being the children of knights, either did not possess magical power or had ambiguous magical potential, and who also happened to be outstanding in beauty. Of course, carnal desire wasn't exclusive to men, and not all men desired women, so there were also males who served similar roles. However, due to issues like pregnancy and other factors, the demand for them was said to be far lower. Before anything else, I'd like to know why such a proposal has come up. It's too sudden of a matter. Turon listened with a blank expression before asking back. It had been about a month since he had become the protector of Kalamaf. Though it was a considerable amount of time, the neighboring families had remained silent, neither trying to restrain nor interact with the unknown young upstart who had taken control of the city. And now, instead of coming forward to say, "Let's meet and get to know each other," they suddenly made such a proposal. Hearing the question, the noble who had come from Ravana City confidently declared, "We understand that the Lord of Kalamaf is struggling with the management of the city due to not having established a family. Isn't it the case that you can't even make use of the central mansion at the moment? By taking 7 concubines and producing descendants, among them will surely be some competent knights who will be of great use in your future governance. Since half of their bloodline would originate from us, it would also greatly contribute to strengthening mutual friendship." What he said was indeed the fundamental reason nobles formed families. Even a wizard as powerful as a god was, in the end, only one body. No matter how vast the land they ruled, they could not simultaneously repel magical beasts appearing from the east, west, south, and north, nor could they issue orders to scattered commoners all at once. In contrast, a noble with even 4 ordinary knights under their command could station them across different areas and govern vast territories without lifting a finger. The more nobles and knights one secured, the easier it became to rule a large domain. Turon sat quietly contemplating. Why had such a proposal suddenly emerged, and why now? As he recalled recent events, the answer wasn't difficult to deduce. So it's because they heard the news that the Western threat will soon be eliminated. They're planning to take the lead in controlling Kalamaf in the future. Recently, after making contact with House Arabian's army and discovering what the Western threat was, Turon had made this information public. By clarifying the threat that endangered the city and spreading the news that it would soon disappear, he had reassured the people. There was no reason to keep it a secret. Neither the Dark Elves nor the Dwarves would have planted spies among humans after all. It was evident that the Lords of the Grey Zone, having heard this news, were now trying to stake a claim in Kalamaf, whose value was bound to rise. The distance between cities usually takes 3 days to a week for an ordinary person to walk. For a knight, depending on the individual, it might take only a few hours to a day. Did they use knights as messengers to quickly consult each other, or maybe they had already discussed it beforehand? Whether it was one way or another, the fact that the lords of the 7 neighboring cities acted together carried significant implications. Rather than ousting Turon, they had apparently agreed to coexist with him by mixing his bloodline with those of the ruling families in the gray zone. Listening silently, Turon shook his head. I appreciate the proposal, but I must decline. In fact, I'd like to take this opportunity to propose something in return, especially since we are all gathered here. A counter-proposal. It's about the governance rights of this city, Kalamaf. As Turon spoke his terms in a low voice, the eyes of all the nobles lit up. It was to track down the whereabouts of a young woman who had traveled through the gray zone about 20 years ago. The condition was that the identity of the one requesting this investigation would not be disclosed publicly, and the family that provided the most useful information would receive the governance rights to Kalamaf. Hearing this, the nobles all showed equally bewildered expressions. No, that's ridiculous. Are you saying you'd hand over the city for such a trivial condition? For any noble family, a city held not only symbolic authority but also immense practical value. The tributes paid by hardworking commoners served as the foundation for their luxurious lifestyles. And yet, to hand over such a city merely in exchange for giving information about a single woman. It was as absurd as offering a warship as a reward for picking up a coin off the street. Could it be that this woman is truly some kind of secret weapon of House Arabian? Given the recent reports of Turon having made contact with House Arabian, this seemed like the most plausible explanation. Otherwise, there was no way a fallen noble like him would casually offer up an entire city. After all, one of the greatest desires of wanderers like him would be to secure their own city, settle down, and establish a family. That alone seems insufficient, so let me add one more condition. Whoever takes control of this city must promise, in the name of the pre-god tribe, to faithfully protect the citizens of the city as its ruler. The moment this promise is broken, the governance rights to the city will no longer be valid. Turon recalled the scene from his first visit to Murray City. Even as magical beasts devoured children outside, the city's leaders lazily dismissed the matter, shoving the responsibility onto beast hunters. The idea of handing over this city, only for it to fall into such a state, felt deeply unpleasant to him. Even the family that originally ruled this place had fought to protect it and perished in the process. At Turon's words, the expressions of the nobles twisted into something peculiar. To faithfully protect the city's citizens, wasn't that the kind of antiquated rhetoric one might find in the pre-scriptures? One noble, unable to comprehend, asked, why go to such lengths? Though others didn't add to it, it was clear that the other nobles were wondering the same thing. Why would someone open up the central mansion to vagrants, live in a shabby lodging at City Hall, and demand the protection of the city's citizens as a condition for handing over an entire city? For nobles, commoners were beings that needed to be protected for religious and practical reasons, but not to such an extent. Even if a shepherd values his sheep, isn't he ultimately raising them to slaughter them for meat and hide? From their perspective, Turon was a bizarre shepherd who not only refused to slaughter his sheep on time but also let them live out their days on his bed, cared for them, and gave them a proper burial when they died. Turon pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Indeed, I wonder why. Afterward, the nobles of the 7 cities whispered amongst themselves in low voices before asking for leave. We understand that leaving without staying even one night is discourteous, but this matter is urgent. We will report to our family heads and return with an answer as quickly as possible. Very well. It was customary that abruptly stating one's business and leaving without engaging further was considered rude during a visit. However, the idea of hosting noble guests at City Hall was just as improper. In this way, the two sides could be considered even. After the nobles had all left, Daruk, who had been waiting outside the meeting room, entered and asked, "You've worked hard, protector of the city. Is there anything you would command of me? Call a meeting." Everyone is already gathered downstairs. Of course, if nobles from all the neighboring cities had come, there must have been discussions regarding critical matters for the future of the city. It was only natural that those responsible for leading the city would gather. Not long after, Turon announced to those gathered in the meeting room that he intended to transfer the governance of Kalamaf to another family soon. The faces of everyone darkened upon hearing this. But, oh great protector, this city still needs you. The threat to the west of the city will soon be dealt with by House Arabian, and the other families, once they have gotten the governance rights, will take sufficient care of it. In that case, the city can sustain itself without me. The influential figures of Kalamaf secretly wished for Turon to establish his own family here. Unlike other nobles, Turon did not exploit the city. He used his abilities for its benefit, acting as a devoted shepherd in ways they could have never imagined. However, whether the governance rights were retained or transferred ultimately depended on the decisions of the nobles. After all, livestock and pastures were bought and sold among people. The sheep themselves could not choose their shepherd. Naturally, the 7 noble families who received Turan's proposal did not give an immediate response. They were likely discreetly gathering information about his mother in the cities or villages they ruled. Once they were confident they could succeed, they would agree. Since the discussions regarding the transfer of governance were kept under wraps, the citizens of Kalamaf continued to live each day with hope, unaware that their ruler might soon change. Turan often sat atop the roof of City Hall watching their lives from above. They're all working so hard, aren't they? Since Bige had not brought its slate, it had no place to write and could only chirp as a response. Turan looked at the citizens of Kalamaf, people who would have died helplessly had it not been for him. He recalled a question posed to him by a noble not long ago. Why go to such lengths? When he was a child, just awakening to the power of magic, his mother told him that he was nothing more than a shepherd's herding dog. Because of this, Turan never considered himself superior to ordinary humans or sheep. In the end, he too was merely a dog hiding in fear of the shepherd's tyranny. Then he met Kjorn, who taught him that he was not a dog but a shepherd, and that shepherds were not necessarily terrifying tyrants, they could also be noble beings. A virtuous shepherd who protected knights and commoners, herding dogs and sheep alike, from wolves such as magical beasts and other races. Turan aspired to become the kind of ideal figure described by that old knight, not the cruel shepherd of his childhood nightmares, who worked his sheep and dogs to death. Lost in thought for a while, he suddenly sensed the presence of a rather powerful knight some distance away. Who is it? At first, he thought it might be a messenger from one of the noble families, but if that were the case, one of the officials would have come to report it to him first. After all, whether noble or knight, it was customary for them to announce their presence immediately upon entering another city. The fact that no report had been made, despite this person approaching as close as City Hall in the city center, meant that no one had noticed their presence. Did they sneak in? Turan himself had often done such things, so criticizing it would be hypocritical. However, in wizarding society, such actions were generally considered rude. If accused of infiltrating for an assassination, they would have no way to refute it. Bige, can you stay here for a moment? Hearing it chirp in response, Turan quietly concealed himself and leapt off the roof. It didn't take long for him to see the face of the approaching figure. When he saw it, Turan's eyes widened. He discreetly slipped into a nearby alley, released his concealment spell and walked out, immediately calling out to the figure. Elder, the knight of House Arabian Kjorn, swiftly turned his head toward Turan. A delighted expression appeared on his wrinkled face. So it's true, I came here on the off chance it was you, but I didn't expect it to actually be you. His joy only lasted a moment before Kjorn cleared his throat and straightened his posture to offer a formal greeting. My apologies, greetings, Turan of Kalamaf. Please don't call me that, you know I don't like those kinds of titles. Looks like you've grown up quite a bit, but you haven't changed one bit. Kjorn chuckled as he dropped the formal tone, responding to Turan's playful complaint. Having recently heard from Mesa how much he had changed, it felt strange to now hear someone say he hadn't changed at all. Especially since, from his outward appearance, the physical difference was significant due to the training he had undergone. A short while later, Turan, wanting to avoid the attention of onlookers, brought Kjorn to his lodging at City Hall. How long had it been since they'd last met? Roughly half a year. In truth, they had only spent a few days together. So why did seeing him again make him so happy? It was a testament to how profoundly Kjorn had influenced Turan. I never imagined we'd meet again here. You must have gone far out of your way to come to this place. For a night, the journey from Hisaril Hill to here in half a year wouldn't have been too difficult. However, with the western part of the gray zone turned into a war zone, the journey must have become considerably longer. Since the northern route was blocked by mountain ranges, he would have had to pass through the south. At Turan's words, Kjorn made a slightly awkward expression. Well, about that, I didn't come here just as a traveler. If it wasn't for travel, then why? The truth is, during my travels, I heard about the war and sought out the subjugation force to apply for reinstatement. I've already fought against the Dark Elves several times. So the elderly knight before him wasn't here as a retired wanderer, but as a knight of the Arabian subjugation force. It was likely that, after meeting Mesa and her uncle, Turan's name and identity had spread within the subjugation force, leading Kjorn to learn about him. Did you perhaps mention anything about my bloodline to House Arabian? I didn't. From what little I heard, it seemed like you didn't want to live as a noble of House Zahar. Was that me being overly presumptuous? No, that's correct. The old knight, who answered calmly, showed not the slightest hint of nervousness or dishonesty. Turan felt relieved by this and smiled briefly, but soon Kjorn cleared his throat lightly and got to the main point of his visit. As a messenger of Arabian, it's time I got to the real business. To be precise, I'm here as Mesa Arabian's messenger. Are you personally acquainted with her? A mere knight and the heir to a great noble house, there was an even larger gap between their statuses than that of most nobles and commoners. Of course, Kjorn wasn't an ordinary knight. Not much, but I've had some acquaintance with her. Somehow I ended up with responsibilities beyond my station. You mean Hero Kjorn? Wait, don't tell me you've seen that play. Kjorn looked at him with an expression of mixed embarrassment and self-deprecation before awkwardly changing the subject. Let's save that for another time. For now, I'll deliver Lady Mace's proposal. Yes, there's been a problem with eliminating the dark elf necromancer, who calls himself the Necromancer King. Lady Mesa would like to request your assistance. Chapter 46. Necromancer King. The origin of the title King traces back to ancient times to the rulers of other races who once controlled humanity. After the fall of the Old Empire, some human nobles also declared their territories as kingdoms and called themselves kings, but this ultimately did not gain widespread acceptance. This was because historically most who were called kings played the role of villains, defeated by the pre-god tribe and their descendants. In other words, if a non-human race dared to call themselves a king, it could be presumed that they possessed the level of skill that only appears in history books. Since it was a sacred title in its own right, it was not easily granted to just anyone. Is this creature strong enough to deserve such a title? I heard it fled miserably after being overwhelmed. When I spoke with Mesa before, hadn't she treated it as if it were just prey that had already been caught? It was always a fairly strong creature, but recently it's become even more troublesome. Have you heard by any chance that the surviving faction of the Dark Elves may have joined forces with the Dwarves' lair? I did hear it might be possible. We found their hideout and launched a large-scale incursion, only to suffer devastating losses. 8 nobles and around 200 knights were killed. Wait, didn't the subjugation force consist of? The forces from the main family and vassal houses combined included 40 nobles and 700 knights. During the subjugation in the central region, 3 nobles and about 120 knights were killed, but in this single ambush, even more lives were lost. We tried to recover as many bodies as possible, but many of them are probably being used as undead spirits now. That level of loss could be said to be even greater than the damage the House Zahir suffered in the Tomb of the Gods. Though it couldn't be compared one-to-one considering the sacrifice of Ferga, who had been a top-ranking noble. How in the world did that happen? The dwarves' lair was filled with a large number of unidentified magic artifacts. They were designs we'd never seen before, but each one was lethally devastating. Why on earth would magic artifacts suddenly appear here? Could it be that a wizard family had cooperated with these non-human races to attack the Arabian army? If such a thing had truly happened, there was one candidate that came to mind. Don't tell me, Zahar. The young lady said it's unlikely to be them. It seems they're using relics left behind by the ancient dwarves, but I'm not entirely sure what that implies. According to the books Turon had read, the dwarves were among the less intelligent, more violent and primitive races, with their outstanding physical abilities being their only strength. At best, the items they made would be something like bone necklaces, which could hardly pose a threat to nobles. But if Mesa had made such a statement, it must have been because she knew something. As the heir to a great house, she likely had access to more knowledge than others. I understand the situation for now, but there's one problem. What is it? Do you happen to know who Talai Zahar is? I'm not sure. I know it's not the name of the family head, though. Turon briefly shared his experience of traveling through the Emerald Desert with Kjorn. A certain head of a vassal house had said that Turon's face resembled that of a noble named Talais, the current second-in-command of House Zahar. There might be people among the Arabian nobles who find something strange about my face. While staying at House Berg in the past, being an enchanter house meant there were no war participants, and since Mesa was just a baby during the war, she wouldn't have been able to read traces of Zahar nobility in Turon's face. However, among the members of the subjugation force, there was a significant chance that someone would recognize traces of Talais in Turon's features. Receiving such a comment, Kjorn burst into hearty laughter. I get what you mean, but I don't think there's much to worry about. During the war, the Zahar nobles all wore similar clothing and masks. According to what we heard from prisoners, they hid their faces to erase their individuality and used concealment magic to swap places with each other, causing confusion. There were even testimonies from nobles who said they were caught off guard because the strength of their opponents suddenly changed mid-battle. Then, it's safe to say that almost no one in Arabian knows the faces of Zahar nobles. Even the peace agreement was handled solely by knights from both sides exchanging documents. But Talais Zahar the second-in-command, are you saying he might be your father? I'm not sure about that. I was actually in the process of finding those traces here. Turon didn't go so far as to mention the story about how he had absorbed the magic power of 10 Zahar nobles. If he brought that up, he'd have to explain all kinds of odd phenomena, including the strange occurrences tied to the Night Hunter. Besides, wouldn't it be too dangerous if I were to be recruited into Zahar? If Turon, having entered their camp, were to suddenly kill a group of sleeping nobles one night and escape, it would be a disaster. Hearing this, Kjorn responded with a wry smile. In my experience, people who intend to do such things don't usually announce they're capable of it. I've felt this for a while, but you think too highly of me. Well, I know better than anyone that up until half a year ago, you lived a life completely unrelated to Zahar. You're also the one who saved my life. No matter what tricks Zahar might have used to lure you, I believe you wouldn't do something so treacherous. Even after hearing that he'd ventured into the Emerald Desert, Kjorn still held such faith. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Turan averted his gaze momentarily before asking something that had been on his mind. By the way, can't we request additional support from Arabian? If the family head himself came, wouldn't he be able to deal with the Necromancer King and the dwarves' relics with ease? Even if not that, Arabian surely had the capacity to gather more reinforcements. There are two major problems with that. First, given the structure of their base, sending a large number of weak wizards would likely just result in more casualties. Second, the lady is in a difficult position to request reinforcements from the main family. Lady Mesa, if there were competitors like in Zahar, one might have to risk losing in terms of reputation. But why would an established heir have trouble receiving support from her own family? Sensing this nuance, Kjorn answered with a somewhat awkward expression. Since this involves internal political issues of the family, it's a bit difficult to discuss in detail. But just because someone is the heir doesn't mean they can do everything as they please. To request reinforcements from the main family, the young lady would have to make concessions to that side. In other words, while reinforcements were desperately needed, various circumstances made it difficult to turn to the main family. And conveniently, there was a powerful noble friend right beside her whom she wanted to rely on for help. Having said that, Kjorn rummaged through the pouch hanging at his side and pulled out an item. Thanks to the mimic sacred relic sense, Turan immediately recognized it as a magic artifact. It was likely a reward Mesa had prepared to draw him into her plans. However, the true nature of the item that was revealed a moment later exceeded even Turan's expectations. It's a high-capacity pouch, a sacred relic. A sacred relic? Is it the sacred relic I'm thinking of? Yes. Though it's considered among the lowest grade of sacred relics, haven't you seen similar items before? Kjorn handed him a small cloth pouch, barely larger than the size of a palm. As Turan accepted it, Kjorn handed him a leather water bag, gesturing for him to test it out. I heard it can hold 100 times its size. True to his words, the leather water bag, much larger than the cloth pouch itself, easily slipped inside. The crumpled pouch didn't even swell slightly. When Turan reached back into it, his hand grasped the leather water bag. I can't believe they entrusted such a precious item to you, sir. No, it's not that I doubt you. If someone attacked me and took it, it would have been a disaster, right? Don't worry, I traveled here with Lady Mesa until we got close. I only walked alone once the city came into view. Well, of course, they wouldn't be so careless as to send such a valuable sacred relic with just one night. Turan flipped the pouch over in his hands a few times. A high-capacity pouch. How inconvenient had it been carrying a backpack slung over his side every time he traveled alone. Whenever he packed a little extra food, it got heavy and bulky, making it impossible to carry much. If he earned a lot of money, carrying it around became another hassle. This small pouch solved all those problems at once, and it was an item that couldn't be bought with money. However, what exactly would Lady Mesa have to concede to the main family for them to go so far as to give me this and avoid requesting reinforcements? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't imagine anything the heir of a great house would have to sacrifice. Lost in thought, Turan casually tossed out a question. If I participate, will it be enough to subjugate them? The young lady believes so. Hearing Kjorn's response, Turan caressed the high-capacity pouch before tying its strap to his waist. Understood, I don't want to see Lady Mesa get hurt either. If Turan turned his back now, one of his few friends would have to make a worse or riskier decision. Besides, hadn't he yet to repay the debt he owed her for the accelerated thought magic? If you owe a debt, you should pay it back. After notifying Daruk that he would be out of the city for several days to a week, Turan took to the skies heading west with Kjorn riding Bige. Turan grasped one of Bige's legs with one hand while holding onto Kjorn's hand with the other. The old knight burst into laughter at the sight of the golden eagle flying with two passengers. Ha ha! A golden eagle. Where in the world did you get such a means of flight? At Kjorn's remark, Bige let out an indignant chirp and twisted her body, clearly displeased at being treated as a mere mode of transport. She doesn't like being called a means of flight. Oh, my apologies, Bige. Whom is she, male or female? She's female. Miss Bige. Satisfied with the respectful apology, Bige let out a single content chirp and resumed her steady flight. Before long, they reached a hill where Mesa was waiting for Kjorn. Can I take your arrival here to mean you're willing to help, Turan? Yes, more importantly, you're injured. It's not too serious. Mesa, whom he met again, had bandages wrapped around several places including her neck and shoulders. Don't tell me all the healers are dead. That's not it, but there are many others in more urgent need than me. Since the magic power for recovery is limited, it should go to those who need it more. She meant they were focusing on treating those who were on the verge of death rather than Mesa who was less injured. While nodding, Turan took a deep breath without showing it. A distinct smell of blood, faintly mixed with the scent of water and soap and a faint body scent. It's definitely not a trap. Mesa didn't give off the scent of tension or excitement characteristic of living beings facing hostile targets. While it was sometimes hard to detect other emotions through scent, fear, tension, anger, and excitement were almost never missed if properly observed. Kjorn explained everything to you, right? Yes, he did. Then let's move immediately. I'd like to attack before they recover their strength if possible. Shouldn't you recover from your injuries first, Mesa? It's fine. I barely feel anything from minor wounds like this anyway. No matter how he thought about it, claiming that an injury didn't hurt didn't seem like a positive sign. However, since she insisted it was the case, it was difficult to say otherwise. A short while later, the three people and the one golden eagle arrived at the Arabian camp, set up in a remote area. Bring more water over here. Damn it, these bandages are so itchy. The camp, filled with injured wizards, wasn't a crude setup of makeshift tents as one might expect. Instead, it was a well-constructed building. It seemed likely that the knights had quickly built it using stone and wood. All around the camp, glowing magic orbs were embedded everywhere. It appeared to be a precaution against anyone attempting to infiltrate using concealment magic. As expected from a house hostile to Zahar, their measures were nothing short of paranoid. When the three landed in front of the camp, Arabian nobles, including Kadram, whom he had seen last time, approached them. Naturally, the looks they gave Turan weren't particularly friendly. While it wasn't outright hostility, there was clear suspicion in their eyes. This is the person we saw last time, Mesa. Yes. As I told you, he's my friend and an ally of House Berg. That should be enough to trust him. As for his magic power, you already know about that. His power is sufficient, but the problem is his origin. A fallen noble who doesn't even know his bloodline ability isn't that suspicious. What if he's a Zahar worm in disguise? At this sharp remark, Turan raised his hand. Everyone's eyes turned toward him. If you wish, I can demonstrate my bloodline ability. The Arabian nobles reacted with expressions of mild interest, but Mesa, who thought he didn't know his bloodline ability, was visibly surprised. Even Kjorn wore a shocked expression. After all, Kjorn was the only one here who knew that Turan possessed Zahar blood. In front of them, Turan lightly snapped his fingers, summoning flames that flickered to life. He then stretched the fire out before him. Before long, the flames dissipated, but in their place, a long line of magical energy remained. No one else but Turan could see it. He picked up a long tree branch from nearby and threw it at the line. As the branch touched it, flames erupted, burning the branch to ash. It was unmistakably a magic trap, a signature technique of the Barrier Master bloodline. Chapter 47. A Barrier Master, not very helpful in combat, huh? Well, even so, with magic power like that, he should be able to hold his own even without a bloodline ability. As expected, once Turan's bloodline ability was revealed, the suspicious gazes directed at him immediately dissipated. Of course, there were barrier masters among the vassal families of House Zahar, but considering the number of bloodlines to suspect was in the double digits, no one thought to dig that far. With the relaxed gazes behind him, Turan felt the magic power of the barrier master bloodline that had dwelled within him completely dissipate. Good, that's perfect. All that practice was worth it. When he had discovered the true power of the mimic's sacred relic, he had absorbed the magic power equivalent to that of 10 nobles in the underground labyrinth, along with the powers contained within their bloodline abilities. The composition was 3 hunter trackers, 1 illusionist, 1 berserker, 1 healer, and finally 4 barrier masters. The unusually high number of barrier masters was due to the fact that this bloodline ability belonged to the family that had once ruled Vanapel, the city where the Tomb of the Gods resided. They had even sent their family head to rescue Ferga at the time. During his time working as a protector in Kalamaf, Turan had conducted several experiments using the excess magic power of barrier masters, as well as the magic power of Zahar, which he already possessed and found to be of little value. One surprising discovery he made during those experiments was that when using the sacred relic, it wasn't necessary to consume all the magic power of a single individual. To fully manifest the power of a bloodline ability, like when he had used the power of the fighter bloodline, it was necessary to absorb all the magic power of one individual. However, for simple feats like the one he had just performed, just a few drops of magic power were sufficient. Even accounting for the magic power consumed during various experiments, there was still the equivalent of about 3.5 individuals' worth of barrier master magic power left. By dividing it appropriately, it wouldn't be difficult to continue mimicking a barrier master. After a brief silence, Mesa spoke up. Is anyone still not satisfied? It's sufficient. I have no objections either, my lady. Good. I'll consider this matter settled. Everyone to the conference room. After confirming that all the nobles agreed, she led Turan and the other nobles to the conference room located in the center of the House Arabian barracks. The tables and chairs were fairly well furnished, but the lack of consistent style suggested they had been scavenged from various destroyed cities and villages. We will now begin the strategy meeting. Project the battlefield. At Mesa's command, one of the nobles extended his hand over the table. Light began to flow out, taking shape and projecting the illusion of a canyon. This was the power of the illusionist bloodline, which could delicately manipulate light to create projections. It was the same ability that was contained within the mimic's sacred relic. If I practice enough, I wonder if I'll be able to do something like that too. With such thoughts in mind, Turan observed the hideout of the dwarves, which was to be the battlefield. While doing so, Mesa pointed to the illusion. As you can see, the location where they are hiding is a canyon. Last time, we suffered heavy losses because we sent an excessive number of troops into such a narrow space. Therefore, this time, only about 100 skilled knights and nobles will be sent in. Wouldn't we need about 150? That many would include those who are still injured. Against these kinds of foes, they'd just be dead weight. Still, last time they lost nearly half their necromancers. That's more than enough. After some discussion among the nobles, it was decided that 120 knights would enter. Once they had also discussed the formation of the troops, Mesa gave another command to the noble with the illusionist bloodline. The most important thing to watch out for is the weapons the dwarves use. Since the battlefield was so chaotic, some of you might not have seen them. Show them. Soon, a second illusion appeared, and Turan saw something he had never encountered before. It was a long metallic device with several cylindrical attachments on the side and a long tubular barrel extending forward. At a glance, it looked somewhat like a spear, but it appeared far too cumbersome to be used as one. This is the dwarves' magic artifact. When they use it, smoke billows out in all directions and a lump of metal is fired. There are both larger ones that they drag around and smaller ones that they carry. Even the smaller ones can cause fatal injuries to knights if they hit vital spots, while the larger ones can deal significant damage even to nobles. The other nobles only nodded, likely because they were already familiar with this information. After all, Turan was the only one here who hadn't participated in the previous battle, so this explanation was clearly intended for him. Following this, they introduced a few more of the dwarves' strange magic artifacts, such as a device that spewed sticky flames before the meeting concluded. The gates will open in 3 hours and we will move in immediately. If we wait any longer, the casualties from the last battle will reanimate as undead spirits and join the enemy. Yes. All right then, everyone is dismissed. Turan, you come this way for a moment. Perhaps because he was called out separately, the nobles glanced curiously at Turan and Mesa as they dispersed. On the upper floor of the hastily constructed barracks was a room that Mesa used as both her personal quarters and an office. She closed the door and surrounded the office with wind to prevent sound from leaking out, then shed her cold, expressionless facade and exclaimed, "How did you just use the barrier master bloodline ability? Don't tell me you succeeded in reproducing it through practice." Back when they had practiced magic together at the Berg Mansion, she had taught and made Turan try various kinds of magic in an effort to uncover his bloodline ability. Since that included barrier master magic, Mesa knew that there was no way Turan could actually possess the barrier master bloodline. Having anticipated this kind of question, Turan calmly replied, "Of course not. It was a magic artifact, but for it to look that seamless, it didn't seem like one at all. If it had been a guardian magic artifact that directly affected the body, perhaps. But reproducing an external bloodline magic with an artifact would usually leave clear traces. For example, if one used an artifact to mimic the pyromaniac bloodline ability, the flames would rise from the artifact rather than from the body. If Turan had used a magic artifact to create a barrier, the nobles would have obviously noticed it. However, the mimic's sacred relic displayed none of those unnatural signs. This was because the relic temporarily granted the actual bloodline ability itself. Despite having traveled extensively, Turan had never heard of any power that could steal or mimic bloodline abilities. That's how rare and extraordinary the relic was. It's a special item, but it comes with a lot of restrictions, so I can't use it freely. If you were going to use something like that, you should have told me beforehand. We could have coordinated our explanations. I wasn't certain if I'd use it. If they had accepted me willingly, I wouldn't have brought it out. But from the way they acted, it was clear they wouldn't accept me unless I revealed a bloodline ability. The pressure of having untrustworthy allies at your back during a battle could severely compromise performance. Since the barrier master ability wouldn't be of much use during the upcoming assault anyway, Turan had decided it would be better to reveal it as a way to ease their suspicions. Thanks to that, the nobles likely wouldn't worry about Turon using concealment mid-battle to stab them in the back. While explaining this, Turon noticed a faintly relieved expression on Mesa's face. He could roughly guess why. Back at Houseburg, though Mesa often seemed indifferent about most things, she was filled with pride and competitive spirit when it came to magic, convinced that she was the best. She had even once pushed herself to the point of collapse while attempting advanced decay magic. For a moment, she must have thought that her rival, whom she had considered to be on the same level as herself, had reached the point of replicating bloodline abilities through sheer skill. That realization would have startled her. But upon learning that wasn't the case, she was likely relieved to know she hadn't fallen behind. People kept visiting her, and it seemed Mesa had a lot of responsibilities as the leader of the subjugation force. To avoid bothering her further, Turon left her room and went to find Kjorn. Kjorn was sitting alone among the magic lamps, which were lit so brightly that they were almost painfully dazzling. Elder. Ah, Turon. From what I've heard, it seems the discussion went well. Yes. Unlike Mesa, Kjorn didn't ask how Turon had managed to mimic the power of the barrier master bloodline. In this place, it wouldn't be strange for someone to overhear their conversation. For this reason, rather than discussing anything sensitive, Turon simply repeated what he had heard earlier. They plan to attack in 3 hours, and they're going to select 120 people, nobles and knights alike, based on their strength. A good idea. Based on what we experienced last time, sending more than that wouldn't be particularly useful. Unfortunately, it seems I won't be going with you. Have you been given standby orders? Though Kjorn was old, he wasn't injured, and his magic power was still excellent. If they were selecting elite fighters, there was no doubt he would qualify. In response to Turon's question, the old knight nodded gloomily. It would have been better if I could fight alongside you, but now I'll be nothing more than an old man sending the young to the battlefield while standing idly by. It's shameful. They probably think it would be improper for the hero Kjorn to die fighting against mere dark elves. That's exactly it. Up until now, I've been fighting in relatively safe places, but this battle won't allow for such luxury. Perhaps not in the mood for joking, Kjorn simply let out a deep sigh instead of feeling embarrassed about the mention of the plays that carried his name. In that case, while you're staying behind, could I ask you to look after Bige until I return? You plan to leave her behind? Yes, the terrain isn't ideal, and I'm worried she might get hurt by those magic artifacts the dwarves use. The canyon where the enemies were hiding was said to have strong turbulence blowing at higher altitudes, and its winding terrain made even Arabian's nobles struggle to fly through it. In such conditions, if Bige were to be hit by a magic artifact firing chunks of metal, it would undoubtedly be dangerous. Kjorn was someone Turon could trust to take care of Bige. I'll guard her as if she were my own life. Make sure you come back safely. When Turon pulled out the perch that Bige was sitting on and handed it over to Kjorn, she clicked her beak in protest as if throwing a small tantrum. However, she didn't resist too much or make a fuss. Having listened to the strategy meeting alongside him, she seemed to understand that she could become a liability if she went. You're a clever one. Come back soon. When Turon patted its head, feeling touched, Bige etched those words into the wooden wall. Move out. At Mesa's concise command, a total of 26 nobles and 120 knights began to march. Their target was the dwarves' den, where the dark elves were hiding. At the very front were the strongest nobles, including Mesa, Cadram, and Turon. The center was occupied by the relatively weaker nobles, flanked and followed by the knights, forming a long, narrow column. It was the most efficient formation for penetrating such a confined space. In that formation, they waited for a few minutes in front of a massive boulder. Then, with a cracking sound, the boulder split apart, revealing an incredibly deep and expansive canyon. Turon let out a quiet gasp as he watched. To think I'd actually get to see this. Even the author of Journey Around the World had likely never seen this cave in person, only having heard of its existence as legend. What's more, the movement of this boulder didn't register as any kind of magical activity, even through the mimic's sacred relic senses. If the Dark Elves hadn't left traces when they fled here, this place might have remained hidden forever. A few moments later, the Arabian army entered the canyon, their nerves stretched taut. The stench of blood and rotting corpses suddenly hit them, though it had been undetectable just moments earlier. Perhaps the boulder's mysterious mechanism had suppressed the smell until now. Scattered across the canyon were faint traces of past battles, dried bloodstains and scorch marks, but there wasn't a single corpse to be found. The bodies of Arabian soldiers were likely taken to be turned into undead spirits, while the dwarves and dark elves may have either consumed their dead or performed burial rites. As Turon observed the scene, the relic senses picked up faint movements on both sides of the canyon. It seemed the enemy had noticed their advance and was positioning their forces. Focusing his senses, Turon fixed his gaze on the approaching forms of dwarves several hundred meters away. Quite unusual. Unlike the merfolk Prince Armenia, whom he had observed through the relic in the past, the magical structure of the dwarves seemed more similar to the monsters he had encountered in the underground labyrinth. The main difference was a strange, chaotic glow emanating from the flames near their heads, giving an eerie and tangled impression. Could dwarves also be creatures created by the gods? The thought only lasted a moment before the relic's senses detected another life form. It had a humanoid shape, but its ears were elongated and stretched vertically. A strange light flickered within the brain area. Those must be the dark elves. Although he had encountered dark elves before, this was his first time observing them through the mimic sacred relic's perception. Among them, only about 20 had glowing brains. Those were likely the necromancers. Mesa seemed to notice as well, narrowing her eyes as she raised her hand to halt the army. "They're coming, prepare for battle." Turon smelled intense tension and fear from those around him. Given the army had suffered heavy losses during the previous ambush, the memories of that battle must have come flooding back. Click. The sound of metal echoed as holes began to open on either side of the canyon, and dwarves started crawling out. Chapter 48. The first thing Turon thought of when he saw the dwarves in person was a mole. Their half-crushed eyes, which seemed to prove their blindness, their sharply protruding noses and front teeth, their solid muscular build, and the thick hair covering their entire bodies resembled those of moles. Those hideous creatures who appeared from all directions pointed threatening magic artifacts, similar to the ones seen earlier as illusions at the Arabian army, and shouted. From the absence of magic power sensed by the sacred relic, they didn't seem to be real magic artifacts. Devils, get them, get theme. With the dwarves' unique slurred pronunciation, there was a sharp hissing sound as countless pieces of metal were launched toward the Arabian army. However, unlike the previous complete surprise attack, this time they had already experienced what this meant. Each soldier either used defensive magic artifacts to shield their bodies or crouched down to take cover. "Arg, you okay? It's not enough to kill me." There were at most 3 or 4 casualties, with the number of injured being about twice that. At the forefront, Turon activated the Guardian magic artifact, deflecting 6 or 7 pieces of metal and assessing their power. If it's like this, taking a direct hit would hurt quite a bit, and if you get hit once, it's only fair to pay it back in kind. This time, the Arabian army launched a magical counterattack. First, a white flash of light erupted from both of Mace's hands, striking the dwarves at the front. "Kayayeg, devils, devils!" The screams came only from those at the fringes of the magical range. The dwarves at the center didn't even let out a sound before being burned to death. Considering how their bodies usually weren't affected by regular knight's magic, one could guess how powerful the lightning just now had been. If she had weakened it and spread it out, it might have wiped out thousands of ordinary humans in a single blow. Following Mesa, the nobles of Arabian as well as nobles from other bloodlines, each utilized their respective strengths to attack the dwarves. Kill them all, like filthy mole bastards. Fire, lightning, light, ice spears, and rocks poured out in all directions, crossing paths with the continuous rain of metal shards. At this, the Dark Elves, who were responsible for leading the Arabian army here, also joined the battle. A tall dark elf male, taller than his kin, stood out. Judging by the silver crown on his forehead, he appeared to proclaim himself as the Necromancer King. "It's the Necromancer King, Lady Mesa." Responding to someone's shout, Mesa immediately struck the Necromancer King with lightning, but it was intercepted by dozens of undead spirits that appeared in front of him, sacrificing their bodies to block it. He then summoned beast and human-shaped undead spirits one after another, surrounding Mesa. Their numbers and strength were on an entirely different level compared to the Necromancer Turon had fought in the past. Other necromancers also summoned their own undead spirits, directing them to charge at the human army. Most of the human-shaped undead spirits, seemingly created from Arabian wizards, were cloaked in lightning and wind. "Kill them all, block them." With their eerie, peculiar voices, dozens of undead spirits simultaneously charged at the nobles. The knights stepped forward to intercept them, buying time. Amidst the chaos as the two sides clashed, Turon used the senses of the sacred relic to pinpoint the necromancers accurately. The first target is that guy. A stone sufficiently charged with magic power after several rotations cut through the battlefield and struck one necromancer squarely in the head. Though the necromancer was surrounded with undead spirits, just like the one Turon had fought before, this time Turon's stone easily pierced through and shattered his head in an instant. It was due to the difference in the amount of magic power invested. Under the protection of the knights, Turon took down the second and third necromancers just as smoothly, smashing their heads with precision. Then he retrieved more stones from a large pouch. Thanks to the extensive supply of egg-shaped stones crafted using earth transformation magic, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of ammunition anytime soon. KO. Suddenly, 3 beast-shaped undead spirits sprang up from the side, targeting him. Had they caught on to his consecutive sniping, Turon immediately accelerated his thought process speed and plunged his sword into the head of the beast-like, undead spirit resembling a bear. Kurg, even though physical attacks weren't particularly effective against undead spirits, the creature writhed in apparent agony, twisting its body violently and rolling on the ground. Turon could see the magic power structure of the stabbed undead spirit collapsing. If he had more time, he might have satisfied his curiosity about why this was possible, but since he was in the middle of battle, he promptly ignited flames to turn the creature into ashes. Then once again, he hurled a stone toward the necromancer who had summoned the creatures, shattering his head. Dee! Just when he thought he had killed another one and could catch his breath, this time the dwarves who had been shooting magic artifacts from afar charged at him. There were 7 of them in total. The dwarves, smaller than humans and grotesque in appearance, rushed in with surprising speed, wielding spears despite their bulky bodies. To be precise, they were not actual spears but magic artifacts that had blades attached to them, which had previously been used to fire metal shards. Kehek, if it had been an ordinary noble, they would have retreated in this situation, using the knights as shields to cast magic. However, Turon had a well-trained body, strong magic power, and combat skills. He lightly dodged the attack of the first one that charged in and crushed its head with a kick, cut the second one's throat with his sword, and smashed the head of the third one that came close with his elbow. In the meantime, the other dwarves managed to stab at Turon's back and sides, but thanks to the guardian magic artifact, he only sustained minor scratches. Hard, devil. Not Pierce, muttering in their clumsy language, confused as to why their attacks weren't working. The dwarves were quickly struck by Turon's sword and fists, leaving them battered. The last dwarf, however, held a different type of magic artifact, from which flames suddenly erupted. Turon quickly channeled the power of his guardian magic artifact, pushing through the flames to stab his sword through the dwarf's head. The heat was intense enough that, without his flame-resistant ring, he might have suffered minor burns. What on earth is this? Even though there's no magic power imbued, it has this much force. In the past, this could have been dangerous. Is this really a magic artifact? It was only because Turon was now one of the strongest among nobles that he could dominate them so one-sidedly. Before he had met Ashes, he might have been in serious danger. As if to confirm this fact, there was a loud explosion, and a young noble was sent sprawling to the ground. Young master, are you all right? Ha. Whatever hit him had left the noble's ribs shattered, his chest deeply caved in. Turning his gaze, Turon spotted what looked like an enlarged version of the magic artifacts the dwarves had been using earlier. He quickly conjured a few fireballs and launched them, causing the magic artifact to erupt with a loud boom. A massive burst of steam swept over the dwarves. Karya, hot ttt. Turning back to the noble who had fallen earlier, Turon was surprised to see that he was healing his injuries on his own. A noble of the healer bloodline should normally be stationed deep within the formation, where they would be protected. Thinking this, Turon looked around and realized that the formation had long since collapsed. Well, with no one to command them. Even I've just been caught up in the chaos and moving as I please. The commander, Mesa, was locked in a confrontation with the Necromancer King, and the deputy commander, Kadram, was also occupied, facing 3 powerful necromancers. Naturally, the Arabian army had no one to lead them, and they were fighting in a chaotic melee with the dwarves and dark elves. However, this didn't mean the battle was going poorly. Most of the enemy forces, composed of the dark elves and dwarves, were being wiped out, and only a few necromancers remained. At that moment, a tremendous flash of light struck from afar, signaling the end of the battle. Few, unlike the other nobles, who recklessly wielded only their bloodline abilities, Mesa Arabian approached the battle like the genius she was, skillfully employing a wide array of magic. Ordinary dark elves that closed in from all directions were immediately dealt with by transforming the ground into rock spikes. When the dwarves approached, she clapped her hands, amplifying the sound to assault their sensitive hearing. If a large undead spirit attacked, she lightly lifted herself and avoided it using wind magic. Amid all this, she continued to strike the necromancers with relentless lightning bolts, gradually wearing down their defenses. Even when an occasional attack broke through her system, it wasn't enough to deal any critical wounds. The clothes she wore were a top-tier defensive magic artifact that the head of the House Berg had spent 2 full months crafting. After a prolonged battle, Mesa burned the undead spirits to death and struck a bolt of lightning down on the Necromancer King's head. No matter how powerful a wizard might be, without magic power, they were just human. Similarly, a powerful necromancer was merely a dark elf without their undead spirits. The only thing left on the scorched corpse was the silver crown. As she confirmed the victory that came after a long, grueling battle, a familiar dizziness swept over her. Her body, weakened from malnutrition, was sending a signal. At that moment, someone grabbed Mesa's wrist, steadying her as she wobbled. "Are you all right?" Realizing that the one supporting her was Turon with his gray hair and eyes, Mesa let out a sigh of relief. A man who matched her talent, a rarity she had encountered for the first time in her life. And whether he truly didn't know his bloodline or was hiding it, she couldn't tell. But he had chosen not to kill her when she was defenseless and had even looked after her. That alone made Mesa feel she could place a deep trust in him. At the very least, he was far more trustworthy than the trash who had murdered her mother and younger brother, threatened her, and then tried to pin all the blame on House Zahar. What Mesa desperately needed was an ally who wasn't tied to her family's influence. "I'm fine, just a little dizzy. What's the status of the battle? I couldn't see because I was focused over here. It's almost over." Just as he said, the battle was winding down. The dwarves and dark elves were being slaughtered one-sidedly, and some knights had even begun collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades. Before long, a noble from Arabian approached Mesa with a face still brimming with the excitement of battle. "It's a great victory, my lady. What about casualties?" "We're still tallying it, but it's likely less than a quarter of last time. 2 nobles and about 30 knights have been confirmed dead." "What happened to the 2 nobles?" "One was struck by a large magic artifact and the other fell to an undead spirit." "But my lady, what is it?" Noticing that his gaze was directed beside her, Mesa turned her head, realizing for the first time that she was still being supported by Turon. "Ah, my apologies. I forgot, it's fine." Turon considered saying that she was so light it didn't matter, but decided against it. It might sound like he was mocking her thin frame. Once Mesa stood on her own, she began giving orders again as if nothing had happened. "Don't forget to capture a few alive, especially the dwarves. Choose ones that look intelligent." "Understood. Find out if they figured out how to use those magic artifacts on their own or if someone taught them. Also, collect any functional magic artifacts." After the noble disappeared with his orders, Turon looked at Mesa, who was still holding her head, presumably from lingering dizziness, and asked, "I heard those were relics of ancient dwarves. Did Kjorn tell you that?" "Yes. That's right. Long ago the dwarves weren't blind as they are now, and they were skilled enough to create such things. Now they're closer to beasts. Did the gods make them that way?" At Turon's words, Mesa turned to him in surprise. It was an idea that would never have come from someone who worshipped the pre-god tribe in the usual way. If she hadn't read related content in her family's secret archives, she wouldn't have dared to imagine such a thing. "Why do you think that?" "I learned about it by chance before. That the gods could create entirely new creatures if they wanted to. Naturally, they can make them blind or turn them into fools." "Don't mention this anywhere else." Turon nodded and gazed quietly at Mesa. Thanks to her words just now, he could be certain that the great houses held many secrets about the gods. Shortly after, once the Arabian army had finished cleaning up the battlefield and tending to the wounded, the first thing they did was conduct a merit distribution. The corpses of the dark elves and dwarves, being no better than garbage, were all burned. However, the magic power of the undead spirits and deceased wizards had to be absorbed immediately on the spot. In particular, the bodies of the wizards who had been sacrificed in the previous battle and hidden deep within the canyon had to be dealt with quickly, as they would soon turn into undead spirits if left unattended. "For now, Mesa, since you defeated the Necromancer King, you're ranked first." "It's fine, uncle, these small fry are meaningless to me." "That's true. The stronger a wizard became, the harder it was for them to grow using low-quality magic power. Even though the undead spirits commanded by the Necromancer King were relatively strong, they were of little significance to a wizard of Mesa's caliber. For her to grow further at this stage, she would need to absorb the power of wizards or magical beasts of her level or higher. She would have to either slay multiple mythical-grade magical beasts or absorb the magic power during the funeral of her father, the current head of her house, after his death. Either way, it would easily take at least 100 years. In that case, since the remaining merits are hard to categorize, they should be distributed based on the amount of magic power one possesses and the extent of their injuries. As for me, I've already hit my growth limit, so it won't make much difference. Next in line is, in that case, I'll yield my share of undead spirits to Turon. At Mesa's words, the Arabian nobles erupted into murmurs. While those undead spirits were trivial to a powerful wizard like Mesa, for ordinary nobles, they were an incredible source of nourishment that could rapidly enhance their magic power. And yet, she was granting the right to absorb such valuable resources to Turon, a mercenary who wasn't even part of the family, even if he was personally brought by her. Since nothing had been mentioned about him during the pre-battle discussions, most nobles had naturally assumed that he wouldn't participate in the magic power distribution. Now, they felt as if they had been struck from behind. Had they known Turon would be included in the distribution, at least half of the nobles would have opposed his involvement. "Did you not set a condition to exclude him from the magic power absorption when you brought him here?" "No, surely you didn't promise magic power as payment, did you?" How else do you think I managed to bring someone of his skill level? Besides, I'm only sharing what would have been my share, so it's not a problem. Even so, that's a different matter. At the very least, you should have informed us beforehand. Cadram sighed deeply, then approached Mesa and whispered quietly, "Think carefully, Mesa. It hasn't even been a few hours, and there are already rumors spreading that you've fallen for that man and lost your judgment. Thank you for your concern, but that's not the case." The two locked eyes for several seconds, but eventually Cadram shook his head and backed away. 6 of the Necromancer King's undead spirits, those with the strongest magic power, were allocated to Turon. Though they were nothing more than creatures that had been easily destroyed by a single one of Mesa's attacks, at Turon's level, simply being able to absorb magic power of this quality was a significant reward. Then let's begin the magic power absorption. As Turon absorbed the magic power of the undead spirits, he could feel the intense hostility directed at him from behind, as well as the sharp gazes of the 3 nobles who were also absorbing magic power nearby. With a wry smile, Turon continued to draw in the magic power of the ashes left behind by the undead spirits. Since one of the undead spirits had been a noble of Arabian in life, he had secretly buried his mimic sacred relic underground to avoid detection. If they noticed some of the magic power being diverted, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As Turon began absorbing the magic power of the 6th and final undead spirit, his eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but he felt as though something inside his body had made a metallic clanking sound. Chapter 49. At first, he thought he was hearing things, but the voice was too loud and clear to be dismissed as such. More than anything, along with the sound, his body's ability to absorb magic power suddenly began to weaken drastically. It was a feeling similar to knowing that eating just one more bite after gorging yourself would make you throw up. At this moment, he instinctively realized that he had reached his limit as a wizard. As he felt a dizzying despair from that fact, his ability to absorb magic power returned to normal, as if mocking him. Instead, the growth limit he had experienced seemed to have found its way to a noble standing nearby. Ah! A short gasp escaped the noble's lips as pale green light scattered into the air. It was the same phenomenon he had witnessed in the past while hunting alongside the wizards of the House Baltas. Seeing this, Cadram clicked his tongue lightly and asked, "A limit, huh? Is this the first time you've reached it?" "Yes." The noble's face twisted as he responded. Any wizard who reached their growth limit would inevitably feel such emotions. He could empathize with the noble's feelings. After all, even though Turon was far stronger than that noble, he had just experienced an overwhelming sense of frustration moments ago. "It's fine, Viken. Cheer up, man. At least you're better than me." As his companions noisily tried to comfort the disheartened noble, Turon realized that something had changed within his own body. Should he say that every sense in his body had become several times more sensitive? No, it wasn't quite that. It felt slightly different. The touch of fabric brushing against his body and the rubbing of his hands were the same as usual, but he could now feel the flow of wind brushing past his skin far more keenly. He could even sense the subtle disturbances caused by people walking nearby and the violent turbulence sweeping across the top of the canyon. Everything that he couldn't perceive moments ago now entered his awareness. Could it be? He wanted to confirm the nature of this sensation right away, but there were too many people in this canyon at the moment, especially the nobles from House Arabian. If what he suspected was correct, testing it here would be far too dangerous. Postponing his confirmation for a later time, Turon retrieved the sacred relic he had buried with earth transformation magic and went to find Mesa. She was busy examining some kind of stone tablet. "Ah, Turon, there weren't any issues with magic power absorption, right? Thanks to you it was a big help, but could I ask why?" Speaking in a slightly vague tone so no one else could overhear, Turon asked why she had gone out of her way to share her magic power with him, even at great risk to herself. Of course, he knew that Mesa wasn't particularly fond of her own family, but this seemed excessive. Especially since Turon had already been given the high-capacity pouch in advance, he had no complaints even if she didn't leave any of her share for him. "That's a bit hard to explain right now. For now, just think of it as a personal favor from me, not from House Arabian." Mesa avoided his gaze slightly as she answered Turon's question. Her slightly peculiar tone made him wonder if perhaps she felt some romantic interest in him, but even when he focused his senses, he couldn't pick up any scent of that kind. "Understood. If it's a friend's favor, I'll accept it." Hearing his words, Mesa gave a faint smile. Turon then pointed at the stone tablet she was holding, changing the subject. "By the way, what is that, this?" "It's a detection magic artifact that can locate nearby sentient beings. I'm checking to see if there are any remaining survivors." It seems there aren't any now." As she said, about 100 blue dots were moving back and forth on the stone tablet. In the center, 2 dots were close together, which appeared to be Turon and Mesa. "That's quite the impressive item." Judging by a quick estimate, the detection range seemed to extend several hundred meters, making it comparable to the functionality of the mimic's sacred relic he possessed. Of course, there were several differences between showing things indirectly like this and granting direct detection ability, as well as in terms of portability and ease of use. Hearing Turan's compliment, Mesa smiled and replied, "I heard it was made using a captured House Zahir noble during the last war." Knowing how difficult it was to capture a noble, Turan could imagine that the process of creating this item was far more complicated and horrific than her words implied. Suddenly, he remembered what Kjorn had told him. The story about there being several high-end magic artifacts that could see through House Zahir's concealment ability. Perhaps this was one of those artifacts. While they were conversing, a knight approached Mesa and reported, "My lady, the prisoners are ready. Lead the way, would you like to come with me?" "Sure." When Mesa turned her head slightly to ask, Turan immediately agreed. He too had a fair amount of interest in the relics of the dwarves. At the location they were led to, several disheveled dwarves and a few dark elves were crouched in a corner, surrounded. Judging by the blood running down their bodies, it seemed they had been tortured for quite some time. "Devils, please, pain, stop." The sight of the dwarves begging in broken speech gave Turan an odd sense of discomfort. At the end of the day, they were nothing more than cannibalistic savages. Perhaps it was because he recalled Armenia, the merfolk prince he had met in the North Sea, who, like them, was also a different race. "Listen well, I'm going to ask questions again, and if you answer obediently like before, we won't hurt you. But if you lie or keep your mouth shut, you'll suffer even more horribly than before." "Understood, stand. At the noble's stern voice, the dwarves responded in broken speech, nodding their heads. "Good, then first, what is this object?" "Ancestors, Black One found. Taught us how use." "By Black One, you mean the Necromancer King, right? The Dark Elves' leader, chief." Perhaps the term leader was too difficult for them to understand, as the dwarf tilted his head in confusion before finally nodding. They had clearly been instructed earlier to pick the smartest one among the dwarves, yet this seemed to be the most intelligent one they had. After securing the same answer by slapping the dark elf next to him, the noble held up one of the dwarves' magic artifacts. "All right, so when you pull this, metal comes out, but when we pull it, nothing happens. Why is that?" "That ours, Black One can't use, devils can't use everyone can't use again." As he listened to the dwarf's testimony, Turan picked up one of the dwarf's relics, a magic artifact that was lying nearby. When he gave it a light shake, he could feel liquid sloshing around in the round tube attached to the side. Come to think of it, didn't a similar, larger object burst and release a massive amount of steam before? Out of curiosity, he held the metal shooting section upward and pulled the lever attached to the side, but nothing happened. "Does it only fire when a dwarf pulls the handle? Let's test it out." "You there?" At Turan's murmuring, Mesa responded, and a knight immediately dragged over a dwarf and instructed it to pull only the lever on the magic artifact he was holding. When the dwarf pulled the lever, there was a psshhhk sound as steam erupted, and a metal fragment shot out. "Oh, so it really only works when a dwarf pulls it. What kind of magic is this? Would it work if we used a severed dwarf's hand to pull it?" Contrary to the creative suggestion of one of the nobles, it seemed the artifact could detect whether the hand was severed, as it could not be activated in such a way. Even after conducting various other experiments, the results were far from satisfying. The metal fragments fired from the dwarves' magic artifacts were not just simple pieces of iron, but seemed to be crafted through some special process. However, the internal structure was impossible to examine. Any attempt to dismantle it caused steam to explode and ruin the components. Moreover, after firing several shots, the liquid inside would run out, rendering the artifact unusable. Even the dwarves didn't know how to refill it. In other words, it was essentially a disposable tool. "You said the Necromancer King gave you this, right? Where did he get it from?" They tortured the few surviving dark elves to question them, but they didn't know the details either. All they could share was that the Necromancer King, who had originally been nothing more than a member of the royal family of the Underground Kingdom, had one day acquired a silver crown and gained incredible necromancy skills. While on the run, he obtained these magic artifacts and provided them to the dwarves, forming an alliance with them. Upon hearing this, a noble clicked his tongue in regret. "If we could replicate this, it would have been incredibly useful." As Turan observed the artifact in use a few times, he recalled the natural laws he had learned from the librarian in the past. Wasn't it that water increases in volume when it becomes steam? Could it be that the liquid inside turns into steam and pushes the metal fragment out? He couldn't understand how pulling a lever triggered this process, but it seemed likely that was the principle at work. A few educated nobles from House Arabian reached similar conclusions, but none of them could figure out how to replicate it. After organizing all the information they had coerced from the prisoners, Mesa asked the team that had returned from exploring the inner canyon, Did you find any books or similar materials inside? No, there were quite a few human bones, most of them seemed old though. Then we can wrap things up. As if they understood the implications of her words, the dwarves and dark elves flinched and trembled. Fortunately, the rocks at the canyon entrance would open automatically if someone inside tried to leave, so there was no need to wait an entire day. As they stepped out into the open, Turan felt his heightened sense of the wind activating once more with the fresh air. Phew, finally I can breathe again. It felt so stifling in there. Who wouldn't agree? It seemed a few House Arabian nobles shared the same sentiment, grumbling as they stretched. Turan spoke to Mesa, who was walking beside him. Then I'll stop by the tent to get Bige and go ahead. That would be good. Mesa immediately agreed, seemingly not happy about Turan building relationships with other Arabian nobles. She then added a small parting remark, leaving some room for future interaction. We'll see each other again, right? When that time comes, I'll make sure to repay the debt I owe you. And Turan hesitated for a moment, wondering if he was overstepping. But since they were friends who had exchanged favors, he felt it wouldn't be inappropriate to voice his concern. It's good to keep your body light for flying, but I think you should eat something. I'm worried about you. Hearing his words, Mesa gave a faint, bitter smile. I'll think about it. Turan was certain she wouldn't listen to his advice, but he couldn't force her if she didn't want to. After parting with Mesa, Turan arrived at the tent quickly and saw Bige and Kjorn engaged in some strange game involving wing flapping and hand gestures. You seem to be having fun, Elder. Oh, you're back. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, more importantly. Turan, Kjorn fun. Despite having been unimpressed with Kjorn before his departure, Bige now seemed completely engrossed in playing with the old knight. The subjugation ended well with few casualties. I think I should leave now. So soon, at least have a meal. I'm not in that situation. When Turan briefly mentioned what had occurred in the canyon, Kjorn let out a small groan. It was clear that staying here would only worsen the atmosphere. There were undoubtedly more than a few people here who harbored resentment toward Turan. If that's the case, there's no helping it. What will you do now, Elder? For now, I'll have to go back and think about it. I'll probably retire and spend my time doing odd jobs. My joints are starting to ache and I've traveled enough. Hearing those words, Turan realized that Kjorn did indeed look noticeably older than when they had first met. Perhaps it was the toll of the travels and the time spent participating in the subjugation. Turan remained silent for a moment before offering words of blessing whose meaning even he didn't fully understand. Live long, I will. Fortunately, Kjorn's face, as he replied with a smile, looked a little less aged than it had moments before. On the way back, Turan activated his sacred relic's sensory ability to check if anyone was nearby. Bige tilted her head as if to ask why he wasn't riding with her. Hold on, I just need to check something. After calming her down, Turan made a light gesture to create wind. Just like he had done in the past when he had swept away some vagrants. But this time, the wind he summoned was completely different from before. Back then, he could only strengthen the wind's power and slightly adjust its direction. Now, however, he could freely control the wind, manipulating it as easily as if it were an extension of his own fingers, wrapping it around his body. On top of that, the amount of magic power consumed was barely a tenth of what it had been before. Turan was certain now he had awakened the wind bloodline ability. I had a feeling this might happen. With a troubled expression, he waved his hand and the wind rose, flattening all the grass in the surrounding field. In the current era, the ability to control wind was a privilege held solely by the storm bloodline of House Arabian. In other words, this meant Turan's parents were descendants of House Zahar and House Arabian, two enemy houses. Chapter 50, Guess this isn't it after all. Looking at the lightning bolt that struck into the snowy field, Turan spoke in a somewhat disappointed voice. The depletion of magic power and the precision didn't feel any different from before, which suggested he hadn't gained the ability to wield lightning. In truth, it wasn't all that surprising. The reason even great houses typically only had two bloodlines was that cases where three or more bloodlines merged were extremely rare. Furthermore, when passed down to the next generation, one of the bloodlines was often lost. In other words, two bloodlines were the stable upper limit for inheritance. When it came to four bloodlines, it was such an unrealistic realm that it wasn't even worth mentioning. Without the information he obtained in the underground labyrinth, Turan wouldn't have even thought such a thing was possible. Of course, there was another possibility. It was that he hadn't inherited a diluted bloodline, but rather his bloodlines were still locked. If he accumulated more magic power, he might be able to wield lightning as well. If it's really four bloodlines, then that means there's still a long way to go. It wasn't exactly a secret that those born with more bloodlines generally had higher growth limits. You only needed to look at the heads of ordinary houses, who inherited just one bloodline. There wasn't a single one of them who could match the strength of the heads of the great houses. On top of that, children born with the bloodlines of great houses typically possessed greater magic power on average, and had a higher probability of being born as nobles, rather than knights. When ordinary bloodlines formed houses with about a dozen nobles, great houses could secure hundreds of nobles. This was the secret to their dominance. Turon suddenly felt the urge to visit the library and glanced toward the southwest. Even when his bloodlines were entirely locked, the spirit of the library had been able to recognize the presence of his Arabian bloodline, so it might be able to confirm if there was more left to uncover now. But it's a bit difficult right now. Even if he flew on Bige, it would take at least 3 or 4 days if he was lucky enough to find a proper route. Considering the variables that might arise during the journey and the time needed to return, he'd have to leave the city unattended for nearly 10 days. That was far too long to abandon the city, which didn't have even a single wizard other than himself. If a moderately powerful magical beast happened to wander in, it could destroy everything. There was no need to rush. After all, the matter of who would govern Kalamaf would soon be decided. Among the heads of the 7 cities, at least one of them would have uncovered his mother's whereabouts. Having now discovered the truth about his hidden bloodlines, he wanted to dig deeper into what had really happened. What exactly had occurred for him to be born between the people of 2 houses that were bent on killing each other? Well, shall we head back then? Bige, wait, hold on. Just as Turon was about to fly on Bige, he paused at a sudden thought. Then, using levitation magic, he slowly lifted his body several meters into the air. Let's see. While wizards could control their bodies and move them through the air as if manipulating a puppet, the speed and precision were far from sufficient to be called flying. However, the nobles of House Arabian could fly quickly through the sky by wrapping wind around their levitated bodies. This was an extraordinary skill that ordinary wizards, who could only manipulate wind in a crude manner, could never hope to achieve. Even in the past, Turon had given up on it immediately after a light attempt, but now it might just be possible. Shall we try flying together? Seeing Bige chirp as if asking what nonsense he was talking about, Turon wrapped his body in wind and added a directional force. With a sensation as if his whole body was being pushed from behind, whoa. In an instant, the sky and ground, left and right, all swirled into chaos. All the colors that made up his surroundings lost their outlines and blended together chaotically, making it impossible to discern anything. With a loud crash, Turon realized he had slammed into something. Ouch! As the dizziness subsided a little, Bige landed on his head and pecked at him, as if to say how pathetic he looked. Fortunately, it seemed Bige had escaped just in time, though even if the bird had crashed with him at that speed, it likely wouldn't have been seriously injured. Turon let out a bitter laugh and dusted off his dirtied clothes. Yeah, I know I'm pathetic even without you telling me. Flying is harder than I thought. He had assumed it would be easy, given how effortlessly the Arabian nobles managed it, but trying it for himself proved to be much more difficult than he imagined. After another 15 or 16 head-first crashes into the ground, Turon finally started to get the hang of it. What had happened earlier was that his upper body, which caught more wind compared to his relatively thin legs, had been pushed too far forward. It seemed the trick was to adjust the wind's intensity to maintain balance across different parts of the body. A short while later, Turon was flying through the sky at a speed similar to what he could achieve by running on foot. So this is what flying feels like, the tiny world spread out below. He had often seen such views while flying with Bige, but the feeling now was entirely different. Perhaps it was because he was flying by his own power without anyone's help. Just then, Bige, who was flying beside him, pecked at his head again. Thanks to the soul bond, Turon could sense the unease that the bird was feeling. Was Bige worried that now that Turon could fly on his own, the bird would no longer be of use? Don't worry, you're still way faster than I am, and even if you slow down someday, I won't abandon you. Reassuring Bige, Turon grabbed onto the bird's legs and stopped flying, allowing Bige to take over and carry him. Indeed, when it came to speed and magic power efficiency, relying on Bige was far superior. Feeling better, Turon watched the bird flap its wings energetically, and on a whim, he used his magic to create a wind current beneath Bige's wings. In an instant, he felt his body surge forward with a sudden acceleration. Whoa! Bige also let out a startled chirp, but as a natural flyer, the bird quickly read the wind currents Turon had created and adjusted itself to ride them. Even though Turon hadn't used much magic power, he could feel that their flying speed had increased significantly. Suddenly, he remembered the time when he had sailed on the ship and used wind magic to fill the sails and increase the vessel's speed. If he ever found himself on a ship again, it might be fun to man a small sailboat alone, sending it flying across the waters with his magic. Because he had spent so much time practicing flying, by the time he arrived, the sun had already set. No one noticed Turon flying over the city of Kalamaf. As he opened a window above City Hall and entered, he heard someone calling out to him urgently. "Protector, He had sensed someone's presence even before entering and had wondered who could still be here at such a late hour. It turned out to be Daruk, the head of the city officials. "Don't tell me you've been waiting for me for hours since I left." Yes, that's correct. Even though Turon had told him it might take several days before he returned, what was this foolish act of persistence? Before Turon could scold him, Daruk took one look at his disheveled appearance and cried out in shock. The clothes Ashes had made for him were still torn in various places, and blood, both his own and that of the dwarves, was smeared all over, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. "Wait, are you injured? We must call a doctor right away. I'm not badly hurt, so don't worry about it." Since the healers had already used most of their strength treating the seriously injured, some of Turan's minor injuries hadn't been tended to. But with a single night's rest, he would recover just fine. After all, he wasn't like commoners who might succumb to infection or die from untreated wounds. However, unlike his usual obedience in following orders without complaint, Daruk shook his head firmly and shouted resolutely, "You are this city's protector, deity, and father. How dare we take even small injuries lightly? If you refuse treatment, then you might as well take this worthless old man's head." Even when Turan had discussed handing over the city's governance, Daruk hadn't been this adamant. In the end, Turan had no choice but to be examined for his injuries without even having had the chance to wash up. It's an honor to meet you, protector." The doctor, summoned in the middle of the night, was trembling so much that his hands visibly shook. Was it the pressure of treating a noble, or the thought of what might have injured such a noble, that left him in such a nervous state? After inspecting Turan's body, his shirt removed, the doctor said that stitching up 2 wounds on his back and side would suffice. Both were injuries inflicted by the spears of the dwarves, but as he retrieved a needle and thread from his bag to suture the wounds, a surprising fact was revealed. The needle couldn't penetrate the skin of a noble's body. Come to think of it, it was absurd to expect a needle to work on a body that didn't even suffer scratches from the swords and spears of strong pirates. Why won't this go in? It's fine. These wounds will heal completely by tomorrow anyway. Look, the bleeding has already stopped." In the end, the doctor simply applied some herbal paste said to be good for wounds and completed the treatment. As he packed up to leave, Daruk approached him stealthily and issued a veiled threat. This should go without saying, but no one must hear about the fact that the city's protector was injured and treated. If rumors spread, not only you but your entire family will not remain safe. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Turan had never noticed, as Daruk always acted subserviently in front of him, but seeing him intimidate the doctor like this, Turan realized Daruk was beginning to emit the aura of a man in power. Of course, among the commoners, there wasn't anyone of a higher rank than Daruk, so it was only natural for him to exude authority. After the doctor left, Turan donned his still tattered shirt, which would likely return to its original state by dawn, and spoke to Daruk. "Come to think of it, I should tell you in advance. The threat from the west has been eliminated." The way he said it, as casually as if announcing the inevitability of the sun rising tomorrow, left Daruk momentarily unable to comprehend the meaning of his words. He rudely asked, "What?" before his eyes suddenly widened much larger than before. What do you mean?" "The Arabian army will soon withdraw and the west will become completely unclaimed territory. There will likely be those who wish to expand into the area. Just as the House Baltas had ruled both Orem and Murray City in the past, when the land was vast and cities plentiful but nobles scarce, it was only natural for houses to extend their influence here and there. Of course, expanding to such a distant region like now would essentially mean becoming a separate house. Did you personally join the Arabian army to eliminate the western threat, protector?" Given that Turan had vanished for some time and then returned covered in wounds, it was the natural conclusion to draw. "Yes, this city owes you yet another great debt. Make sure not to tell anyone. It wouldn't be good if word spread that I'm too deeply involved with the Arabian side. Last time, the rumors had only been about receiving a communication. But fighting together, that was a different matter entirely. Of course, the Zahar side would be busy investigating Ferga's death right now, but wouldn't it be best for both sides if there were no misunderstandings about Arabian extending its influence into the gray zone? In any case, make sure to inform the others soon. Let them know that the city is now completely safe and that it will soon be managed by another house." "I understand." Unlike before, Daruk nodded solemnly, his expression heavy. As expected, by the next day, the wounds Turan had sustained had already healed, leaving behind only faint scars. If he used the power of the healer bloodline contained in the sacred relic, even those scars could be erased entirely, but he chose not to. It wasn't worth wasting it on small wounds on his side and back, especially when they weren't on his face. When the news spread that the threat in the west had been completely eliminated and that the governance of Kalamaf would soon be handed over, the citizens of the city reacted in varying ways. Those who had moved in after the city stabilized welcomed the news, believing it would be better to be governed by a proper house rather than a single noble. However, the citizens who had been saved during the city's decline cried and begged in front of City Hall, pleading for Turon to continue ruling over them. Uncomfortable watching their display, Turon flew daily to a rocky mountain overlooking the city to develop the powers of his newly acquired storm bloodline. The first thing he experimented with was improving his ability to fly more skillfully and applying the wind to increase his running speed in short bursts by wrapping it around his body. He also attempted to create barriers like the sound-blocking one Mesa had demonstrated. Some experiments didn't work as he had envisioned, but many turned out to be quite useful. Next, he studied how to use the power of wind offensively. The simplest method was what he had done in the past when killing bandits, using a forceful shockwave to crush bodies. Other methods included mixing coarse sand into a whirlwind to create a slicing effect or firing compressed air, and detonating it to generate an explosive shockwave. However, after practicing these techniques a few times, Turon came to a conclusion. There was a reason the Arabian nobles favored lightning magic so exclusively. Wind attacks aren't as effective as I thought. Perhaps because he was trying to forcefully use a non-offensive power for offensive purposes, the efficiency relative to the magic power consumed and the destructive power itself was lacking. At best, these techniques would be useful for subduing opponents much weaker than himself. It would almost be better to rely on his tried-and-true method of using his slingshot to throw a single stone. That was far more effective. While pondering if there was any way to increase attack power, Turon threw stones with his slingshot as a warm-up exercise. Practicing like this regularly would make his magic usage more efficient over time as well. The stone he threw with all his strength, as always, cut through the wind with a loud bang. Ah! Suddenly, Turon recalled the natural laws he had learned from the librarian. First, wind is a flow created by the movement of air, which fills this world. Second, the loud noise produced by a fast-moving object is caused by it tearing through the air. As he loaded another stone and spun it around in the slingshot, Turon remembered the time he steered his boat with Armenia in the North Sea. The trick to moving a boat easily wasn't to push the boat directly, but to part the water blocking its path. What if I create a path in front of the stone, making it feel like the air ahead is stepping aside as the stone moves? As soon as he threw the stone with all his strength, Turon realized his hypothesis was correct. The stone flew much faster and more quietly than usual, and instead of making the usual loud noise that came from cutting through the air, it pierced through the massive cliff ahead with ease.